Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to Seeker of Mana, once again this year, with another 100% run into 2026. We are starting this at 1 PM European time, which I believe is about an hour before Australia gets the new year. So I will try and take note as to wish people a happy new year every hour, but then again, there's certain areas of the world that also have like 15-minute differences, half-hour differences. I probably won't be able to catch all of them, but if you're watching this in the new year, I hope you have an excellent start into it, and good luck to you. Hello, welcome everybody. Also, the little fossil in the bottom left is going to occasionally prop up. By the way, I'm also playing this on original Super Nintendo, so occasionally flashing lights warnings, but I will try to say that in advance. This used to be my practice cartridge, as may be indicated by the strange save files. But basically, my SNES minis ran out of save files I could use for 100% runs because, you know, I kind of don't really want to delete them. So we're playing on Super Nintendo this time. Alrighty. For names, I've actually kind of considered maybe going with Happy New Year again, but then the sprite and the lady might be in different orders depending on how you pick them up or something like that. Anyways, I think we're just gonna go with the good old reliable romp. In case anybody does not know what that stands for, this is the picture that Chazzie I very early into the stream's lifetime just kind of drew. And it just looks so adorable, and it kind of caught on, at least in the community. You know, when the rabbi tries to bite you, it just makes that romp kind of sound. That's what that is about. Alrighty. Also, briefly, Mighty Storm, thank you so much for the Prime thing. Welcome back to you, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Also, anything else? I'm actually not sure. I actually cannot see my timer unless I specifically look at OBS, because my desktop is full of all sorts of things I will need for the run, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Now, this run here will have one additional challenge attached to it. Excuse me. And that is going to be the one chest challenge. I would like to get a single chest from at least every single enemy in the game that can drop chests. There are some enemies that cannot drop any chests, but basically I kind of felt like spicing up the run just a little bit here and there, and this seems like a decent way of going about it. It's going to add a little bit of time here and there, but at the same time, maybe not too much. Plus, it actually incentivizes me to defeat all the enemies along the way instead of just running past like I usually do. Alrighty. 1, 0, go. Welcome to Seeker of Mana 100%. You cannot skip the intro cutscene in this game, that is, well, it's an old Super Nintendo game. Happy New Year everybody to everybody. So it begins. Yes, I would like to give a brief shout out about the one chest challenge to, let me just see my notes, to all Lucky Sevens who made a YouTube comment for sparking the idea. They originally suggested getting all of the 100% right required equipment pieces in order from lowest to highest defense value as an additional challenge. This did sound like a neat little additional challenge at a glance, but in the end I decided against that in particular, since I didn't want to potentially delete a rare equipment piece like the ninja's gloves in case I got lucky early on, only because it was out of order. I then considered getting all the equipment pieces from enemy chests instead of being allowed to buy them. However, when checking which enemies drop which equipment pieces, I realized that a lot of equipment is shop only. So that kind of diminished my interest that I had in that challenge. And then later down the road, Blutar from our community mentioned the Seeker of Mana 100% checklist for the remake, and also mentioned the bestiary. Now, there is no official way to track the bestiary in the original version here, so I made a little checklist in the 100% spreadsheet over here, on the left side of your screen. But I also thought just killing one of each enemy is a little bit boring. So I propose we just get one drop from every enemy. Did I? Oh yeah, that's a good start. I must have done a soft reset at some point, because the boy was not under my control. That's awkward. Let me actually test something real quick. So basically, there's a little glitch that can happen. If you press start L and R for a few seconds, you can have some funky effects on your characters. Now, that is not supposed to happen, but I must have been in control of the lady or the sprite while doing a soft reset when I was setting up things. Oh, that's awkward. Well, I have more time to explain things, I guess. But basically, if you are in control of the sprite or the lady while soft resetting, and hold start select L and R for like a little bit longer than a second, then the game still tries to attribute your controls to be player 1 as the lady or the sprite that you had previously in control, and consequently when starting a new game, the game doesn't entirely wipe that memory clean, so I was still technically in control of the lady, I suppose, and I just couldn't move the boy. So whoops, that's a good start. Alrighty. Also, Xdev, thank you so much for the 5 gifts up, that's really kind of you. And welcome as well, Mr. Magus. Hope you're having a lovely day and a good start into 2026. Are you watching the intro until it's 2026? No, hopefully not. That would be unfortunate. Don't reset the timer? I'm not gonna reset the timer, don't worry. This is just part of the run now. Alrighty. Well. About the one chest challenge, again, there's no official way to have an in-game bestiary that I defeat every enemy, but I'm gonna defeat at least one of each enemy, and any of the enemy that can drop a chest, I will have a drop a chest. Now, the funny thing is, I'm not even going to require myself to, like, necessarily open the chest, if that makes sense. Also, yeah, I can control the boy. Because I just want the chest drop. Like, I don't even care what's inside necessarily, so if it's a trap, that's fine. Stuff like that. Now, I'm probably still gonna open every just because I'm gonna be curious what it's gonna be, but that's basically as a heads up. So effectively, we don't need the 100% thing. Also, this looks not quite right. Hold up. The headgear does have a bit of a weird background. Oh well, it's fine. We don't actually need this list here for until we hit the end game effectively. So I think it just makes more sense to have the one chest challenge over here. Actually, you know what I should probably do? I probably should do this. Oh, then it's slightly too large. How inconvenient. I didn't think this one through, did I? Oh well. Anyways. Welcome to Seeker of Mana, everybody. Now, every enemy in the game, except the very first enemy here, the Rabbites, has a 1 in 16 chance to drop us a chest. The Rabbites have a 1 in 8 chance to drop us chests. Technically, 8 in 64 is, I think, what the game's code is about. But that's kind of the short version there. When you see the text "an enemy has been whacked," that means that we got a critical hit. Critical hits are actually exceedingly rare in the early stages of the game. And the way combat works in Seeker of Mana, you basically have the stamina at the bottom. If you attack before the stamina bar fills up, you deal like 2 damage. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but basically, for the most part, it is significantly better to just wait until your stamina bar at the bottom is fully filled up. Unless you know the enemy has only like 2 HP left, then you can attack slightly early, I guess. And I also heard a bunch of things, oh my goodness. Was that another one from Xdev? Oh my goodness. I'm not prepared for this. Hey, there is our first chest. And from the rabbit, we're gonna get... Most of the time, we're gonna get a candy. and we got it. It could have, as a rare drop, 7 in 64, which is not quite 11% chance. It could have given us a, well, 4 gold, but honestly, a candy is just better. My goodness, I'm not gonna be able to keep up with things, but thank you everybody, I really appreciate that. Let me just try to catch up. Oh yeah, XF gifted another 5 subs, that's really kind of you. I really appreciate it, my friend. And also Milgrips gifted 10 subs. That's crazy, dude. As well. Thank you so much, Milgrips, I really appreciate that. And Metal Bear also gifted a sub, thank you kindly. As well as Johan Leonborn? Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name if you'd like to. Thank you so much for the 1000 corgis. Corgos. Corbits. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Alrighty. I need to make sure I don't minimize the tracker on the left, otherwise it's probably gonna look weird on stream. But I have a habit of just minimizing everything I don't have currently active. But this one in particular I need to keep open, otherwise you guys can't see the thing. Anyways, welcome to Mantis Ant. You cannot lose this fight, even though you can die in this battle. You're just gonna get automatically revived if you do die. It's also faster for me to just sit in front of him and just swing, but there's other means. I can just bait his claw attack and then step back into it without ever getting hit. Well, if I move correctly. Alternatively, if you just want to have an easy way out, just sit in this corner here, and as long as you're basically straight behind him, Mantis Ant is just going to continuously jump and never do anything else. So you can just easily defeat him, even without, well, even taking any damage. Anyways, where's my splits? There we are. Welcome everybody to Mantis Ant. We are already behind on the timer, but you know what? That's fine. 100% run, I'm also going to just use as a showcase of all sorts of interesting and weird things, I feel. So, by the way, the Mantis Ant just continuously jumping. It's not a glitch. It's just a quirk of how the AI behaves. It's more like AI manipulation. You know, it's in a sense the same concept as attacking him, stepping to the right side, baiting out his claw attack and stepping away. You're just manipulating what the Mantis Ant does. It doesn't actually result in any, like, unintended behavior in the code. It might just be not necessarily foreseen consequences, or maybe that was intentional, who knows? Oh my goodness, holy crap. Vegetable. Vegetable. I think it's still vegetable, isn't it? Or... oh, no, it's IV edge table, I think. My thingy does... write that a bit weird. Thank you kindly for the 10 gift subs, that's really kind of you. I really appreciate that. AVH table. Anyways, welcome everybody. So fun fact, you can take the cannon travel on the east over here from this screen in order to, you know, travel via the cannon and get over to the water palace. It is free of charge, but it's literally faster to walk because of the cannon travel animation taking such a long time. So, normally you don't defeat all of the enemies along the way if you try to go reasonably fast, but because I'm trying to get a chest from literally every enemy, I'm just gonna defeat them along the way and try to work with that. And we have our next chest, the Lullabat, mostly medical herb. Ah yeah, right, never mind, it's 50% of the time, it's poison needles. Again, I'm not gonna require myself to dodge the traps, etc. By the way, here in this screen here, if you never learn the name of Major Dialogue, aka none of the soldiers mention him, or they don't just walk over to the Eleni's Woods back entrance, you actually are not gonna get into the Goblin cutscene. But in this case, talking to the second guard on the right, he says, Major Dialogue. If you want to make really sure that you get the Goblin cutscene, you can just keep talking to them until they walk over and away from the screen, then you guaranteed have it at that point. And Kaisical, thank you so much for the 100 bits of food, I really appreciate that. Alrighty, welcome to this little cutscene. Welcome everybody to Gigas and Luca's Water Palace cutscene. Now, here's a little fun fact. After talking to the guard in front of the Water Palace and learning Major Dialog's name, that already unlocks the Cannon Travel Guy's cannon, and we could theoretically cannon travel over to Gaia's navel if we wanted to, before watching this cutscene. However, unless you know what you're doing, I don't advise you do that, because you will probably softlock the game if you don't watch this cutscene beforehand. As in, literally, you can no longer beat the game once you progress past a certain point without having watched this cutscene first. Again, there are like means and little ways around it to an extent, but it is kind of outside of the scope of this run right here, so just as a heads up. Are we changing the dialogue box style to something nicer? I guess we could do that. I don't think I've done that in previous runs, have I? It's kind of strange that they made the Goblin cutscene conditional. It is a bit weird, yes. And I've actually heard of people saying that they didn't know you can recruit the lady into your party before. Also, we get the spear, how nice. They didn't realize you could recruit the lady into your party before defeating the wolves. Also, if you press start select LNR, you soft reset the game without having to push the button on the console. And this is slightly faster to get back outside. And while I'm not... Well, this is no longer much of a speedrun nowadays. I'm just more or less taking my time with it, but it's still gonna be a long run, so the more time I save, the better for me, realistically. Anyways, I think I want to still level up the sword to level 1. Oh, right, I don't need to defeat the plants anymore. But we do get kidnapped by goblins. So, this cutscene only happens when you learn Major Dialog's name. Oh my goodness, holy crap. Exeth, thank you kindly for another 5 gift subs. My goodness, that's crazy, dude. Well, I hope you all enjoy your gift subs. You can now have Grimer throw around all sorts of things, if you feel like it. Just Yaga H, Yaga 2, then whatever item you'd like to throw. "100% all chests?" Yes, well, it's actually not gonna be that crazy long, because 1 in 16 isn't terribly long. But it will probably add a few extra hours here and there, which is also why, you know, if I wasn't already behind the splits, we would definitely not be catching up anytime soon, I think. Anyways, you specifically need to watch the Goblin cutscene in order to be able to recruit the lady into your party. If you didn't watch the Goblin cutscene, she will not join you. You can actually visit and see the lady at Pandora Castle, but she very specifically just does not want you to... Well, she doesn't know you, so she just slaps you out of the way because you're in the way of her just leaving. Really? My goodness, that guy is putting up a fight. They have 60 HP exactly, by the way. So 3 times 20 would knock them out. But sometimes you just don't get those numbers. Sirenic, hello and welcome to you. Is that urn used anywhere else in-game? Urn? Sorry, I might be missing what you're referring to. By the way, if anybody has mentioned something in chat that I didn't respond to, feel free to repeat things. I'm usually not particularly good at reading chat, especially if it goes crazy, but I do try my best to respond to everything. Alrighty. So, the lady here. Now, normally the traditional name for her would be literally nothing, which in the English version of the game actually results in go 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 12 times in lowercase letters, which is unusual because you only have access to uppercase letters here. However, we don't really get to do that if we do a glitchless run. So, I decided her name is going to be Happy New Year. And she joins our party. Now, I'm going to equip the spear on the boy, and I'm going to equip the sword on the lady. Because the lady has the gloves, and unfortunately, while I really like gloves as a weapon, they are strictly weaker than any of the other weapons, because they just have less attack power. Alrighty, besides that, we could actually just do that. Because I might as well mention this here. Do we actually have enough money because I knocked out more enemies along the way? Maybe. We're gonna buy a hair ribbon for the lady. And we're gonna buy 1 wristband and 2 wristbands. Now, you might be wondering, okay, I understand the hair ribbons, I guess. They are kind of, well, it's the lady's only headgear for a while. But why would you equip or buy the wristband? It only gives you 1 defense. And the reason is actually quite simple. In this game, your chance of getting high rolled by the enemy, as in taking a high damage roll, is proportional to how many equipment pieces you have equipped. If you have 3 equipment pieces equipped, you have a very low chance of getting high rolled by the enemies. As you might be able to tell, sometimes the boy deals 21 damage, sometimes he deals 15 with the spear right now. That's because there's basically a chance for a high damage roll and a low damage roll. And for the most part, enemies also have that chance for a high damage roll or low damage roll. But they have a significantly smaller chance, almost, well, insignificant if you will, for them to get a high damage roll if you have something equipped in every single item slot. So in short, you take significantly less damage on average if you have something equipped in every single item slot. That is kind of the short version of how that works, and that's why the hairband and the wristbands are very nice to have. Alright, I actually don't need to fight these guys. Then again, there can only be 3 enemies loaded in the game's code at any given moment. So if I defeat the previous enemies, the next set of enemies is going to spawn. And, well, they won't if the previous enemies are still loaded in, I guess. So, we still need a chest from these mushroom enemies. Haven't gotten one yet, but we'll get one. Once again, every enemy has, also from the bees as well, has a 1 in 16 chance to drop us a chest. And as you can see, the lady actually just blocked the attack, or she only takes 5 damage as opposed to, well, the boy taking significantly more whenever he gets it, because the boy doesn't have an item area. Alrighty, 50-50 chance for us to get a trap here. Now, if you have a high enough agility, this is the mushroom chest, 14 GP, that is the common drop from these guys. Right, the mushroom done. Don't need to defeat these guys anymore, now it's just bust bees along the way. Whoopsie. I interrupted myself and I forgot what I was talking about, sorry about that. I will probably do that a lot more, not intentionally though. By the way, we also level up decently fast in the early game, so even though we have low HP, as soon as we level up, we're gonna be proper HP numbers again. Also, even the glitchless run, by the way, does this quick grind in order to be able to afford the power rests, like the glitchless speedrun that is. So, us defeating extra enemies along the way is just a bit less efficient in terms of which enemies we defeat, but it would still help our goal towards getting the power rests in the grand scheme of things. I goofed. If you are close enough to these guys, also the lady just leveled up, so let's heal her up with a candy. We got from the rabbit. Read Dunbu's message. Dunbu's message. Dunbu's message. down this message. Thank you, Metal Bear. Thank you as well for being around. Found it. Sorry, I'm a bit slow. Thank you kindly, I really appreciate your kind words. And yes, I'm just that slow at reading, unfortunately. Never been my strong suit to fast read. But I do my best. I think we all do our best one way or another. But thank you kindly. And also, thank you for letting me know, Fisk. By the way, oh, not this guy. No, it is. Is it? Let me check something. If I go into the sell menu, and then into buy menu. Aha! The Neko now sells us the same things the other shopkeeper sold, instead of his own stock of items here. Neko here is supposed to have his own stock of items, but if you go into the sell menu first and then into the buy menu, he accidentally loads whatever the previous shop interface was instead of the current one here. So, I would like to have a... You know what, we're gonna buy headgear, we're gonna be able to afford it anyways. So let's just load up on canvas. On your recent playthrough, you forgot that enemies despawn when you beat the dungeon boss. You meant to beat the boss and then get more armor pieces in Dark Palace? Yep, that's a lot of areas where enemies just don't respawn. Or well, they just disappear from the area. Which, honestly, casually speaking, I've always found to be quite satisfying, because you functionally completely defeated all the enemies, so you have cleansed the area in a way. But of course, for a completionist's sake... Ooh, chest. Alright, lady, what do you get today? 50% chance for a trap, and we get a trap from the bat. That's okay. Could you stop doing that? The eye is not smart enough to get out of the way. Alrighty. Anyways, we have a bat chest already. That is very convenient. And we're just gonna also defeat a bunch of enemies for a bunch of extra money along the way. We will want to have the money anyways, for stuff to be a little bit safer. This is not like purely speedrun. But some enemies might take a bit longer to get the chest, because there's only one available at a time. This is the case for this I Spy. It has 100 HP. And later on it will be slightly more efficient for me to farm them. So I'm not gonna farm them right now. Here we need to press a button in order to make a path valid in the other area up there. Still haven't gotten the shop in hoods, but at the same time we're gonna defeat the I Spies a bunch, and they're also just gonna spawn more, so if we don't get it from here, it's fine still. My goodness, boy. So, by the way, if you want to keep the lady in your party, in order to go and defeat the Tropicallo, you actually have to interact with these statues here. Specifically, the statues. So if you don't interact with the statues, the lady is not gonna know that the passage into the witch's castle is blocked. So you have to swing at them. We won't be able to get through here without an axe. Why is an axe to defeat the statues in the way? Who knows? Maybe it's supposed to be tree trunks at some point. Maybe the axe was used to be a hammer or something like that at some point. Anyways, we need to get out of here and get an axe in order to proceed. I marked the wrong enemy. I did mark the wrong enemy. Thank you. Whoopsie. I did not need to talk to you, sir. You can't walk through these trees here, so you always have to go around here. Also, those flowers are in weird positions. Okay, we already have the mushrooms. We just need the buzz bees from this area. Then, actually, we're done with this area here in particular. Honestly, one thing I realized a little bit late, but after I already set up everything for the one chest challenge, that was, you know, it's very unusual for me to go ahead and defeat every single enemy along the way. Because normally I just run past everything, because that's way more efficient. But afterwards, thinking about it a little bit, I realized this is probably just a normal playthrough to a lot of people, isn't it? Sure, I'm doing a bit of character switching for more efficient enemy defeating, but it's probably not all that unusual to you guys, is it? So, by the way, we will need to keep one weapon at level 1 in order to make the late stage weapon grinding to be more efficient. And I think I'm gonna leave the spear at level 1 this time around. Which is a bit unfortunate because it's one of the best weapons to just use for in general. But we already have the bats, we don't need those anymore. Which is a bit unfortunate, but you know, I think it's okay. These goblins have 64 HP if I'm not mistaken. So 3 times 21 is 63, meaning they would just barely survive that. But that's not really relevant with our damage numbers this time around, which is, I guess, a thing. Chest? No chest. Alright. So, a lot of enemies, by the way, they have specific animations when they get hurt. Like the goblins, when they take more than 25% of their health in damage, they lay on the ground. When they take less than that in damage, they go into their ouch animation right there, just kind of without going on the ground. In their ouch animation, they actually can't be hurt by just hitting them again. However, when they lay on the ground, you can stack damage on top of them. And each individual enemy in the game just kind of has its own, like, quirks about it. Some enemies you can hit in both animations, the 25% or less, or the one more, I guess. Some enemies you can only hurt in one or the other animation, and other enemies you can't hurt at all while they are in their ouch state, so to speak. I believe these guys here you need to have 25% or less damage in order to hurt the slimes again. Also, fun fact, for a long time I didn't realize this, but the green drops actually have evasion, so sometimes, well, I think your baseline chance to hit is like 75%, if I'm not mistaken. So you will probably just miss a lot of the time. Well, the more you level up, the higher your agility, dexterity, one or the other, maybe both. Anyways, the more you level up, the higher your chance to hit is going to be in general. But you will always have that like baseline chance to miss, and there's just nothing you can do about that. Like you might think, oh, you just didn't swing your weapon close enough, or these guys just dodged backwards, but it's all just entirely random. The game just doesn't really let you know when you miss by chance, as opposed to, you know, missing by swinging the weapon improperly, if that makes sense. I heard a ding, but I don't see anything in chat, so give me a second. I don't know about you, but as a kid, I actually kind of halfway enjoyed trying to defeat these guys, because, you know, you would just level up your weapon super fast comparatively. Also, the lady apparently already has the sword at level 1. I assume the boy has the spear at level 1. Money donation. Oh, right, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Oh my goodness. Rump tipped $58.74, which is, I would guess, 50 euros. Thank you kindly, I really appreciate that. 58.74. Adding that to the total. By the way, I have to add donations manually to the total, so if I forget about it, please do let me know. That's really generous of you. And Rump says, thanks for the comfy time and runs, Jaga H. Aww. Thank you kindly, I really appreciate that. That is 50 euros? Alrighty, good to know, thank you. It just kind of translated automatically to dollars for me, because I need to have a unified number in order to display it. So I just usually guess that like weird numbers are either people trying to make palindromes or something like that. Oh, chest from the green drops, nice. Actually, this means poison needles. By the way, the chance for a trap is exactly 50%, as long as we don't have enough agility in order to evade the traps reliably. Okay, you just need to have a high enough level to never see a trap anymore. Because once you have enough agility, it's guaranteed that you don't get a trap. Which means you can no longer get traps once you level up to, like, I don't know, level 70 or 80? Depends on the character, they have different agility growths. Alrighty. Next up, where was I hope I didn't minimize this. We did get the green drop thing. I also forgot to add the GP symbol, I guess. So, here we level up our weapon to level 2, which is kind of nice, honestly, because this means it will just baseline deal a bit more damage. Then we're going to go over here and finally get the boy a headgear item, as well as a better accessory. Let's see, headgear. We also want to buy one for the upcoming party member to join us. And we're gonna buy 1 power wrist, 2 power wrist. We can actually afford all 3. Alright, that's kind of nice. Maybe a bit excessive, but that's okay. And some medical herbs for removing status effects. It's actually always kind of amusing to me that medical herb removes any status effect. I never really thought about it until, well, relatively recently. Oh wait, I'm a dingus. I don't have 100 money. Wait, do you need 50 or 100 for watching the show? It was 100, wasn't it? I needed to go and watch the show before doing this. I'm pretty sure I don't have enough money now. Come again. I will. Ah! I knew I forgot something. I just didn't know what I forgot. Anyways, just equip the helmet and the power wrist. We can actually just sell the wristbands, probably. Alrighty, so now both of my characters have something equipped in every single item slot, and importantly, we have the power wrist. The power wrist, the game doesn't really tell you that unless you somehow have an inkling to go and check your menu. It also gives you +5 strength. That is like 7-ish level ups for the boy in terms of attack power, and more like 10 for the lady and the sprite. It's not exactly how it works, but give or take a few numbers. But basically we deal just at least 5 more damage with each swing on average, so it is actually pretty substantial for how much more damage we suddenly deal with it. Welcome as well, Yo-Yo, and welcome to everybody. Hope you're having a lovely day today. So, the green slimes frustrated you so much as a kid, you thought some of them were unkillable. They definitely feel like it. Plus, as you might be able to tell, we actually dealt less than our regular amounts of damage to them. I think they might also be the first enemy that has more than just no defense as well. Fun fact, it is faster to go down and around instead of back up and to the right. But you can go up and to the right in order to get into this room too. Anyways, we get our money back here. Go to run. They returned the money, so here's a fun part. I always thought it was a bit strange that they returned the money, because... Wait, is this 30 FPS? Hold up. Did I accidentally capture this on 30 FPS? Give me just a moment. No, it should be 60. Sorry, that just kind of looked weird to me for a second. I have to capture this through unusual means currently, unfortunately for me, because RecTV is kind of mucking up. Anyways, welcome to the Tropicallo. No. There is not technically a requirement to defeat every single enemy, but We might as well defeat these vines because they're annoying. And we defeated it already. So, if you hit Tropicallo just at the right time, he basically overrides his getting hurt and diving back down animation with spitting out a pumpkin or something like that. I actually don't entirely know why this happens, but basically if I hit him at the earliest possible time, he will always just kind of dive down after hitting him once. Unfortunately I got hit there, so this might not quite work out. Oh no, he's still fine. It does still work out that way. Basically I'm just hitting him just at the right time, so we can get 2 charge attacks in instead of just 1, which on average is gonna make this fight a lot faster. And there I missed the attack, but that's okay because we already win. Alrighty. Maybe I should remove the comparison. Because those numbers are gonna only get bigger with the additional 1 chest challenge. Blubberbarsh. Welcome back for 17 months total with the Prime thing. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. You checked with frame advance and new duplicate frames? You can do that? Nice. Thank you, Mikachu. Speaking of Mikachu actually also gave me a really good idea as to how we can make one of the late game grinds, potentially the most annoying late game grind, a bit more efficient. I just need to remember not to upgrade the javelin all the way. Hello. Alrighty, anyways, we're gonna name the sprite the good old traditional Taco. Why is it Taco? I don't know. I don't remember. At some point we just started naming the sprite Taco in our various challenge runs and playthroughs, and that just kinda stuck. And the sprite is Taco now. I think it's reasonably fitting. Also, I heard another thing. Holy moly. Oh my goodness. Holy. Oh my goodness. A Mighty Storm tipped $176.21. Again, I imagine that's like 150 euros. That's crazy, dude. Thank you kindly. Let me just add that to the total before I forget about it. Thank you so much. And A Mighty Storm says, thank you for all the streams, especially the Sigil of Mana and the few streams that have become a tradition for me to watch. I hope you will get on this ability in the upcoming years so you don't need to stay worried about life. Well, that would be one way to do things, but basically I need to figure out stuff. But yes, I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. So, normally here I would upgrade my spear to level 2. Also, the sprite would like to have a better weapon so they can contribute appropriately. I'm going to give the sprite... Actually, no, lady, you keep that. I'm gonna give the sprite the axe, I guess. Wait, that's not the sprite. There we go. Sprite gets axe, and we need to equip the sprite before I forget about it. With the rabbite cap and the power wrist, so they now also deal extra damage. We can't use a magic rope inside this room, so we have to specifically get out of this room, then use a magic rope. And welcome back to the entrance here. We're not quite done with this place yet. We still need a chest from these goblins. Actually, I think they're called kid goblins in this specific instance. So we're looking for 1 chest. I do have a particular area in mind where I usually farm the goblins anyways. So we're just gonna go for that. Also, at this point, the boy deals so much damage, it's actually more efficient for us to just wait until he gets like a second attack in instead of trying to add the damage of the other 2 characters. With like 1 pixel off from getting down there. That was weird. I've never actually removed that rock there, because you can remove various amounts or various rocks with the axe, and that just happens to be one of them. I've never done that before with the sprite, because why would you ever remove this rock? But you can. I was basically just a bit confused about the sound effect that happened there with that rock removal. Anyways. There's our chest, and the boy might have enough agility to dodge the trap. And we get 28 GP. I do believe that is the common drop here. Alrighty, now we're done with this area entirely. We need to get some more stuff from the Spies. We're gonna walk through the Spy fields a few more times, so I'm not too worried about just grinding it out right now. Plus, you can always come back to them in case we don't get them until later. Again, I do believe it is... Well, actually, for the bees specifically, or flying enemies in general, you can only deal damage to them while they are either on the ground or fully flying. While they are getting back up to flying, for some reason they are invulnerable, so you can't deal damage to them. So, in this case, it's actually more efficient for me to attack them with another character, just to stun lock them for a slightly longer. Although I guess they have also low enough HP that we should add extra damage. Or we could probably knock them out if I add both the sprites and the latest damage at the same time. Ted the Bot! Thank you so much for subscribing for 7 months. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. These Chopping Foot have 60 HP, I think. Also, because we have the lady in our party already, we don't even have to worry about the werewolves. We will have a very easy grinding spot that I would assume a lot of people have used in the past when playing through this game here, especially since the boss right after it is a bit of a nuisance. Plus it's kind of fun to get your revenge on the werewolves that may or may not have clobbered you a few times when you were younger. Right, sword level 2 for the boy. And this is where we just switch over to give the lady the sword instead. Because while leveling up weapons is not gonna be a concern anytime soon, we might as well start while we have the opportunities. Alrighty, next up we have, I think, a bat around the corner. There should be a bee here, funnily enough. Unless it didn't spawn because there's too many enemies. There is a bee. It's like the one bee inside of here. Chest? No chest. Sure, might as well knock it out, he says. Lady, I would like for you to walk around. Thank you very much. Yeah, that guy's pretty good at shooting sometimes. Alrighty. There's a werewolf that is immediately going to come down and attack us, but if you walk to the right, he's just gonna get stuck. He's a bit scary. Well, werewolves in general in this game are reasonably scary, unless you manage to equip or upgrade your equipment all the way to the highest currently available level. That might be like the one exception. Axe level 1 for the sprite, so you can have, I don't know, get a bow, I guess. So a little fun fact, this Chopping Hood here has been spawned from the I Spy, and consequently, you actually cannot push that Chopping Hood around, like you cannot move him like you can do with basically every other enemy. It just doesn't work. Because it basically just inherits the same properties as the I Spy had from the other guy. Also, I don't know about you, but there's something convenient about just knocking down these guys from a safe distance. We also need to chest from them too, I guess. And some other enemies, but the other enemies should be much less of a problem. But this is kind of going to be the way we'll take these guys down anyways, so might as well. By the way, in case you're wondering, why did he not heal himself? Well, that's because he was dashing. No, he doesn't look dashing, he was dashing, as in he was moving faster than usual because he was on an attack path against my characters. And during that, as soon as he reaches my cactus, he's immediately going to swing wildly and hit everybody probably, if he were to reach me. But because he couldn't reach me, he couldn't actually attack. The chairs are an example of an enemy that you can hit regardless of whether they are hit in their heavy stun. Oh, we got a chest already from the chairs. That's quick. 44 GP, that is the common drop. I would have had a different room to grind for them later down the road, but this is the room for the Ice Spies. If you want to grind them out that way, because there's 2 of them. And we have plenty of time, like space to maneuver around them, so we can also knock out the Jobbing Hoods along the way too. So, we're looking for a chest from the Ice Spy, we're looking for a chest from the Jobbing Hoods. I never used this room, but there's 3 chairs in here. And it's a... Why are the 2 ice... Oh! Welcome to Secret Man. Oh, that's a chest from the Jobbing Hoods. Nice. I forgot. Okay. I can explain. That's the common drop from the Jobbing Hoods, 34 gold. Alright. I didn't even think about that. But I guess that makes it more convenient to farm them. Alrighty, so... Let me explain what just happened here. There are doors that are quote-unquote return doors. aka they don't have like a specific place they put you to. They just refer to whichever room you came from and they put you back there. And basically this is not a traditional like loading the previous room, this is just kind of loading the previous state of the room. aka it doesn't actually fully reset the room when you re-enter it like you normally do when I, for example, leave this room here, right at this door. It's just gonna reset all of the enemies in this room, and the Ice Spies are gonna be left and right, kind of like, you know, they're supposed to be. However, basically, effectively, so I defeat this Ice Spy, which means the eye on the right is gonna spawn another Jobbing Hood right there. And this Jobbing Hood now occupies the same enemy slot that the Ice Spy on the left had, and wherever I defeat that Jobbing Hood, is going to be where that Ice Spy is going to spawn next, when we enter and leave the return door, so to speak. So it's a bit strange, but in a weird way you can move the enemies from one location to another. So the Jobbing Hood we defeated just below that guy, and now the Ice Spy is spawning there. And I'm not entirely sure if you want to categorize this as a glitch or just a quirk of how the game engine works. But for grinding it's very convenient. This is not the only time we could take advantage of this, although I have to admit, I never actually thought about this until it happened now. But yeah, theoretically we could make it so that we defeat the Jobbing Hood like right at the entrance, so we can hit the Ice Spies as soon as we leave and re-enter, but I also don't think it's all that necessary. So, in case you're ever wondering why sometimes enemies spawn in weird places, that's basically why. Like, I didn't even intend for that to happen. It's just, you don't usually use that door in the top right to specifically reset this room after you defeat the enemies. Although, I guess there's kind of a decent chance that you might have naturally encountered this kind of weird behavior. So, we'll see. Happy New Year reaches level 9. We're gonna get all the way to max level with this, which I think is 99? Probably 99. Anyways, it was just really amusing to me, because I genuinely just didn't expect it. This guy has 1 HP remaining. It's just kind of a weird quirk of how the game loads rooms. And basically because certain rooms just don't specifically link to a specific location, they just reload the previous room, including its enemies, where they currently were. Can remember those werewolves who liked to kill you back in the day? Yes, I can imagine. Alrighty, so 1 in 16 chance to get a chest drop from these Spies. Technically, we could just move on and hope that we get it either along the way or in some other meaningful capacity. We could theoretically backtrack to the Witch's Forest, and you can always fight these Spies. They never fully despawn. That guy's really in the way now. So I think if I give the boy the sword, he should deal enough damage to 3-shot the Spies with high damage rolls. Or, you know, 2-shot, I guess, when you get a critical hit instead. This is not good. This is a really awkward setup right there. Goodie. Alright, if you close the door, the game gathers your party before you get to do anything. Please let me leave. My goodness. Reviving characters is a lot more expensive than it is to heal them up, so here you go, Sprite. What was the deal with the sword not being able to reach full level if you're too high per character level? I guess it's not technically just a sword, but every weapon in the game. You cannot reach like 8.99 anymore once you have level 82 or higher. My goodness. Basically, enemies only give you... Actually, I guess I can maybe briefly talk about them. Enemies give you weapon Ooh, that's... Wrong guys! I already got that chest. Sorry. That's the common drop. Enemies give you like full weapon experience, aka from level 0 to level 1 on a weapon. You normally get 9 weapon experience if you defeat an enemy. However, if that enemy is lower level than you are, then you only get half the weapon experience when you defeat that enemy. So consequently, instead of 9 experience from level 0 to 1, you get 4, because it is basically taking half of it and rounding it down. And this kind of continues from level 1 to 2, you get... Was that a thing? Chocolate! Yes, that was an I Spy, we got it. Alrighty. Excellent, we can move on. From level... Let's see, here we go. From level 1 to 2, you get 8 experience, so 8 half rounded down is 4, etc. So basically you just get 9 experience minus your current level, and that halved if the enemy is higher level, rounded down. And this means from level 8 to 8.99 you only get 1 weapon experience, because you have 9 experience minus 8 from your level, so 1, and then halved rounded down is 0. So consequently, if you have no more enemies in the entire game that are higher level than you can no longer gain experience towards level 8.99. And that's kind of the core issue, let's put it this way. When you don't know about the weird weapon leveling system in the game and you try to like absolutely max out everything, there is no functional reason to ever get up to weapon 8.99 aside from completionist desires, let's put it this way, or 100% run like this one. But there's no functional reason to ever go beyond level 8. Consequently, the game developers didn't really think too much about, oh, you can't level up to 8.99 reliably. And if you have leveled up every single weapon and every single character beyond a certain stage, you can no longer gain any weapon experience at all for other characters anymore, which is a bit awkward. We have so much money, this is absurd. I'm not used to this. And we're not even done with the little grind here yet. Let's actually buy a fairy walnut for later, and a couple of wishes just for safety. Welcome to Aqua, hope you're doing well. If only it would round up instead of down, yes, that would actually just entirely solve that issue. But rounding is not like a conscious step that happens in the games, like calculations. It's more of a quirk of how any calculation just happens in the Super Nintendo engine. Because any calculation, if you divide by, it just truncates the decimals. AKA, all the decimals are just gone by nature of how, like, the system itself just does the calculation. Like, it's not a conscious decision to round up or down. The only way you could make it round down is if you were to, like, calculate the inverse. Hey, there's a chest already. That was fast. But this was one of my favorite grinding spots as a kid, because I could finally hit these werewolves. And we get a cup of wishes. That is their common drop here. Very convenient. And then we just have the bus be in the early stages of the game. We have basically everything else. Alrighty, we can move on. Alrighty. Anything else? Not really. I'm so much higher level than I usually am here. Again, this extra one chest challenge just incentivizes me to defeat the enemies along the way instead of running past everything. Which, as mentioned before, I only kind of later realized that this is probably just a normal casual playthrough for a lot of people. Maybe I'm killing enemies slightly faster because I'm used to the game. But beyond that, to me, this is quite unique. Because normally I just run past everything I can. Is that still present in the remake, or did they just fix the level up mechanic? Frankly, I actually have no idea. Somebody else might have to answer the question. I've never bothered to try and 100% the remake. Welcome to you, Ring Bear, and welcome back, I guess. Oh, thank you. Glad you enjoyed watching this. Welcome to Spiky Tiger, the bane of everybody's casual playthrough existence, because this guy is mean. He has a high chance to just knock your characters unconscious whenever he, well, hits them. Also, I'm gonna set the boy here to be aggressive, so he's gonna attack on his own volition. And I'm going to manually move the lady to be... that's fine. I'm gonna manually move the lady to be in front of Spiky Tiger's mouth intentionally. Also, the lady is going to go down from this jump. Now I'm gonna actually move the sprite. Okay, basically this guy has a high chance of, instead of jumping back away, he would try to do like a grounded attack. So what I'm doing here is I'm intentionally moving the sprite, or whichever character I'm in control of, for him to, instead of doing anything else, he would eat that character in order to deal damage to them. Also, sometimes the boomerang is weird and doesn't hit him on the side tower. Like, usually it works, I guess, but the bow is just more reliable in order to hit the guy. Couldn't tell you why this happens, though. Anyways, he's being a bit of a meanie. See, I can't hit him with the boomerang at all. Oh, you're fine. Oh, now you hit with the boomerang. Anyways, you're gonna take damage here. And in case you're curious, in glitchless runs, cancelling damage is allowed. So you just attack this way with a spell that would knock out the boy. I'm just gonna heal the boy instead, cancelling the damage and healing him in the process. Also, I'm going to give one of these to Taco. And the lady should be fine here. Yes. Let's give the boy a melee weapon, so he's gonna probably hit. Give the boy the sword so he does more damage. Anyways, I'm intention. This guy today refuses to let me demonstrate why I'm standing in front of his mouth. I'm standing in front of his mouth because anything else he does on the ground instead of just like a different type of attack would be significantly more dangerous and devastating to my entire party. Like he can spin around like a pinball, jump up and crash down on your party where you're currently located. He is really just being a big meanie head sitting on the side tower here. Alright, the sprite would go down, the boy would go down. If you stand in the corner here facing up, you will usually not get hit unless you're the sprite. The sprite sometimes gets hit anyways. Yeah, you basically just get one of your characters intentionally eaten, because that is the least damaging thing he can do when he's just sitting on the ground normally. However, at any point, if he feels like it, he can just jump away. He normally doesn't do it that frequently, but I mean, this can still happen. I do recommend you just stock up on candy and chocolate. And another recommendation I would make, only try to keep 2 characters alive. Like, you don't need to have the sprite and the lady alive. You only need to have 2 characters alive in order to battle this guy, and it probably will save you resources instead of trying to keep everybody alive. Anyways, you get the whip, one of my favorite weapons in the game, because it's basically just a long-range melee weapon. And we also get 50 monies in order to get teleported outside, because if you don't pick up the 50 gold chest, LNE doesn't teleport you outside. Alrighty, anything else? I feel like I missed some stuff in chat. And again, as usual, if anybody would like... Oh! Wait, it's been 1 hour. I'm slightly late in this, but Happy New Year. I think to Australia, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken. But... I hope you have an excellent time, and I wish you a good start in the new year. That happens to be your time zone. I should try to, like, take a quick break, but I guess I was just stuck in the Spiky Tiger boss fight for a little bit longer than I intended. And then I almost forgot about it, but yeah, Happy New Year to you, my friends. Righty, Whip. Whip is nice because, again, it's just a long-range attack that hits decently fast. And it was the favorite weapon my sister always liked to use. Like, given the option, she would just pick the whip and just whack enemies from a safe distance very efficiently. Wait, where did it go? Right, wrong way. So, there are a select few enemies that don't have an item drop, and these fishy are some of them. For this, I basically just require myself to defeat one of them, and that's that. But for some reason, these fish just never drop an item. That's just how it is. Maybe funny thing to notice, when they are on low HP, they have like that silly little low HP animation going on. Ouch. That guy's not low HP yet. And he now is no HP anymore. Basically, they just turn into a weird eaten fish thing. It's kind of strange. Welcome to... What's up, by the way? Is she gone? Welcome to the Biting Lizard. The Biting Lizard... Well, actually, Handpull first. This thing has 600 HP, but after you deal 300 HP damage, it will just transform into its next form with 777 HP. No, the damage does not carry over between the forms. And there we go. If you somehow manage to deplete this guy's remaining HP in one hit before he transforms, you actually knock him out for good. Which is not something you can reasonably do without glitches in this first battle here, but it's technically a possibility to deplete the temple's entire HP pool. Anyways, this guy has 777 HP and I believe 6 MP to work with. And Cure Water costs 2 NP to cast, which means he can cast a grand total of 3 Cure Waters in order to heal himself for an additional 600-ish HP. So it's more like he has about 1350 HP instead of, 777. But also, if you stand close enough to him, he stops moving, but he can only attack you when he is, like, at a straight line, standing, to be able to use his tongue straight up, straight down, straight left, and straight right. So just sitting at a diagonal makes you be perfectly safe. Do they not have an item assigned, or do they just have no drops? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure how it works in the code, but the fish just don't have, like, anything written in there, I guess. Actually, technically speaking, I think the little spreadsheet I have labels their item drops as 0 GP, but I don't really know, like, whether that's what they technically would drop if you were to force an item chest drop there. Alrighty. And now we have Undini. We get the pole dart weapon, one of my favorites, mostly because it is a ranged weapon that is very quick to use. The boomerang and the bow both have a bit of a wind-up time, the boomerang notably being weirdly unreliable at times to hit enemies at a range, for arcane reasons. Welcome to you, Berserk, now. Thank you for the luck. Alrighty, anyways, we do have now spells, and we would like to use them in order to level up the sprite's magic. So, it does not matter if you defeat an enemy with your spells, or not. It just matters that you cast the spells in order to level them up. We could theoretically level up the lady spells as well along the way, but that's not going to be necessarily relevant until a bit later. Also, chaining damage, by the way, is an intended mechanic to be able to, like, add up the damage. The game specifically has, like, a method associated with it, or a function, where you as the player, you add up the damage if you hit an enemy with a spell multiple times in a row, so you don't override your own damage. Enemies, if they use multiple spells on a row in your attack before the previous animation finishes, actually override their own damage. Kind of like how you can override the damage from an enemy with an item in order to heal instead. So, basically, the developer who created this game was well aware of the quirks of how the damage system works, because they specifically programmed a workaround for it for the player to chain spells and for them to add up the damage. So it's, I guess, just a quirk of the engine of how spells in general work. Also, by the way, our only reliable way at the early stages of the game to recover MP is to sleep at an inn. You do not recover MP in this version when you level up. Oh, I forgot to split. Whoopsie. Thank you for letting me know. We probably could hide the comparison sometime soon. That would probably be the reasonable thing to do, but because, again, the additional chess challenge is not particularly conducive to being rather fast. But I also felt like maybe it just kind of elongates the early game a little bit, but also just shows more of the game along the way. For example, I imagine a lot of people like to just farm these two goblins in particular, because they give really good experience, and occasionally, if you get the rare drop from them, some of them can even drop you fairy walnut. By the way, you can even chain a physical attack at the tail end of a spell into as well. So, I'm going to just try and hit these guys repeatedly. I don't know why that guy took an 18 there, after it already went down. But we actually need to get a chest drop from both the pink goblins as well as the blue goblins. I believe the blue goblins are actually Ma goblins, whereas the pink goblins are literally just called goblins, if I'm not mistaken. And we also need to get the chest drop from these chess masters, or whatever they're called. Anyways, in order to farm this guy in particular, there must be another enemy loaded because they are not currently multiplying anymore. Hoping to get the chest from this guy first, that way we don't have to wait for duplication anymore. And then there's these guys. These guys have, I believe, evasion. Yeah. Where the game just doesn't tell you, but randomly, about, I don't know, 25% of the time, your attack will just do nothing. It certainly doesn't feel like 25% of the time sometimes. Also, it says evade up, but to my knowledge, it doesn't actually do anything. Well, at least, evade up doesn't do anything for the player, to my knowledge. Also, hits chance up also doesn't do anything for the player. Fun fact. Just doesn't work. Anyways. I'm gonna let this guy spawn. Two buddies. There it is. And they are pretty dangerous because they can attack really fast and just lock down your entire character cast, kinda like this. So I need to be careful about this. The whip is an excellent weapon for this, in large part because it just attacks really fast and at a decent distance where the enemies often can't attack us back from. So for that purpose alone, the whip is just very convenient to use. So, we would like to have level 1 Undine before we defeat the next boss. Although I guess with these levels that we are at this point, it's not all that necessary. Level 1 Undine is going to be usually sufficient. But now think about it, I probably should use Undine on the chess knights in order to knock those guys out reliably, or at least semi-reliably. Because trying to hit them with weapons is a bit of an ordeal, I guess. Something you never do... something you do a lot in Secret Mode, almost never see you do, is strafe, holding R to maintain your direction while moving. Yes. Well, I mean, I do that... You also have to hold the B button in order to strafe, which is a bit of a restriction. But yes, that is actually something a lot of people are not quite aware of, that you can do that. I mostly just do it for fun during like cutscene segments, like the Sand Ship. But very occasionally, very rarely, I do use it too for like actual combat. Notably, Boreal Face is one of the bosses when I defeat them with weapons. I want to nudge myself into a corner of the area, or the arena, you know, and then defeat them anyways. Alright. Gonna have the sprite cast freeze on this guy, and I'm gonna try to chain a physical attack at the tail end of the attack, which was slightly late, but it didn't matter too much. And now we're trying to get the chest from these guys. A chest from chest knights. On the level 1, which is the current maximum level we can have. And I wish you the best as well for 2026, TheOnlyKyo. Thank you kindly. But yeah, in case anybody does not know, if you hold down the B button and L, or B button and R, you actually don't change your facing direction. You keep facing the same direction you've been facing the entire way through as well. Oh, the sprite went down. That's inconvenient. Because now we can't use spells on these guys anymore. Also, in order to get safely outside, we can always just use a magic rope, which brings us back to the entrance. We could actually, with the amount of money we have, quite reasonably upgrade our equipment, so we have a bit of better defense. Technically, the best armor the lady could buy is the Kung Fu suit in the outside city, not in here. So, for now, she gets a chain vest instead. And Veiled Fury, thank you. Thank you so much for 64 months of support. That's a long time already. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. Come on back. By the way, ghosts cannot run canonically in this game. They can only walk. And welcome as well, NY Rambler. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the good luck. The boy gets to live this time? He does get to live this time, yes. But instead I've added the one chest challenge to it. That way, instead of just running past literally every enemy like you usually do, I actually have to defeat a bunch of them to try and get the 1 in 16 chest drop rate. I probably should have put that on the layout somewhere. Uh-oh. Get desynchronized. I guess it's fine. Chest? No chest. Uh-oh. Oh, you can heal. That's a lot of healing, actually. I would prefer if you didn't do that. Chest? No chest. Arrow reaches level 1. Notably, the arrow reaches level 1. It's not the bow that reaches level 1, it's the arrows. Which I always found to be kind of peculiar. But I suppose it makes sense in that arrows are the parts of the weapon that actually deal damage to the enemy. I just always think of the bow leveling up instead of the arrows though. Because you also get bow orbs, not arrow orbs. Alright, trying to get the chest knights here. I think this room is the best for chest knights. I'm actually really not sure about that though. There's like one room later down the road where that just only has a chest knight immediately as you enter it. And these guys also have the goblins, but while they still need the goblins too, I guess that's fine. Just a little bit sketchy because they could just stunlock our entire party. Admittedly, if you have an entire party of 3 characters instead of only 1 character, them getting a stunlock on you is significantly less likely. That guy not spawn or something? Do I need to be further away? Oh, he still doesn't spawn. Weird. There are 2 in this room, right? I'm not crazy. Well, maybe I'm crazy, but you know what I mean. By the way, a single goblin can throw boomerangs fast enough to stun-lock you into oblivion forever if they feel like it. That's kind of the danger of these goblins. Like, they have a super quick boomerang throw for some reason. Hello? Chessmaster? Is it because the enemies down here spawned? Probably. I guess there are, like, slimes. And goblins. And that bat over here. I guess it's a bit of an awkward room to farm then. Okay, in this case, let's go and move on to the future room, I suppose, that I'm thinking of. There is another goblin over here. think we can surprise it with it. Oh, he was already awake. Jump attack. Don't know what woke him up, actually. Usually they are still briefly asleep at least. Happy New Year is level 12 already. Excellent. With level 1. I'm gonna give you... Actually, no, we need the whip. And I need the sword in order to deal decent damage to these enemies. Wow. He also just doesn't get stun locked sometimes, he just decides to throw the boomerang anyways. Just quite rude, if you ask me. Two chest drops, wait. Was this one of each? We get candy. Let's see. That must have been from a regular goblin. And this one here. We're gonna get 60 GP. We actually got both of them at the same time. That's crazy. Classic, who needs to farm? Hey, I farmed the first room a bunch. But yes, this makes that a lot easier because now we have to, can just move on. Although I would like to have the sprite alive for the upcoming section, which also means I probably should briefly go and get a cup of wishes. Nice. Alrighty. Let me actually briefly check what the agility thing is for these guys. Let's see, monster data. Goblin. So, not the other goblin, not the cute goblin. Let's buy cups of wishes for later. They're also cheaper here at half price compared to Neko. Do you have candy still? No. So, let's see, goblins. They have a trap agility level of 24. That's true for... Actually, Goblin has a trap agility level of 32. Alright, so what that means is basically my character has a certain amount of agility. In this case, it is 25. So, in fact, we were guaranteed to not get a chest trap from the regular goblin, but for the Goblin, we had a 50-50 chance to get a trap because our agility is not high enough level to guarantee to dodge that trap. And welcome to you, Racodactyls. Hope you're doing well. And I wish you a happy end to 2025 as well. Also, welcome to you, Ryak. And welcome to anybody else who might have joined us one way or another. If I managed to note your name yet or not, I hope you're doing well. Alright, so we're now going to go after specifically the chest knights. And in order to do so, I would like to have, preferably... Oh, there's a weird animation there. I would preferably have no enemies in the way, but, you know, the AI loves to get stuck everywhere. They are not good at maneuvering past enemies because, of course, if there's an enemy close by, they're trying to engage in combat with them, whatever their current settings are. Oh, next room. So this room is the one I'm thinking of. Oh, I missed. Wait, the chest knight? Wait, they're not gonna spawn though, are they? Like, I think these chest knights are not gonna spawn. Wait, Spiky? Why do you not cast a spell? I told you to cast a spell, please. You're probably in a recovery or something. So I think these chest sites are actually not gonna spawn when we walk backwards through the door. Because I believe enemies cannot spawn too close to the player when you enter a room. And I think they might... What the heck is going on with that guy? He's attacking like 4 times in a row. I didn't realize they were as aggressive as the Nemesis Owl sometimes. It's crazy. Anyways, I think they are not gonna spawn when you come back here. Oh, I'm mistaken. Okay. I'm not complaining though. This makes fighting a lot easier. By the way, the damage is split among all targets when you multi-target spells. And we actually specifically prefer to not have the kid or the goblin over there get caught in the damage blast. That's a nice crit right there. It's not gonna work out real for me, is it? Yeah, save recently. Alright, let's get out of here. I mean, getting to that room also takes a while, so maybe it's better to try and somehow figure out how to farm room 1. I definitely would like to have spells specifically for the chest knights. I just kind of wish we could level up our spells 1 stage higher, but we can't do that until we seal the mana seed at the end. Which I guess, technically, we can seal the mana seed at the end without making the enemies despawn. Because the trigger for the enemies to despawn is watching the cutscene where Gnome joins you, the second elemental spirit of Earth. I didn't do that right. Now they're gonna get murdered. Alright, let's go in here. Hit that guy once. And immediately run to the right. This seems to spawn that guy reliably. So let's just try and take advantage of that. Just the resetting part is gonna be a bit more awkward. Chest? No chest. Aren't the chest knights also in the next dungeon? Are they? I don't remember. That sounds plausible. That sounds very likely, actually, now that you mention it. I can't remember a good room for it, though. But then again, I didn't really exactly do much research for this beforehand, to be completely honest. I just thought it sounded like a fun idea. Also, apparently that just one-shot that guy this time. Please let me through. Just a friendly reminder about the armor never equipped it. Oh. I do it way too often. Thank you, Jesse. Yes, that is indeed something that I do. Way too often. Thank you. It's much easier to not get murdered as much when you have the defenses. I would guess somebody else mentioned that too. And I'm just bad at reading chat. Welcome to you, all in on us. Hope you're doing well. New Year's ritual has started. Something like that. And the spider's out of MP. So I guess we want to reset. Maybe I should just do regular attacks. Do these guys have defense? They do have defense, actually. When an enemy has defense, generally speaking, charge attacks can be more desirable, because defense is effectively like a flat reduction on the damage. But the damage multiplication aspect of your, you know, regular attack where if you charge up to level 2, it is like plus 100% damage. It is multiplied before the enemy subtracts its defense from it. So effectively, you get actually a lot more than 100% extra damage from charging up your attack. It's 50% per level, by the way. 50% per charge level, so level 2, that's 100%. Is 100% all skulls and magic full? Oh, all skills and magic full. Yes, that's gonna be part of the plan. Everything, all the weapons that we can get without glitches to 8.99, which means the sword is actually gonna be the one weapon that will be stuck at level 8.00. Because unless you glitch in the mana sword early, you actually can never level up the mana sword beyond level 8.99. That's actually not something you can normally do. I'm reasonably certain it's efficient for me to go and... My goodness. Please hit. And reset the sprite's MP each time. For this. Chest? No chest from the chest knight. You know, you think that the chest knight just drop chests much more frequently considering it's called a chest knight. But they did forget the T and put a second S there for some reason. So maybe that's why. At some point I did an all drops challenge run for this game, where I basically went to try and get literally every item drop from every enemy. And unfortunately I have absolutely no memory of that run. I just know that I did it. But there's probably a bunch of techniques and things from there where there would be more efficient places to grind out enemies in particular. That would probably help. There's one thing in particular that I do remember from that run though, and that is that the yellow scorpions in the desert you cannot get back to. Without glitches, that is. After you leave, like the initial being lost in the desert portion of the game. To my knowledge, there are no yellow scorpions anywhere you can get to later down the road. And JP Erics, thank you. Thank you kindly for 59 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. Is the current split set without the one chest challenge? Yes, this is new. I guess we could remove the comparison, but I don't have like set times for them. I don't know, would it make more sense to just have nothing there, or how would you prefer that? Also, I goofed up the running there. I don't see anything in the chat, so I assume it's on the other side. I should check. It's kind of difficult to do during this. So if I mess up, enemies will murder me. Okay, so at least try. Why does this require a user? Does it? I think it should just require a name. Although you should be able to just flag anonymous, doesn't it? Anyways, why does this require a user? Tipped $50, that's a crazy amount for me. Thank you. That's a lot of money. Really appreciate that. And they say, for the new year, hope your streams won't be all gone. Have enjoyed them. Oh, thank you kindly. But yeah, the streams will not be all gone. Basically, no matter what. But at the same time, if my previous, like, workplace, when I worked as a QA for a bit, has showed me anything, is I will probably have very little energy and or time to stream when I have a more regular job. That's just the nature of it. But yeah, thank you kindly. I'm never gonna be fully gone. I do also plan on keeping up the New Year's tradition of Secret of Mana 100%. And, you know, maybe then I don't have to have an ugly donation bar at the bottom left. Because, again, I really don't like that thing. For anybody who does not know, I hate having a donation bar on stream. But at the same time, that's just, you know, part of trying to make a living, I suppose. Regardless, maybe to more pleasant matters, I believe the sprite needs one more level to have 12 MP total, or maximum. That means we could cast one extra spell. So I was kind of considering resetting instead of just, you know, teleporting out and going to sleep. But I think I will do that once the sprite hits one extra level. That way they will be able to cast one extra spell and we'll be able to defeat like one extra chest knight reliably this way around. Right, also I need to not forget to add the donations to the bar manually, because I don't have a system that adds them. But yeah, thank you kindly, I really appreciate that. You were just wondering about the big time difference. Yeah, probably, you know what, let's just go this way. Compare against empty. That way it's not gonna be as confusing. I was thinking it would be kinda neat to have, like, an end split, but I would have had to set this up from the beginning entirely differently in order for it to make sense. For reference, my very first 100.99% run, as I call them nowadays, took 32 hours and 50 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Since then, I have learned a lot about the 100% runs, but also simultaneously, I have done a bunch of 100% runs without the 0.99% from the sword. And those tend to be very, very variable on how long they take, just entirely on the basis of how to put it. Entirely on the basis of drop luck. Like, we've had as low as the 20-hour run at some point, I believe, to get... Actually, was it 20 hours? It was way faster than the first one anyways. And then the other time we had so much more of a grind until we got there. I believe we got to like a 1 percentile in one specific case of drop luck, where we got up to like the chance for me having received the orb, I believe specifically from the winter, at that point was like 99 point something percent. Which, you know, generally speaking, you would prefer to get a bit luckier on your item drops, right? But at some point, you're just kind of curious as in how much longer can it possibly take to get that item drop. And it once again becomes entertaining / fascinating at that stage. And rest well, Kyo, thank you so much. By the way, if anybody is curious about the 10 years thing, in short, first and foremost, it is a celebration of, you know, I have been allowed to stream full-time for 10 years. Actually, more than 10 years, really. And I felt like a little bit of a throwback marathon of all the various games that we have played in the past would be in order. And in a sense, Secret of Mana is, or was at least originally planned to be, the final game for whichever series of and sets of games we played. I let people vote across the entire month for what they would like to see as the next game in question, and we have played a bunch of old favorites like Terranigma, Tales of Fantasia, and also Trials of Mana as it is nowadays known. Basically, games that we haven't played in quite a while. It was kind of nice to revisit them. Skies of Arcadia was in there, Crystal Project as well. old and more recent games too, I guess, in a sense. And originally I planned on just making this last only December, but I feel like, again, filling up the entire donation bar was from my... Oh, chest, we got it! I'm good. Medical herb, 1 fit. That is the common drop, I believe. It is. Alrighty, we got the chest knight. Just need to make sure that we get the bus fee at some point. And that's everything here. Nice. Before the sprite even hit the next level. Which shouldn't be too far away. Anyways, basically, in short, I feel like I owe it to everybody to at least finish the list of games that we have started for the most part. There's a certain few games that I have taken off of the list because based on the votes they were just not as interesting to most people. But that's kind of going to be my, I guess you could say, final hurrah. That's a bit more dramatic than I made it to be. But basically, it's gonna be what I'll be streaming in January while I still have time. And I will actually make a proper schedule for the remaining games that are still on the list, like Goof Troop. There's going to be a bit of, well, 1-player 2-controller stuff for Goof Troop that I have played in the past, but also I'd like to actually look into some of the ROM hacks, because they were quite fun. And there's also a few other games still on that list that I would like to play through. And if you're interested in watching something that maybe already has passed, like Trials of Mana or Terranica or Tales of Fantasia, thanks to Kyo, we're actually having cleaned up and cut versions of those playthroughs from December already up on YouTube, so I would not have the energy or time to dedicate to doing that, to be completely honest, during the entire December, so it's literally only thanks to Kyo that we have uploaded these to YouTube. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, well, flashing lights warning. I forgot about this one. The next one, flashing lights warning that happens, is in front of the Pandora ruins. Anyways, welcome to the fire, Gigas. He, unfortunately for him, has a weakness to ice. And unfortunately for him, our sprite has a lot of spell power with the levels we have accumulated and the level 1 Undyne. So he's not gonna survive this with his 850 HP. But alrighty. Oh, by the way, leave me a link to the YouTube thing. If anybody would like to watch these things over there, because, you know, watching stuff on YouTube is just more convenient in a lot of cases, especially since for some reason Twitch hides the ability to like rewind on like live on stream to previous sections behind being Prime or subscriber. I don't understand why they are not just making that the default for everybody, to be honest. Like, basically, that's one of the most convenient things whenever I watch streams on YouTube. I can just go back in the stream in order to watch the previous sections easily whenever I want to. Alrighty. By the way, I think I'm technically mistaken. I think if you just talk to Watts, then the enemies don't despawn, but when you interact with the mana seed afterwards and get this cutscenes, then all the enemies are gone from this area here in particular. Turbon, not Prime, right. I think you know what I mean then, I guess. It's because of ads. I suppose. I guess on a technical level it kinda makes sense. By the way, spells level up very much like weapons, except that the spells don't have that awkward phase where we can only earn half experience. With an asterisk, if I were to cast spells right here with the lady in this room, she actually would get only half the experience for casting spells, because we're in a town, aka we don't have our weapons from. This room, we have our weapons out. The lady would get full spell experience from casting spells in here. Not entirely sure why they are changing that, but oh well. Okay, I can upgrade the axe. I don't want to upgrade the spear, we keep it at level 1. For the foreseeable future. And I think we can upgrade the sword like twice. That's fine, I think. On the couch under the blanket. I hope you have it nice and comfy. Alrighty, so we're still looking for the Spies, these guys. They need to give us a chest still. And they actually go down pretty easily. Thanks to our increased levels, and increased attack power, and basically they are just not a big challenge anymore. I'm gonna have the sprite actually start casting slowdown, because once again, it does not matter how much MP the spell costs or how strong the spell is. As long as the spell is cast, we get magic experience, in this case 9 magic experience each. Which, by the way, fun fact, on weapons there's a weird quirk where if you reach 99 experience on a weapon, you level up. On spells you need to reach 100 experience to level up. So effectively you only need to defeat 11 enemies to level up from weapon level 0 to level 1, whereas you need to cast 12 spell casts on a spell. As indicated by the sprite having 11 MP, slowdown costs 1 MP. That means this was 11 spell casts because the sprite is out of MP. So that's 1 more spell cast to get from 0.99 up to 1.0 spells. Also, now that we have sealed the Mana Seed of Earth, we can actually level up our spell to the next level as well. I'm gonna briefly make a pit stop here to level up. Well, actually not level up. Heal our MP on the sprite. When you cast spells repeatedly before the damage numbers pop up, does that cap at total damage that's stacked? Yes. The maximum, basically if you just cast 50 spells in a row or however many you can, that number will be 999 damage, and that will be the maximum you can get in that one spell cast. You specifically have to wait until that number pops up in order to then subsequently deal more damage afterwards. So it doesn't, like, it adds up the damage up to 999, but then it just, any further damage than that is going to be lost. Hey, there's a chest. We now have the Busby chest, and it is 22 GP. We haven't gotten a single rare drop so far from all of these chests. That's okay. We're gonna get some of them sometime. Well, we have to in order to fulfill the 100% requirements later down the road. In case you're curious, the common drop rate, actually no, let's put it the other way around. The rare drop rate for items from chests, assuming we don't get a trap, is 7 in 64 chance of happening. That is almost 11%, but not quite. Which means, after slightly more than 9 chests, we have the expected drop rate of having acquired the item. Also, by the way, flashing lights warning for this little cutscene when the lady gets slapped in just a moment here. I think, there it is. There's gonna be another one once we get to the cutscene at the end of this. There. Oh, right, there was another one. Okay, now it's over for the lady to induce flashing. Okay, welcome to the watch out place. Now, these tomato guys notoriously have a low magic defense and really high otherwise defense, let's put it this way. So, I would like to just try and farm them. Plus, these swords here are actually really awkward. If you try to get damage on them, you can hit them while they're on the ground. But while they are getting up, they are like flying enemies where they have a brief vulnerability, and of course they have evasion too. They're not nearly as bad as other flying swords because I think they don't always cast like their saber, but I think they can. So I'm basically just standing next to him. Swing my weapon when we get there. Level 13, that's the key level for the sprite to have 12 maximum MP. And since Gem Missile costs 2 MP, Freeze also costs 2 MP, we now can cast 6 Gem Missiles or 6 Freezes in order to get that stuff done. Zombie. Nothing drops for us. I wonder if I can just push these two together and it would be fine, but I actually don't know. Also, both of them just decided to cast a Saber spell. Moon Saber is arguably the worst they can use. Ow. Stop. And we're just resetting this. Because Moon Saber also heals them for the same damage they deal. Which is very inconvenient to try and take them down with. And zombies. I don't know why, but as a kid I enjoyed whacking the zombies. Because they have goofy animations. And I didn't really know what a zombie was, so that kind of helped. Like I didn't recognize that a zombie is technically like a dead person. It was just a weird enemy to me at the time. I did not like that stuff in games at all. I was afraid of skulls for no reason. Well, I say no reason, but I don't know why, but I didn't like those things in the least. There's a tomato guy in here? Really? Huh. That's interesting. Wait, did that remove your Moon Saber? Almost wanna get hit by that guy just to see if the defender spell cut. Yeah, actually that removed his Moon Saber. Oh, because it was before the last hit. Because the last hit, technically, you don't benefit from the thing anymore. Right. Anyways. I'm gonna use a magic rope to get back to the entrance slightly more easily. And now that we have 12 MP, I think what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna run over to the dungeon here. Cast our spells. And if we don't get anything, we just reset, because that's probably faster than running back and healing this way. So we need to actually get the item chests from zombies, from Tomato Man, and evil swords, because you can no longer backtrack to those according to my notes. Seeing that people calls to our primal instincts as in it might mean danger, I suppose so. So weird entering this place without the watch out message, because of course normally in most other runs I just run through here once and don't acknowledge the remainder. Oh, we have the zombie chest. Let's see. We currently have how much agility? We have 26 agility. I believe you need more than that in order to guarantee the trap thing. Trap agility of 30. We need 32 agility in order to guarantee not get hit by the trap. We don't have analyzer to negate that, so that's just how it is. So 50-50 chance to get a trap, but I don't really care what's in the chest, including traps. That's a bomb. I believe bombs actually deal like percentile based damage, so that's why it is so little most of the time. It's like, I don't know, 1/8 of my HP. But at the same time, it's never particularly, like, dangerous. Also, a Mac bar, thank you. Thank you kindly for subscribing. With the tier 1 thing, really appreciate that. Oh yeah, right. Probably should have the sprite cast, because we don't need this guy to spawn zombies. It's just not necessary. I'm just... Actually, I probably should have both the sprite and the lady attack on their own volition. Because their damage adding up on these enemies in particular would actually be helpful. Because that way we can keep them stun locked for, well, an easier time to knock them down. Because I believe you can add damage to them even if they are in their hurt animation. Yes, you can. Which is not true for every enemy. Sometimes it is more beneficial if the sprite and the lady don't try to hit the enemies. But here we can just stack damage onto these swords. And I think this is the most efficient way to farm these guys. I'm actually really not sure whether that's true or not. Because I think I'm gonna give the sprite a different weapon. They are not really all that... Wait. Use the pole dart, that's fine. Also have the sprite cast a spell on this guy up there. We're also simultaneously leveling up Gnome as we go, I guess. So there's another reason where we want to just keep our MP, I guess. Or our levels. Sprite has 6 MP remaining. You just realized Yaga doing 100% is still faster at playthrough than you do for casual play. I mean, to be fair, I don't think, well, it's a fair comparison realistically. Because if somebody has done something 1,000 times, which I probably have by now. Actually, 1,000 is a lot. Hundreds of times. Then you kind of naturally just get more efficient and better at it. By virtue of repetition, and since a lot of my playing this game has been about efficiency and speed, it just naturally tends to turn out to be a bit faster than a more casual approach. Delicious walnuts. They are very delicious. You know what, actually, that's an interesting point. We could just use the fairy walnuts too. If I plan on resetting anyways, whenever we don't get a chest and run out of MP, we might as well use the fairy walnut, right? We did get a chest this time round. Like, it's not a requirement for me to keep the contents of the chest, but I just think it makes sense. So we're gonna go back and save, and then we still need the chest from those guys. By the way, this little in-between portion, before the temple, in between Pandora, that location does not have its own music attached to it, so it will play whatever music was playing just beforehand, I think. That's true for quite a lot of locations, like, for example, the place where you initially meet Dialogue and his soldiers before they head over to the Witch's Forest. At the beginning of the game, that room also does not have its own music attached to it. Actually, let's see whether that's true or not. Yeah, the music just continues playing and only changes here. Oh. This room doesn't change. Interesting, so that one also doesn't have music attached to it. Rainy. Come on, evil swords. Nice hit. Silly, in a weird kind of way, Secret of Mana is a lot like Trials of Mana, where there's actually not that many things to find along the way. But because occasionally there is stuff to find along the way, like extra orbs for weapons, you just kind of still feel compelled to go and explore anyways. And I feel like Trials of Mana is particularly mean in that because there is basically nothing worthwhile in side paths or areas for the most part. But the very first, like, town has items that you can find in like a little side area, but that's it. You don't get anything else for almost the rest of the game, until I guess Mirage Palace, which is like the one exception. Also, I'm talking about the original, of course, I guess. Because yes, the remake for that game actually makes that a lot nicer in my opinion, where exploring actually does feel reasonably rewarding. Also, in case you're curious, excuse me, Rock Slide does deal more damage. It has the same baseline attack power as Freeze, but it also costs more. So I think we're out of MP on the sprite. Right. Yeah. So this is where we just get the sprite. That's where we get the sprite. Not a fairy walnut. We give it to the ladybugs and whoops. Funnily enough, I could actually use the lady spells as well. Because I think you can't petrify the swords. I could be mistaken about that, but I'm pretty sure you can theoretically petrify the tomato guys. And when you petrify an enemy, you actually reduce their current HP by half. And that's before your damage swing counts, so theoretically you can one-shot them with half the amount of damage. Yeah, you can petrify these guys. Also has the nice side effect of them not being able to do anything anymore. Oh, you can petrify these things. Huh. Oh yeah, actually we didn't get a chest, so let's just reset. The new Trials game? Well, the remake. By now it's also a few years old already, I guess. I mean, there's been a new Mana game though, which I liked overall. I think it was pretty decent. Alrighty. Gonna have the lady give me Stone Saber. Single target. Well, I guess at level 0 you could actually just multi-target Stone Saber and get like 6 uses of Stone Saber total, 2 on each. Single target is only 3 uses of Stone Saber if I'm not mistaken. No chests. Oh, I forgot to mark off the zombie chest. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Oopsie. Yes, I'm not that good at keeping track of things. That's why I have a checklist for everything. But if you forget to update the checklist, then things get a lot more complicated all of a sudden sometimes. Come on. Just please. I don't even know where you wanna farm the tomato guys. I guess there's like a double spawn in one of the later rooms. But we also would need... We would also need enough MP in order to work through that then. But yeah, I don't really worry whether we get the item in question or not for this. Right now we don't actually have the means to guarantee being able to open the chest. I think it would just add a bit too much extra time if I were to also have to avoid the trap as well. So it's literally just get a singular chest from the enemy. Like, even if I don't open it, I would still count it in this particular scenario, because we got a chest from the enemy. Whether we accept the gift is a different topic, I guess. They attacked at the exact wrong time this time, unfortunately. The sprite's still dead. There we go. Chest? No chest. Last spell cast for the sprite. Gonna give them a fairy walnut. This time I'm gonna give it to the sprite. Come on, knock him out. Please. Come on, knock him out. When I was younger, sometimes you have chests that run away from you. I thought, oh, when the chests run away from you, they have a higher chance of being trapped. That is not the case. I just thought that much at the time. I actually don't even know when chests start running away from you, instead of just sitting there. Probably once we hit a certain threshold of enemy levels. You thought the same about running chests? Right. I mean, maybe you just remember those chests more in particular because that is later in the game, and that is when, I guess, you start being able to get the traps that can one-shot you potentially. I was really afraid of the little Skull Reaper guy showing up in a chest, to the point where in one of my earlier plays, I actually stopped picking up chests because the guy just kept showing up in the Mana Fortress. And I didn't want that guy to show up in the Mana Fortress. What determines whether the chest runs from you? I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. It's probably just a flag in the code where it indicates that the chest does that or not. Actually, I wonder if I have that flag. Hold up. Everybody's missing today. Let me actually check real quick. Maybe we'll have to raw stuff somewhere. Raw monsters. Chest. Does a chest raid run? Oh, yeah, it's a flag in the code apparently. Apparently the green drops have the chests being able to run. There's only 32 chests in the game that run. The Goblin one runs, the Ice Thug runs, the Kimono Bird runs, etc. Yeah, it's just a flag in the code apparently. That's interesting. Is there a chance to get the small man that gets stuck on the chest early in the game? No, you only get that late game. I actually don't know when he can start showing up, but the running theory is that he starts showing up in the Mana Fortress. But yeah, the Shadow Zero is actually, it's a rare trap specifically, from what I know. Like, when you get a trap, there's, I think, and I don't know that for sure, a 1 in 16 chance for the Shadow Zero to show up instead. And you actually get the Shadow Zero animation, like the normal one, where it just shows up and then runs away, most of the time. But you get the rare animation for the Shadow Zero to get stuck in the lid of the chest instead. much less frequently than that. Like, it might be 1 in 16 after the Shadow Zero already shows up or something like that. So it would be a 1 in 256 whenever you get a trap in the chest, aka a 1 in 512 for any chest that can potentially still be trapped for the Shadow Zero to get stuck in the lid. I think. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's how it works. Which, by the way, also kind of explains why my efforts to try and get the rare trap drop in my all item drops from enemies run kind of was fruitless at the time. Because it is very rare, I suppose. I mean, if you calculate it on the drop rate for chests on top of that, you're suddenly getting super low odds to ever see the Shadow Zero getting stuck in the chest. I do wonder what the actual probability is, because those numbers are just like... I seem to remember them from somewhere, but I don't have a proper, like, source for them. I bet Reggers in the randomizer Discord would be able to figure that out. Shoutouts to Moppleton for creating the randomizer, as well as the Secret of Mana editor. If you've seen that one around, it's probably Moppleton's creation. And Reggers also. These two are basically exceptionally familiar with the inner workings of Secret of Mana, and I occasionally can just ask them all sorts of questions, as in, how does this work? And they can just answer me, which is awesome. So maybe, if I remember, I could ask them about Shadow Zero traps. Speaking of traps, I'd like to get some chests sometime here. Enemies in here even drop chests. Surely they can, right? It's a 1 in 16, it shouldn't be that rare. Every 5 times we enter the room, we have like a 50-50 shot at getting one. But this reminds me very distinctly of a room in the Grand Palace with 2 Doom Swords. Neither of which ever seemed to be able to drop chests, but I thought it was tied to... there being like a magic orb in there that you need to activate. I think this room might not have enemy spawn chests. Maybe I'm crazy. But I have the slight suspicion this room cannot have enemy spawn chests. Oh! No, I'm just getting unlucky. See, when you get unlucky, you just start theorizing candy about these kinds of potentials and happenstances. Even though you're wrong sometimes. That's kind of funny when that happens exactly. It's just like, huh, I'm getting really unlucky here. Maybe there's something that prevents the game from spawning chests, which, by the way, I am like 95% certain that is true in the Grand Palace, and because of that one room, I occasionally come back circling around that thought. What if the game can't spawn chests in here? Good news, you might still be crazy. Fair. Just complain always works, evidently. Hello, welcome to as well, Turnberry James. Welcome back. That moment when you hear Yaga ask himself a question about Secret of Mana, a mythical occurrence. I don't know, I feel like I question my knowledge all the time, because I know how terrible I am at memorizing stuff. That's why I write most stuff down, if I remember to do so. Anyways. No, we're just looking for the tomato guys. There's one room I have in mind that I would like to go for, where there should be 2 tomato guys relatively close to each other. Oh yeah, there are chest masters here. I just forgot about them. This would have been a much better room for farming. Doom sword, that's fine. Tomato guy. Oh. If the enemy is too low on the screen, you can't target them with spells, because you can only target stuff on screen that is within like a area. Please let me through. Thank you. Hit that guy too. You know what? We don't need to level up Gnome anymore. We should just use Undini instead. Because that also both levels up Undini, as well as speeds up the Gnome spellcast. A zombie chest. A second one. Wrong one. And it gives us another bomb. Well, that's fair. Anyways, I don't think this room has anything interesting. It's just 2 swords and a tomato guy, probably. However, technically we could, like, set up... Oh, there's 2 swords here, too. Huh. Interesting. We could set up, like, a return room thing. Anyways, this guy is here. And we're gonna give the sprite MP refill, and there's another guy right down below us. This is basically the main reason why I choose this room in particular. Because we should get 2 tomato guys reliably and quickly, as long as we are running straight left in this room here. If you hold up left against this wall, the left guy tomato guy does not spawn. Which is actually what you want to have happen in the speedrun. You try to have that guy not spawn so he's not in the way. So you intentionally run up left against the wall to skip that guy. Thanks, Rectactylus. Didn't we have a way to add these clips to like the quotes at some point? I think we did. I just don't remember how you do that. But that's like a prime clippy thing right there. It's just like immediately get proven wrong. It's probably one of my favorite things. For some reason. Alright, that's my last spellcast. Alright, we reset and go again. Actually, you know what? Considering that we might get unlucky with our spellcast, let's go ahead and buy 4 fairy walnuts so we can just use them repeatedly to grind out these guys slightly more efficiently. So we don't have to re-enter the room quite as frequently. Because we can just recover our MP 4 times instead of just once during our trips. The advantage of this will also be that, of course, as soon as you go like out of your way to make even more preparations, you're gonna get the thing you're looking for immediately afterwards. That's just the traditional rule of these games, isn't it? Hello! What you got? I'd like to shop from you. Thank you. He sells fairy walnuts for 1,000 coins each. But he's also the only guy that sells fairy walnuts in these areas to begin with, so it's not like you have much of a choice if you want to have a MP recovery item. You don't actually know what the normal price is until you finally can buy fairy walnuts in Matango for the first time. That is not at Neko's. When you level up, the MP resets. It does not in this version. It does, I believe, in the remake, if I'm not mistaken. Alrighty, now we need to go and save here, kinda like before. By the way, you don't need to sleep in order to save, you can just say no here, and then save the game instead. Also, if you play the randomizer, I believe there's an option for it to heal you, both HP and MP, which, you know, You can just go and get a level up real quick in order to recover your MP. It's very efficient sometimes even. To go out of your way to just briefly get a level up. Right, freeze! The main downside is that it's a bit of a lengthy-ish animation until it's complete. But as you can see, freeze already deals 278 damage, which is honestly kind of crazy for how early we are in the game. The sprite's spell power is just off the charts. And we get nothing and nothing. You know, we could probably multi-target these guys instead of single-target them. Oh, there's our chest. Ooh. Also, it runs away from us. And from this guy we get a fairy walnut that won't fit because I bought... Of course. I forgot that was their common drop. I could have literally just looked to my second monitor and I used the fairy walnut before. It's fine. But yeah, case in point. Of course we immediately get the thing. After I bought fairy walnuts. I never realized how many tomato guys are in this room. Huh. I guess I could have just walked through the room instead. By the way, you can't go back from here. The game doesn't let you. So you can't actually use this. Can you actually use a magic rope? I'm not gonna try it. Actually, I know you can't use a magic rope here because later on you have to talk to Gemma in order for him to teleport you outside. Alrighty. Dialogue! Happy New Year, Dialogue. And Happy New Year to you as well, Thanatos and Fana. Oh, I forgot to put my Easter egg on this screen. Oh well. Hopefully I'll remember later down the road. Anyways, we have one spellcast remaining of Gem Missile. Easter egg? Yes. Nobody has noticed, don't worry about it. But it's not on this screen. So you would have to go back for December stuff. Anyways, this guy has 900 HP. He is weak to Nob, which also means this wall is canonically wind element. But it's not Easter yet. I don't know what to respond to that, but I suppose you're correct. We get a bow orb. Man, I'll tell you, it's so weird having the characters have decent levels at this point in the game. Normally the sprite just barely reaches 129 HP, having 12 MP in the process. But now we're way beyond that right now. It's so strange. It's gonna be weird if the Easter egg shows up when he rescues Santa. Man, that would be indeed quite strange. Which reminds me, at some point we used to do like rescue Santa runs during Christmas time. We only did like once or twice, but that's also a while ago. That was kind of neat. Shoutouts to Stinger P, my good old speedrunner rival and friend. I think it's been a while since either of us has done any speedrunning. Why are we eking Yakka on? Yeah. Because we care. I mean, that's nice. Commercial is now out of control. Yeah, I mean, Halloween didn't used to be a thing when I was a kid around here, but nowadays it is. It definitely has a lot to do with companies being able to sell you more stuff, but at the same time, you know, I think the fun that it brings for a lot of the kids, and sweets for that matter, might be outweighing the potential negatives, at least in my book. What? Hey! What's indeed? Hey Mana, what's welcome, and welcome back. Still remember. Hope you're doing well. Halloween is the most fun anyway. You see, I don't like spooky stuff. So to me it's just like, sure, if you like Halloween, good for you. I'm just not good with spooky stuff. Anyways, technically we don't have to pick up this chest here in order to get the whip orb, because we can get more chests later. But practically it's right there. Plus I'm actually using the whip all the dang time. Also, there is gonna be the Ice Thug along the way. We can defeat Ice Thug later with Silktails, Nemesis Owl, and Steamed Crabs too. Silktails should be relatively easy. Nemesis Owl, oh boy. Crawlies, Pebblers. Alrighty, welcome to Gilroy. This machine thing does not have any elemental weakness, so to speak. So your best option is to level up underneath, level 2, and just spam freeze. Because that is still way more damage than your regular attacks will do with each spell cast. And guaranteed hits, because of course, like the wall phase earlier, which I didn't even mention, the Kilroy also has a chance to evade your attack. So about, I don't know, probably 25% of the time, you're just gonna miss your fusil attacks, and the game doesn't let you know that it is a chance to hit thing rather than you're not connecting with the weapon. Fun fact, if I go around here and swing with the boy's sword, like this actually still hits him. That is in range of his hitbox. Your melee weapons, like area or coverage effect, is doubled in boss fights for some reason. Projectile weapons are not. Just hide a plushy tarantula everywhere in an unexpected place. Ooh, my mother would hate that. I would probably get a jump out of it too, to be fair. But my mother would especially hate that. Like, it doesn't even have to be a tarantula, it could just be like a normal small-sized spider. As long as you give the tarantula googly eyes, I think I would get initially panic out of it, and then I would kind of laugh. So I guess that would be fine. I do have very mild arachnophobia. It's definitely there, though. Also, I just realized I actually wanted to upgrade my weapon here. Because, we do have a bunch of useful weapon upgrades. Right, I actually never went to Pandora Palace. I could have picked up the Sword Orb and the Spear Orb. I just didn't. We upgrade the Pole Dart, we upgrade the Bow. Well, we could upgrade the spear instead of the whip. But no, I'm actually upgrading the whip this time. We keep the spear at level 1. I need to absolutely make sure to never level up the spear. If I do, please yell at me and make sure that I reset. I'm actually serious about that part. Because if I upgrade the spear, it's gonna be significantly more awkward to level up all of our weapons in the late game. Okay, it's gonna cost me a few hours extra. So even if I literally haven't saved since an hour, it is still worthwhile to reset. Because it will save that much time in the late stages of weapon leveling. In the meantime, let's actually start using different weapons, so we start leveling them up too. It largely is like mostly irrelevant. I guess what I should do is I should just have the characters level up the awkward weapons like boomerang and bow. That would probably make the most sense. Ding. Let me check. I didn't go and open up the thing. My second monitor is a mess of all sorts of nonsense I have open right now, so my alert stuff always falls in the background. Alrighty, water pellets please. Let's see. That is the wrong screen. There we go. Sheepy Sheep, thank you. Thank you kindly. Sheepy Sheep tip $10. Thanks for all the dope streams in the past decade. Best wishes in the new year. Thank you kindly. I really appreciate that. Righty, plus. Thank you very much. Secrets. Just as a heads up, make sure you hide your wallet, hide your food, hide anything that is just bite-sized for the rabbit, because that might be important in the near future. Just saying. So, we're gonna save here. Once again, for a similar reason as before. Did I sleep in the Dwarven City? Because I should have slept in the Dwarven City if I didn't. Let's check the sprite's MP. I did, okay. So, because we'd like to get an additional item out of this. Now, the big question is whether it is worthwhile to farm the water thugs right here. We can also just farm them a little bit later. This is just like one room where it has like 3 water thugs in it. And it's relatively easy to take them down. Also, maybe I should have leveled up the spear instead of anything else. Because the spear in here would be amazing to balloon enemies with just regular attacks. I guess it's not necessary. Hey, we got the chest already. That was fast. And from the water thug we get riot gas with pig meat. Huh. I don't care what's in the chest, we just want one chest from each enemy that can drop them. Pig meat status effect in this game makes you have basically no physical attack power at all. You also have no more neck. Like the characters literally don't have a neck anymore, which is kind of funny. Actually, I should have tried to run away, because that would have potentially incurred a different animation on the pigmeat character. Anyways, pigmeat characters also would cast spells more quickly, but the problem is I can't pigmeat character intentionally right now. Oh, and the Harm Parade has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, everything in between and outside of Dale's definition. Hide your wallet, hide your shoes, hide anything that is just bite-sized for a rabbi. aka watermelon-sized or smaller. Because they would just romp everything. So I think he's not gonna go down to this. No, he doesn't. It's close. But that's why we have fairy walnuts. By the way, this guy can also heal himself for like 540 with his Cure Water, because he has, for some reason, this thing has way more magic power than most other enemies or bosses. Like, it's absolutely absurd in how much this thing can heal. happening? TC Matthews Jr., thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing for 91 months. That's a crazy long time. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I used to say 91 rumps instead of months. But the less I played Secret of Mana on stream, the less that made sense. But there's basically like a leftover thing where Yagabot says, thank you for 91 rumps. Makes sense to you. That's fair. Alrighty. We want to talk to Gemma here for an additional whip orb. Again, not technically necessary, but whip is just such a nice weapon to use for like general combat and capabilities. I'm kind of debating that I should have maybe left the javelin at level 1. That's probably an optimal choice, I just don't know what it is. Anyways, thank you for healing up, because Luca also heals our MP back to full in this, which is convenient. Which, by the way, if you're ever like training spells in here with the lady, because you can get a free heal from Luca, don't do that, because you get half the magic experience, because this is a non-combat zone. So, I heard another thing. Let's see. I accidentally clicked it away. Good job, Yaga. Oh my goodness. Dragon BSC, thank you. Thank you so much for the $58.71 donation, which I would guess is 70 euros. It's really kind of you, I really appreciate that. And Dragon just says, Hurrum. Thank you kindly. I'm gonna add that progress bar as soon as we're going to the flying. Which, by the way, one small detail that annoys me just a little bit about this one. Right, I added it, thank you, Dragon. This cannon here, it replaces the option to shoot yourself over to Gaia's navel instead of replacing the Water Palace option. Which, you know, Gaia's navel would be convenient to have in comparison. Alrighty. Ha! I hit my head again when we landed. Yeah, I mean, I would argue all of us are hitting our heads when we land from the cannon travel. But fall damage doesn't exist in the Mana universe, so it's probably all fine. Oh right, this is actually where we want to start leveling up the ladies' gnome spells. Because, again, if you hit an enemy and petrify them, their HP is half before they take the damage, meaning you effectively can start one-shotting them from much higher or lower HP thresholds. You can start one-shotting them earlier. What gets a bit of a downside is that the ladies or the AI control characters stop attacking petrified enemies, but maybe not that big of a deal. Of course, earth-based enemies, like the pebblers, you cannot actually defeat. Oh, right, we don't need those guys. We already have the chest. You know, I'm just gonna open it anyways, because I can. Do we get more riot gas? Candy, won't fit. Waterthog is petrified. And afraid. Alrighty, welcome to the Pebblers. We actually want to single target them because they do have substantial amount of magic defense, these guys. And once again, if you multi-target, you deal significantly less damage. Actually, I could just demonstrate this. So it's 170-ish damage to all of them when single target, and multi-target is 35 to 48. You know, I was going to say that is much less than a third, but it's just a bit less, I guess. But yeah, basically multi-targeting, flat armor, defense reduction, it makes sense why that's a thing. Alright, Now, in here we get 2 weapon upgrades. One for the axe, and one for the claw. This is actually a pretty decent claw weapon because it can put the enemies to sleep. So we might have some secondary use for that, depending. Alrighty, and that's everything here for now. Let's actually head back over to the Dwarven village from here. Guys, we can't keep that frog. We have to leave it here. Because from this cannon travel front, we can go to Gaia's navel. This is the fastest way to get to Gaia's navel if you want to go and grab your stuff. Which, by the way, fun fact, the Mughals moved back into their Mughal village after you, defeated the peddlers in it. So they can go back home. And normally the ice field is then subsequently occupied by regular enemies. However, when you take the cannon travel from this place back over there, you actually get back to the version that was originally occupied by Mughals. And funnily enough, that screen is in fact updated that the Mughals are no longer there. For some reason you just don't land in the combat version of that area though. Anyways, we have the axe to upgrade, which is a decently strong weapon with the stout axe. The glove, which has a nice effect of putting enemies to sleep, and the whip for a bit extra power, and the bow. The bow is actually a decently strong weapon at this stage in the game too, for what it's worth. So I'm gonna go with the axe for the boy. I'm gonna have the lady equip the sleepy things. And then the main reason why I came back here to begin with. This guy, after you defeat Jabberwocky, gives you the Mitch Mallet. Which is very nice, because now we can pygmy our own characters whenever we want. And that's very convenient, because a pygmy character casts spells much more quickly, as I've mentioned before. My goodness. I'm not used to AI control characters actually attacking stuff. Usually they just look at enemies and like slowly back off afterwards. But due to the nature of me setting them to be more aggressive than usual, since that makes sense for trying to defeat a bunch of them, they just go and attack stuff. Challenge? Oh. I was defeated. Bye. Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to answer you, Quadlight. I didn't look into it at all. I had no idea it existed. Sorry, head full of other things today. Hoppy the Fool has challenged me as well. There's always a chance for you to win. I actually have no idea how the probability shakes out. Ah! Jägerbot, why do I have cooldown? Come on. Hooray. 1 for 1. Alrighty, this is the non-violent screen, if you will. And this will be the regular version once we circle back to it. Literally circle back to it, because we have to go once around the entire area. Which, by the way, is different in the remake. You specifically have to go back to spring after freeing the Mugle village, but in this version here, the Mugle village does not interrupt your circle, so you can actually just continue the circle in order to open up the passage to the next area. Oh, chests from Silktails. From the Silktails we can get money or a chocolate as a red drop. Or well, we could have just gotten a trap too, I suppose. We didn't. Alrighty, steamed crab is petrified. The Silktails were always going to be relatively easy to farm, so that was not going to be an issue. But now we don't have to worry about them anymore. What I do have to worry about is the annoying birds coming up. Because oh my god. The randomizer has an option to turn every enemy in the game into those Nemesis owls. Why? I don't know. Why would you do that? Anyways, Nemesis owls, they hunt down their character that is confused with viciousness. Like, they just attack you like 3 or 4 times a second, and they will always use confusion, I believe, on the boy first. If he has high enough defense that he doesn't take damage from them, it's fine. But if you're like just slightly low on armor, where they can deal solid damage to you, it becomes much more dangerous to deal with these guys. I'm spamming my attack button, but I can't even get an attack in because that guy is just attacking that freak. Now the lady went down too. Probably should revive her. Oh, by the way, your menus are also inverted. I'm pressing down, I'm pressing left, I'm pressing right. It's just backwards. To be fair, you kind of get used to it pretty quick. Well, I get used to it pretty quick. I had no idea there were so many owls on this screen in particular. Can I get the... You need a sword specifically. You do. If you hit these things with a sword, they take out their tongue. Why? I don't know. I don't think the game ever explains that. Which, to be fair, you don't really need an explanation for that anyways. MP refill for the sprite, because we want to have it. Oh, right, they are dangerous. It's easy to forget. Oh, the sprite is also... So much about glitchless, right? I can still move around with the sprite because the game let me. I'm trying to play this glitchless, trust me, but the game will just occasionally be a bit goofy about it. Oh, I didn't realize you actually hit the other guy too. Chests. I believe these crabs have a common drop for a fairy walnut, which would be kind of nice to have. One of the friendlier item chests to get in the early stages of the game, while the fairy walnuts are still expensive. And that was from the right. What was from the right? Well, the door opened. Somebody managed to ring the doorbell, and somebody answered. Who answered? Well, that's an excellent question, because there's nobody around here anymore. Meow. Alrighty. Gem Missile. Deals less damage than Rock Slide, but it costs 1 less MP. But if I have only 3 MP remaining anyways, might as well use Rock Slide instead. Or Earth Slide. Earth Slide may or may not be my favorite spell. Oh, I don't have any MP remaining. Or Fairy Walnuts. I didn't realize I didn't have any anymore. This could be a bit awkward. Right, I need the bow, please. Thank you. I also need to briefly give the boy over to AI controlled characters for power-up reasons. How did you hit that? You're not supposed to be able to hit them with melee weapons, but sometimes you hit it anyways. And vice versa, you also kind of sometimes get hit anyways. I'm gonna... Oh, you don't have MP either. Okay, I'm gonna try and keep you alive. And... yeah, alright, if we pick me the boy here, he's not gonna take any damage from this. Basically, again, damage cancelling is allowed. It does seem to be just a bit weird, but it's more of a consequence of how the system ends up working out, rather than a bug. Ah, we got him. I was a little bit worried there, because everything ran out of MP. Secret Mana has so many sheets of categories. Glitchless, quote-unquote glitchless, mostly glitchless, try to glitchless, definitely not glitchless. Yes, I think that seems like a fair description set. Alrighty. Fun fact, you never have to technically seal the mana seed of wind here. The game doesn't check for whether you do or not. But if we don't seal it, then we can't level up our next spells to level 3. And I would like to do that. And we're gonna do our first little leveling session here with the lady. Because her spells in particular strongly benefit, well actually I guess the sprite spell too, but the lady spells in particular really benefit from a higher level. And this area here, as you might be able to tell by the boy having his bow out, is considered a combat area. That also means we do not get our magic experience halved when casting spells inside here. Consequently, this is the location you want to be in order to level up the latest spells for free healing and easy just grinding up. This is where we get our heal right there. And kinda like as mentioned before, if we pygmy the lady, then she can cast spells even quicker than before. In particular, what we're gonna do is we're gonna cast the cheapest spell that we have available of any spell skill, in this case, Gnome, and we're just gonna cast it. So, the way saber spells work in this game, I think, and I'm not entirely sure on how it works exactly, you get like an extra 4 or 5 hits per level of the spell skill. And effectively, this means that sabers are significantly stronger. Well, not stronger as much as it's just longer lasting. Anyways, level 1. I think we now have like 8 or 9 hits before our saber runs out. That is if we single target the saber spellcast, by the way. Starting from level 1 and then, well, just the rest of the levels, it is going to be on average more efficient for us to cast like the saber thing multiple times instead of onto each individual character for single targeting, instead of multi-targeting the group, due to just how the numbers end up working out. But this is kind of where I would like to have already a level 3 gnome spell, specifically. The main downside is that we then subsequently don't, like, level the latest spells anymore, so the spellcasts feel a little bit wasted, I guess. Does Defender even do anything? Yes, Defender does in fact increase your physical defense by 25%, which means it's 25% more of what you had, so if you have very low defense to begin with, it basically doesn't do much. Or if the enemy deals way more damage, then 25% more of your defense probably also doesn't make a big difference. But I actually have used Defender in the past, unironically, in like the solo character challenge run of the lady, specifically against Gorgon Bull, where I just needed a tiny bit of extra physical defense in order to not get damaged by his physical attacks anymore, because I had just enough defense with using Fire Bouquet to drain his attack power and defense up to increase my defense just enough. Alrighty. Now I'm going back to, you know, the whip in this case. And we're gonna... Stone Saber. I should have probably cast the Stone Saber before leaving, huh? Oh well. We're looking for Nemesis Owl, Steam Crab, Crawler, and Peddler. Chests at this point. I believe none of these are permanently missable, so we are probably fine. But especially crawlies, I believe they have evasion. So... Actually, I'm not sure about that, but... Anyways, just remember them being quite annoying to try and take down. Yeah, I think that guy has evasion. As you can see, sometimes he decides to just not get hit, and there's nothing you can do about that. It's literally a dice roll the game decides that you've lost. Probably the biggest thing I would adjust if I were to make a ROM hack of this game, I would let the player know that, oh, hey, we got the chest from a crawler already. Candy for common drop and medical herb for red drop. Candy. Probably the biggest thing I would like to let the player know is that, no, you didn't physically miss with your weapon. The game just decided that you missed because of a random dice roll. Like maybe just have like a little miss text showing up would be potentially helpful. Anyways, boy's confused, I'm walking backwards. And he's no longer confused. Alrighty, and then we have this guy. The kimono owl. The kimono bird. So fun fact, every single enemy in the game has the same evasion. Except the kimono bird for some reason. The kimono bird has ever so slightly less evasion than any other enemy in the game. Don't know why. This is how it is. It would be a bit more boring to come back and farm enemies just for chests when you're way overpowered later. More fun when you get them as you fight them. I do agree. I do think it's just kind of... I actually get to play the game quote-unquote normally compared to, you know, a more casual playthrough in this. I do genuinely believe if I were to just make a list of places I should return back to because it's more efficient to do later, it would probably save me like an hour or two, maybe more even, honestly. But simultaneously, I just like playing the game, so... yeah. Also, in case anybody is curious about that, because I haven't mentioned it yet, I don't plan on playing this game in one single city. Just as a heads up, because I used to do that. And for the next week or so, I basically was in terrible sleep mode. I don't have particularly good sleep to begin with, so that did not help. So that's kind of why, in recent years, I am going to take a break. When that break is going to be exactly, I don't know yet. We'll see when we reach maybe like a fine place to just take a break for now. Also, I'm gonna just delete these old equipment pieces. As long as I don't have the equipment pieces equipped while I'm deleting them, we should be fine. Also, I just realized... huh, wait. I guess I want to keep the power risk because +5 strength actually is rather substantial still. But also the Wolf's Armband gives me +5 agility, which means that potentially I can dodge traps slightly earlier. That is mostly relevant for the boy because the other two characters have just less natural agility to begin with. Have you tried avoiding anything while wearing a kimono? It's pretty heavy, I believe. Well, you would need to be trained in wearing kimonos in order to move elegantly and swiftly, I suppose. Is that like heavy armor training in D&D? one thing I'm actually starting to realize is on the left side, let me actually just show you real quick for anybody who may not have seen this previously. On the left side, I used to just have this thing going on the entire time, like headgear, armor, accessory, everything just being displayed on the left side forever, without it being filled out for the good, well, 10-15 hours. And having this one just kind of on the side in the meantime kind of fills out just a little bit more, which is actually kind of neat. Alrighty, don't upgrade the spear, bad idea. We can upgrade the javelin though. The light trident unfortunately does not inflict balloon yet. Running video edited from YouTube sloppy transition, but yet it doesn't give options for already live videos. Okay, thank you, Kia. I appreciate that. Alrighty, so we still need a bunch of dudes from this area here. The Nemesis Owl and Steamed Crabs. We don't need the Crawlies anymore. I was actually kind of planning on farming this room for a bit, but I guess it's not all that necessary. Also, it is helpful to level up the Sprite's Sylph spell here just a little bit. You need like 2 spell costs to take down the Steamed Crabs, because level 1 Sylph is not quite strong enough to knock down Steamed Crab. The main downside of using Air Blast is that the animation is kind of slow unless you specifically maneuver the sprite right next to an enemy. So consequently, unless the sprite is in like that-ish position, the animation is gonna take a bit. Oh, you actually do one shot sometimes. Also, I'd like to give myself Stone Saber again. There was actually recently, very recently, a video on YouTube of somebody making a compilation of all the neat little tips and tricks and everything. Like, really nice list, that reasonably advanced stuff. Let me try to remember the name of them. It was a really clever name too. I can look it up while I'm grinding here, right? Sure. It was... Toby Continued. Like Toby, like Tobias. Toby. And continued afterwards. That's his name. And they made a really nice list. The one thing that got wrong, unfortunately, is that speed up doesn't do anything. I actually even went over to Moppleton and Regular's Discord to confirm whether my information is even correct, just to make sure I'm not using old information. And what I've learned is technically there is like some way where your accuracy is influenced by speed up and speed down stuff, but only very specifically while you're tangled, or under the status effect tangled to begin with. It's really weird on how that ends up working out. Basically, it compares whether you have the... It uses the wrong numbers, that's why it doesn't do anything. All jank is jank, neat, and there was no way to really patch it. It's actually not entirely true. Did you know, which I didn't realize for a long time until I started speedrunning and needed specific versions for games. For the Super Nintendo, there are occasionally re-releases of certain games that patch out certain bugs and such. So if you have played Final Fantasy for the Super Nintendo, there is a decent chance you might have a version that has the sketch glitch fixed. And it no longer works over there. There are actually different versions of various games that, when they get reprints, they have a few bugs fixed and such. Secret of Mana never got that treatment, but if you play, let's say, Zelda Link to the Past, the Japanese 1.0 version specifically is used for speedrunning. The 1.0 version is lacking a few bugs that you'd like to take advantage of when going fast. Wow, I just one-shot that anyways, huh? Once again, I'm trying to play this glitchless, but that one wind blade just flying off the wrong direction makes it rather difficult sometimes. Wow. Sometimes you just get lucky. Whip level 2. The whip is such a nice weapon in this stage of the game. Like, previously I left the whip, I believe, at level 1 to help with weapon leveling later. But I think it's better if I just use the whip, because it's such a convenient weapon for, like, intermediate combat. You want me to keep the announcement video up for a bit longer for today? You can keep it until we are done tomorrow, honestly. Like, maybe there might be people that are too busy on, like, the New Year's, basically, as long as the New Year's stream still is going, it's fine for it to be still up. Thank you. And welcome to Elevated. Thank you for the good luck. I definitely need it, it seems like. So, we just bought a bunch of fairy walnuts. I could go and reset, but the walk back to the enemies and the inn is actually pretty short. Alright. Sprite, I need you to be maybe pigment so you cast spells more quickly. You know what, I'm gonna take control of the Sprite. The other two characters can just take care of the regular enemies for me while I'm casting spells here as the Sprite. Ah, there's my crabs. And yes, in case you're curious, the petrification does supersede the unconscious potential. Why does that not display a damage number? That's weird. Bonk. As long as the lady has a petrification weapon, she literally cannot put enemies to sleep anymore with her claw attacks. With petrification thing, maybe? That's a thing for the player. I guess it could be for enemies too. No, wrong target. I intentionally walked right in front of the enemies to, like, cast the air blast in their face, so the wind blades have a shorter animation time. The downside is that the sprite can occasionally get knocked unconscious. Plus, when you're pygmy, your physical defense is 0. So even if we had normally enough... Did I actually equip the stuff? I did equip the stuff. Even if we normally had like enough defense to not take damage from the enemy's attacks, while I'm pygmy, that is no longer the case. Come on, chest please. Come on, chest please. Oh yeah, this game is very janky. I argue it's kind of difficult to recommend playing Secret of Mana nowadays, unless people are specifically looking for a way to experience the roots of where the Mana series comes from. Like, casually, as much as the remake is a bit of a mixed bag, I think, casually speaking, it's probably a better casual experience than the original, because this game has so many janky things going for it, which may be frustrating. The jank is part of the charm. Well, it is to a lot of us, especially me, to be completely honest. I kind of enjoy it might sound weird, but I enjoy a certain mastery, I guess you could say. Like, I've gotten good at controlling the jank. And there is a satisfaction in, like, manipulating the jankiness to your advantage. I mentioned that a few times before, but one of the distinct memories I have as a kid was when I actually got really good at controlling the camera, of all things, in Super Mario 64 in Rainbow World, where I started to finally be able to maneuver the camera properly. I knew where the camera stalled and I needed to do things differently in order for it to, like, display properly. Like, I had a certain level of pride to being able to manipulate the camera effectively to, well, what I needed it to do. Like, I distinctly have that weird memory of realizing, yep, I've gotten good at camera control now. Which is a weird thing to get excited about, to get good at. I mean, nowadays, I have, like, a much more conscious recognition for speedrunners, for example, that have gotten really good at just manipulating the camera for a variety of reasons. But back then, having that kind of thought seems strange. The Mario 64 camera was awful. I actually mildly disagree with that. I think it was serviceable, especially for early 3D era. Like, nowadays, we should have games that are much better at camera stuff, right? Or, well, we have games that are much better at camera stuff, but it's still an exceptionally difficult art to get that thing right. Camera control is a matter of death and life in Souls-like. That is definitely a big part, I will agree. Ow. It was way better than Glover. Ah. That's a low bar. Despite that, I enjoyed playing Glover when I was a kid. Still probably would enjoy playing it nowadays. Like, if Secret of Mana has jank, Glover has it. Jank with 2 exclamation marks. And a question mark at the end. Such a goofy game. Like, in Glover, I distinctly remember being genuinely entirely confused when the game expected me to go up a ramp and across an obstacle course to hit a button to open up a door, when you literally could just walk around the gate. It was so bizarre to me that I feel like I must have missed something. That's the kind of game Glover is. Anyways, we have now leveled up the sprite. No, wrong guy to give it. We already had that one. We now leveled up the sprite's spells all the way. Koopa. so we don't need to worry about that anymore. So we're just gonna use physical attacks, which are stronger. By the way, getting hit by riot gas means that you are losing your ability. You're losing your weapon enchantment. Fun fact, weapon enchantments in this game don't actually keep the element, or don't have an element attribute. They just have additional effects, and a slight boost to your attack power. That's it. Your fire weapon doesn't deal fire damage. Your ice weapon does not deal ice damage. The ice Gigas, giving you the ice saber because, you know, you would think that should be not particularly effective against him. It actually increases your damage. It's weird. You got some specific question asking yourself for like 30 years. If you cast a spell on already dead animation enemy, does it count for leveling up spells? Yes. As long as the spell goes through and it costs you MP, you do gain spell experience. And they will just usually go through anyways. I think that guy's petrified. Is he afraid though? Level 3. I guess. I need you guys to be no longer present so the steam traps can spawn. Chest? No chest. Ow. Man, it's so weird. These guys shouldn't be that stingy, surely. You know what? We're just gonna walk through the area now. Although I guess there's not actually any more steamed crabs later down the road. This is the best screen for steamed crabs to my knowledge. Actually maybe not. Maybe the ice area in the Lost Woods might be better. Zygoshon, thank you. Thank you so much for 25 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Alright, we have actually... I forgot. Bird. We can farm these easily at the entrance to Matango. A little bit down the road. I interrupted myself again and I forgot what I was talking about. Sorry about that. I do that way too often. Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. Magic faded. Oh yeah, right. We do now have Analyzer to disable traps. You're doing really well. That's nice. No chest. These pebbles, by the way, also have evasion. It's really annoying to try and take them down normally, so that's where I usually use my spells for. And hey, fearless decoy. I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you for letting me know. Bird is the word. Enemies don't despawn from this dungeon, do they? I guess even if they did, it's not a big deal. But I honestly don't know. I don't usually go back here, I guess. Because why would you? Also initially, it's like 3 or 4 levels until you get 1 more maximum MP on the Lady and the Sprite. But then, the further you get, the more or the less levels you need in order to get the next, like, maximum MP point. And eventually you get to the point where you get 1 level and 1 MP maximum. And then eventually you can get multiple MP points per level. It's kind of a weird curve. I'm not entirely sure how it works. Good night. Wasn't there some weirdness with some enemies when they get confused? I have that weird memory somewhere in the back of my mind where if specific enemies get confused themselves, they have like a really strange animation for it. I don't remember which enemy that was, unfortunately. Oh, by the way, these guys, when they are knocked unconscious, you can't deal damage to them anymore with physical weapons, you need to wait until they wake up. One of the various examples where knocking enemies unconscious with that weapon might not be all that desirable sometimes. Alrighty. Fun fact, if the chance for a 1 in 16 chest to drop there is also a 1 in 16 chance that you kill 43 enemies without getting a single chest. $43? What's the ratio of that? 16, 32, 48. Is that like a consistent ratio where you can always make that assumption based on drop rate? Or is that just specific to the number? Anyways, there's a 1 in 16 chance for a chest to drop. There is also a 1 in 16 chance that you kill 43 enemies without getting a single chest. Nice. Math is hard, only if you let it be. Right, we could cast spells on this guy. Actually, we're probably gonna do that. But we could also just knock him out with the whip. So even if I were to run out of MP for this guy, it's not a big deal. This is the first boss that has over 1000 HP. That means even with one maximum damage hit of 9999, you don't deal enough damage to knock him out in one attack. Oh. Also, when a character gets eaten, they have a high chance of getting pygmy. This is also the type of enemy that can attack you like 3 times within an incredibly short time span, because it deals damage. Every time it changes like direction, it once again will deal damage. And every time it opens its mouth, it also deals damage. So basically it can roll you over, change direction, and open its mouth, dealing 3 instances of damage to you very quickly. Anyways, I think we can scroll over here and just knock out 2 Kimona birds really quickly. Because they should go down to a single spell cast, because they are weak to earth. And I think this might be my best place to grind for these. I'm actually not sure. Oh, that's also something you don't get to see often. They can cast Thunderbolt. By the way, generally speaking, if you have like a certain drop rate and you kill the same amount of enemies that is the drop rate, your chances are slightly above 63% that by the time you kill the same amount of enemies that the drop rate indicates, like 1 in 16 enemies, that you would have gotten the item drop at that point. It's kind of a weird thing where if you hit the drop rate, you have well over a 50% chance of having acquired the item already. Statistics are very confusing. Yeah, just a little. But it's also kind of just fun to think about them, I would argue. Oh, there's a chest. We have the kimono bird chest. Wait, I should have used analyzer. Chocolate, okay. Alrighty. Kimono bird, done. Now we need the pebbler, we need the steamed crab, and the nemesis owl. I was about to say, let's just walk back. Wait a second, I still need to do something here. Let's just walk back through the dungeon, because you don't normally walk back through the dungeon. Yeah, there's a reason why you don't normally walk back through the dungeon, is because you rescue Flamy. Hello, buddy. For example, if you killed 10 enemies without getting dropped, you still need to kill 16 more enemies to have a 63% chance, not just 6. Yes, because any previous drops do not affect your future drop chance. It's just if you only look at it as a whole, then if you just get all 16 kills in one swoop, then it would be like more apt to say you have the 63% chance. But because there is no like drop rate increase after killing previous enemies, it's always the exact same chance. Functionally, it doesn't actually matter. Alrighty, no weapons for now. Let me think about this before I do something stupid. If I have the sword at level 4, actually at level 5 even we can have the sword. Right now it's level 2. At level 5 I gain half the experience from enemies, which would be 2. And half of that gets shared by all the allies, so we can actually upgrade the sword up to level 5, so we can upgrade it 3 more times, right? And still gain the shared experience. You lost your faith in drop rates when they added a total amount in World of Warcraft. People fish 2 to 3 times and get it. Meanwhile, you had like 10,000 fish without the mount. That's just the nature of the beast. Yeah. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. And it's kind of only natural to mostly remember the pain points that happen rather than the fun points, right? That's just how it works. Actually, steamed crabs. I'm going back to the snowy area. I think those are gonna be better. In this case, we're just gonna grab the pebbles along the way. And again, you got the Phoenix mount. I was grinding in World of Warcraft during one Halloween event because I really liked the concept of just a horse riding through the air. So I wanted to have that mount in particular because it was a horse riding through the air if you got that one. Also, I'm gonna set you guys to be no longer aggressive because I need you to not hit the guy. But yeah, I tried to get that one the entire like set of events. I never got it ever. It's just a bit discouraging. Actually don't know which pebble I'm hitting. Is it number 2 or number 3? Who knows? Basically, I think this is my most efficient way of grinding out Pebbler. Or chests. But then later down the road, when I came back to the game a few years later, I did like one Ice Crown Citadel for whatever the mount is called. Did the entire storyline so I could get the mount drop. And got it. Just in one go. Just because I could. I think that thing is called Invincible. Also, I should probably heal the sprite. That is not the sprite, Giga. Oh, the sprite. Just leveled up. Don't need to heal the sprite. Oh, actually, I need to get MP for the sprite. Let's click the correct buttons. The splits seem a little behind. Oh. Yeah, just a little. yeah. Just a little. Pick up the Javelin more, defeat Great Viper. It's fine, we got all of these splits in like 5 seconds. Not like they're terribly accurate anyway. You're just now playing on the bottle private server. Good luck to you. Silence! That's pretty mean. Also, I think the enemies stop spawning other enemies eventually, and I suppose we have reached that point. You have since 12 years. That's a while. Oh, there's our chest. Usually watch the fireworks in Booty Bay on New Year's Eve. Neat. And we have our chest. So, now, before I forget about it, let's see whether this is Analyzer level 0. It's probably level 1 if I were to guess. So, when analyzing chests, if they blink red, what does that mean? If you think about media in general, something is blinking red dangerously. You just analyze this thing and you know it's about traps. Of course it is that once you analyze it and it blinks red, the chest is perfectly safe. Because you just disabled the trap. Don't question it. it's just how the game works. Red meat means love, it is safe to open, evidently. But yes, naturally, I learned at some point, because I think the German strategy guide mentions it, that if you cast Analyzer, you can check for traps. So the funny thing is, whenever it was blinking red, of course my reaction was, oh, it's blinking red, I'm not supposed to open that. So I didn't. Although one time I was just curious whether it would give me the trap anyways. And it didn't, and left me really confused. But then other times I casted Analyzer on the chest that didn't blink red. By the way, that happens when your Analyzer level is just too low. So it didn't blink red. And I still had a trap in it, which also confused me, of course. It's just really silly. Probably should heal the sprite again. they're really good at getting into trouble. Then again, I also gave them the axe, which for some reason AI Control Cactus runs up into the enemy's hitbox and then swings their weapon with the axe, the sword, and the gloves as well. Like, it makes sense with the gloves, I guess. They have rather short range. But I argue it doesn't make a whole lot of sense with the axe and the sword. Anyways, this is the room where I'm gonna be farming steamed crabs and Nemesis owls. Because there's plenty of both of these. So if I do this, does that hit all of you? It does knock them out. Oh, Nemesis owl acquired. Let's see, analyze it, lady. From the Nemesis owl, we could get a quill cap as a rare drop. Oh, it's not disabled as a trap. You need to try again. By the way, Analyzer is also our most efficient way to level up the Sylph spell to begin with, so we might as well just grind it out right here. But yeah, Analyzer does work on chests. If they blink red, you have disabled the trap in this game, just in case that wasn't clear enough. The game is terrible at communicating that to you. And I think unless you have the strategy guide, there might be a high probability that you wouldn't even think about, you know, using Analyzer on a chest to begin with. But yeah, it is 12 spell casts to go from level 0 to level 1, and then it is 13 spell casts to go from level 1 to level 2. Then it is 15, then it is 17, then it's 20, 25, 50, and 99. That's gonna be the progression. We're gonna be casting a lot of spells in this game. There it is, that is 13, and this probably is easily sufficient. Oh. It's not? Level 2? No? Really? Hold up, is that correct? Nemesis Owl. Really? Alright, I take guesses. What level Analyzer do you need in order to disable or disarm the trap for a Nemesis Owl? What do you think, everybody? It's not 1, because we just tried that. It's not 2, because we also just tried that. It's level 3. This is literally the maximum level you can have at this stage in the game. I thought I was being cheeky, just leveling up a bit more than necessary here. But no, apparently you need level 3. A lot of guesses were for level 5, or level 4 as well. But yeah, no, it's level 3. I'm just so surprised because, again, when you get Sylph, your maximum level for spells is 3, and this is one of the earliest enemies you could knock out. So even if you were to think about using Analyzer on chests, you wouldn't really get any results from these guys in particular, because your Analyzer spell is likely not high enough level. It would have been really funny if it was 4, not gonna lie. With the people guessing 4. Like, even more than so, because otherwise... Alright, now it should be starting to blink red. There it is. Oh, by the way, little fun fact. If you open up a chest as a pigment character, which you cannot normally do, if I press the B button, nothing happens. But if I unpick me and immediately open up the chest, you can technically open up the chest as a pigment character. Which doesn't do anything special, just don't do it as a Mugle. Let me tell you, don't do that as a Mugle, it's a really bad idea. because it will crash your game. Actually, I think it's more like a soft lock. If you do it with a pigment character, it will play the Flamy drum sound for some reason. I wonder if you can do this as a barrel. You probably can't, because as soon as you press the B button to open up the chest, it would immediately, like the barrel immediately goes away. It's just the nature of the barrel. Oh, I didn't... I didn't mark off the Nemesis. Oh, just thank you for notifying me. Just the steam crabs remain. Despite analyzing it so thoroughly, you forgot to mark it off. Yes, thank you. Give you vacation weapon as well. Too early. Give you petrification weapon as well. And then I'm actually gonna tell them to be reasonably aggressive again. See, the sprite still is, so we're fine on that side. Don't really need the Nemesis Owl anymore, but as mentioned before, there can only be 3 enemies at a time on a screen. So if we knock out the Nemesis Owl, there can be more crabs. No chest. I don't think there's a chest here. I guess we can check via analyzer. Nope. Can I just point out that the steamed crabs attack is a lot like Diablo 2's paladin hammers, now that I think about it. Do you think the steamed crab is a paladin? Probably, right? Tradition continues. Welcome to Equinox, hope you're doing well. Alright. If we get around to playing Diablo, to remind me to call my paladin steamed crab. Because it just makes sense at that point. Pretty sure my petrification runs out. Chest? No chest. Greetings, welcome to Thalfun. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, you know what? I also forgot, because the timer is not on the screen for me. Because I have all sorts of other things that is just covering up everything. I forgot to wish a Happy New Year to the people for... where it is a Happy New Year for them, hopefully. Or a new year, at least. Which, to be fair, I don't know which countries those would be currently. But Happy New Year anyways. Oh, chest, there we go. Steam Crab, what is your... oh. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. I don't have any MP remaining. I didn't account for this, of course. I should have. Steamed Crab. Steamed Crab has a disarm level for agility, disarm level of 0. Now that I'll actually look at the disarm levels, by the way, it's level 0 and level 3 is across the board. And then for the current level selection. Anyways, we probably don't have enough agility either. Oh, we got a fairy monad. How nice. That is the common drop from them. Arguably one of the best common drops, especially in this part of the game. And that's where my thingy. There it is. That is Steam Crab's done. Let's move on. Why is Flamy just bouncing around on screen? It's a mystery to everybody. I don't know. I guess it's just supposed to indicate there being, like, dragonflies? I don't know why my mind went to dragonflies, but I suppose it might be a reasonably accurate description for these creatures, huh? Save your game, use Flamy got the zoom it. But yeah, I don't think those creatures are ever really explained to you in the game. It's just like, they are just part of the forest, I guess. I mean, it's not really confirmed in any capacity that Flamy would be the last of its kind either, does it? Alrighty, everybody. Where should we go first? The Winter Wonderland, icy area, or should we go... to the desert? We have to go both places anyway, so... we just prefer to go one over the other, I suppose. They will eventually be able to follow. Oh. Thank you, Selfa, for the 26 bits of food. It's really nice of you. Hello and welcome. You always go to the winter first, less back and forth. Alright, I guess we go winter then. Fun fact, it's actually not even technically accurate, unfortunately, because... well, I can mention this once we get there. Oh, too far north already. The funny thing is, it's actually not really less back and forth, because in order to get from winter back over into the desert, you have to specifically visit this guy. This cannon travel guy has to be the one that first sends you over to the desert. The one from the ice country only sends you over to the desert after you have already been to the desert once. So in order to get to the desert from the ice country now, we have to specifically go back to Matango and then go over to the desert afterwards. I guess it still feels like less back and forth, to be fair. So it makes sense. Alrighty, also, there is a substantial defense upgrade waiting for us in here, and actually for once I have enough money for it. That is so weird. I could buy silver bands, but I just still prefer the power wrist. Like, it is a bit of a defense upgrade at this point, but the power wrists +5 strength is still more important in my book, especially since I have to fight random enemies. Maybe the defense would be better. Oh, I bought one too many hats. That's okay. Maybe the defense would be better if I get hit more. Suppose. Alrighty. Need to scroll down here just a little bit. Because we need to get chests from Howler, LA Funk, Shell Blast, Mystic Books, and Blue Drops, as well as Spectres in here. Wait, are the Spectres here, or are they later? I think they're in the library, right? Anyways. Howlers. They have no evasion, so when you hit them, you actually hit them. So that's quite nice. They can also be petrified, so if we land a decent damage roll, they go down in 1, as long as we have petrification weapons. And we get our chest immediately, basically. Okay, Let's see if the lady has a high enough analyzer level. I will guess that 3 is absolutely sufficient for a long time here. Yeah, it is. Level 3. We get a candy. We can even use it, because apparently I didn't stock up on them. Alrighty, and that's everything we want here for now. Did I actually equip my stuff? I did for once. But yeah, in case you're wondering, why did I not go into Pandora Castle to get the sword and the spear orb? Well, this is a chest that gives you up to the 4th spear orb, I believe. 4th or 5th. Either way, right now this is not a bug. I opened this chest and it's still gonna be there, because it's effectively catching me up onto the spear orb level I'm supposed to have at this point. So this is why there's 2 right here. Then again, I'm not planning on upgrading my spear for a long time anyway, so probably doesn't even matter. Also, did forget that there were peddlers here too. So, anyways, there was no shell blast here. Go up, spawn the hound, so there's less stuff in the middle, so we can hopefully run through. Well, maybe. Alright, we do kind of want to defeat these LA Funks, but they are water element, weak to fire. We don't have fire yet. But I guess wind still does the trick. Welcome to Boreal Face. This guy does not have any particular elemental weakness. So, your most efficient strong spell is Freeze. The main downside right now is that Undine is only level 2, so it's not gonna deal as much damage as it possibly could. But in short, every element in this game has like one strong spell that has the same attack power as all of the other spell skills as well. Usually it is the most expensive spell, although in the case of Undine that is not the case. In this case, Acid Storm is more expensive because it also lowers the enemy's defense by 25%. So Freeze is in fact your most powerful weapon to use against any enemy that you don't have an elemental weakness to exploit it against. Because it also only costs 2 MP, as opposed to Earth Slide from Gnome, which has the same power level that costs 3 MP, and Thunder from Sylph, which costs 4 MP, which is way more expensive. Anyways, Boreal Face here actually has a loads of MP, magic defense, brain please. So dealing damage to this guy with magic is not particularly fast, especially if we didn't pre-level up Undine to level 3. But at the same time, we're gonna get there. It's still more efficient for me to use spells over just using weapons. Mostly because this guy, like Tropicallo, will just keep diving back down over and over again. So this might be enough. I think it was enough. But yeah, as you might see, the difference from level 2 to level 3 was kind of enormous. That mini cast was only 168 damage initially, and then over 500 once we finally reached level 3. Yeah. I mean, this is effectively glitchless, at least speedrunning category considered glitchless. I'm not going to go for the sword early, although I might show off some things here and there. Also, we are coming up at the 4-hour mark, so I think I should be taking a slightly extended break every so often. So once we hit the 4-hour mark, I'm gonna get up, walk around a bit, probably get a little bit of food as well, take one of the sandwiches, I suppose. And then we're continuing afterwards. So if you're looking for a break time, we're gonna take a break at around the 4-hour mark. A bit later. Gotta show off the swap thing at least once. That would mean I would have to connect a second controller. But we can do that later down the road when it's no longer like impactful, I guess. When we're leveling up the weapons in Pandora Fields, we could do that. Alrighty, we have Salamander now, our newest element, at level 0. But thankfully these Shell Blast enemies are weak to fire. So are the LA Funks. The Howlers are not weak to fire. These guys, on the other hand, are. So, we'd like to have a chest from these guys. Also, I think this guy might not be able to drop a chest because he's on top of the environment, although I'm not sure. But yeah, Shell Blasts and LA Funks. We can defeat Shell Blasts with weapons. However, LA Funks specifically, we need to use spells, and there's not really a way around that. So we're going to go ahead and just run through this area a bunch. Probably hunting down all of the LA Funks. And then reset the section. Because I don't think there's a better place than this right now to grind out the LA Funks at the very least. Like, they only specifically appear on the outside in the icy area. And we kind of want to level up Salamander at least a little bit anyways before entering the Ice Palace. So this kind of just goes in one. Oh, we have the Shell Blast chest already. Nice. Alrighty. I would like for you to analyze the chest, please. She couldn't cast because she was in the middle of getting hurt animation. Alrighty, Shell Blast can drop a chocolate common drop and a couple of wishes as a rare drop. And it's a chocolate. We haven't gotten a single rare drop so far. Nice. Anyways, now in this case we just need LA Funks. And the sprite needs more MP. A little fun fact about the sprite spells. Fireball is actually stronger than Lava Wave. Even though Lava Waves cost 3 MP and Fireball only 2. Exploder is the strong spell of this group, which is 4 MP. There should be another LA Funk up here, right? Yeah. I do wonder whether there's like an efficient way for me to grind LA Funk specifically. Maybe if I reset this screen up here. Oh, the Shell Blasts. Ow. What's the chance for a rare drop? 7 in 64, so almost an 11% chance. Wrong guy. Alright, I think this might still be the more efficient way to grind out the LA Funks. I guess the downside could be that I don't know if they can drop chests while they are hovering above the environment. Like, I read something about that at some point, but I don't remember if it referred to you can't get the chests because, you know, they might be inside the walls, or whether they can't drop chests. It might just be that you can't get the chests when you're inside the walls. We could figure this out right now. Yeah, I'm not gonna repeat that one. Something silly. Wait, is this the one I'm thinking about? Because I believe that's when I did the Mugle chest opening. Ah, yes. That is when I learned that it soft locks when you open the chest as a Mugle. Like, I knew about the weird interaction that was basically harmless when you opened the chest as a Pygmid character, but as a Mugle was just not something I tried, I guess. Alrighty, let's head over to Neko. Happy New Year to whoever, well, time zone that is right now. I have to admit that I don't know. One last LA Funk and then we go and take a break. No test. So, by the way, if you go into the screen by walking into it from below, this save point is safe. You cannot corrupt your save file saving here. In case you know anything about the later parts where you can like glitch the game by saving here, that is only specifically when you land here with Flamy. It does not cause the glitch when you walk into the screen from the bottom screen. Alrighty, break time everybody. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, get a bit of food, and then we'll be back. Let's say at 4 hours and 20 minutes on the timer. 4:20. Thank you so much for all your support. I really appreciate it. And Happy New Year. Alrighty, we're back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and we're back. Let's get some LA Funks going. Alrighty, so general, a bit of feedback apparently from me doing the one chest challenge seems to be reasonably positive, because normally I would just be running through the area and not worrying about, you know, defeating the individual enemies, because there's not really much of a reason to. But of course, when I have to defeat the enemies in order to get the items, it makes me just be around for a bit longer here. Also, apparently I don't have any more Cups of Wishes. Whoopsie. You know, the lady also has offensive spells, which by the way, Fire Bouquet has more spell power than Blaze Wall. For some reason. I didn't realize that she would one-shot that guy. So, I didn't actually end up buying things here, I just ended up just saving, I guess. Fairy Walnuts? You said Cups of Wishes. Yes, I meant Fairy Walnuts. You can't heal your MP with Cups of Wishes in this game. You can in Trials of Mana. In a roundabout way. Alright, one for you, one for you. You just assumed you were doing the comfy no donation bar run? Well, that would be nice. But that was not the intention, unfortunately. Maybe I should do that. Oh no. Rip the lady. I wonder which area is the best for defeating LA Funks in this game. Because frankly, I have no idea. Aside from getting murdered by the Howlers, because they are just the most vicious enemies. Because they have a super fast attack, they have a huge attack range, they just attack so frequently, it is a mess. Oh, there's two of them. Let's revive the two. Alright. Blaze Wall. Fireball. Didn't get it. There's just so many Howler spawns on this screen. But that's kind of true for most of the icy area place. You wondered if that was the case for the comfy stream, but you're asking since it's a bit important now. Yeah, indeed. Alright, there's an elephant in the middle, there's one to the right of here. This one. But there's also 3 howler spawns in the middle, or potential 3 howler spawns. Oh, there's another one here. So there's like 3 in a horizontal line. I wonder if there's more on this screen. That's a peddler. Yeah, a lot of my previous comments probably didn't make sense. Because it's just like, oh, the donation bar does not increase. Please yell at me if I forget to increase it manually. 110, that's crazy. I think it's crazy. Profness, thank you so much for 110 months of support. It's a long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. 110. This isn't binary, right? No. I think it's a lot more than just 110 in binary. Thank you so much, Profness. That's almost a whole 10 years. It is almost a whole 10 years. So do I just try to get the other LA funks from the middle? Or are they gonna... Lady, what? I guess that can happen much more frequently with the claw here that we have at this stage. So in case you were ever wondering about the cactus throwing the enemies over their shoulders with the fist weapon, that is normally something that only happens when the enemy, for one, can be thrown, that is a flag in the code. 2, they need to be in their heavy hit down animation, aka like when they take 25% damage of their HP damage and more, or are unconscious, that works too. And 3, the character needs to be close enough for them to initiate the throw attack instead of, you know, the normal attack. So basically, there's a lot of conditions, as you can see right there. That lady just did it. But frequently enough, because of all these necessary conditions for the character to execute the throw command, they deal no damage to them, because a lot of enemies have invulnerability in their heavy hit down states. And even if they don't, sometimes it's just funky anyways and it doesn't deal damage. It's 1101110 months. I think that is reasonably accurate, probably. Just at a glance. Fun fact, the Howlers also always target the boy with their spells, unless he is not alive. So I think it's just most efficient for me to just reset that one guy. Unless I'm missing something, which is plausible. So I should probably be controlling the sprite. We only need to scroll the screen a tiny bit in order to make that LA Funk spawn. I wonder whether there's a better spawn for them. It's just really difficult to not run into many Howlers, and since we already have the Howler chest, that makes it a little bit more awkward. I guess it also, the slow spell cast means that this Howler up here has more chances to get to us. Level 24. Didn't need to heal you. Okay, that was scrolling slightly too less apparently. And that guy's not on the screen yet. Still not. No, he is. For some reason, the lady attacking the LA Funk here reminded me of a fun YouTube comment I read at some point. I was watching some video about Ragnarok Online, and one YouTube comment in particular kind of somehow I found very fun, because they mentioned that when they were leveling their thief at the time, they occasionally clicked behind one of the portals, so instead of going into the screen transition to the next area, the thief would just walk behind the portal instead. And the comment basically mentioned that they thought their own character was stupid, so they just kept leveling intelligence to make the character smarter, so they would stop running around the portal instead of into the portal. Which I thought was quite hilarious, honestly. It's just like, I guess that makes some sense in some respect, doesn't it? Because if your character was smarter about pathing, or in this case, our character's about, you know, not attacking a cloud they can't hit anyways, that would be helpful. Unfortunately, leveling intelligence does nothing for that in this game. But it also kind of made me think of, like, the concept as to, if you could, like, implement stuff like that, where intelligence helps them on a meta level to make, like, smarter decisions like that, that would be kind of a fun concept for a game. Leveling AI to improve AI? Yeah. It would be hard to design well. Actual changes in enemy AI are really hard to do well. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be specifically enemy AI for leveling up in that scenario, right? It's kind of funny that having more intelligence is actually increase your weapon level skill in the early World of Warcraft. Yes, it did. Was probably negligible, but it absolutely did. Which I think actually is kind of fun, because I distinctly remember when I played Burning Crusade for weapon leveling, I got a new weapon of a type on my warrior? I don't remember what it was for the class, but basically I distinctly remember got a really nice weapon, and my weapon skill was so low, it was just not terribly usable for the initial, like, portion of me having it. But it kind of felt like a nice mini progression, where I just kept leveling up that number more and more, and eventually my new weapon was going to be better than my old weapon after a bit of time and effort investment. It's kind of one aspect that I personally really enjoyed as a kid in Secret of Mana. The more you use your weapon in this game, the more you can charge it up to awesome, fantastic, amazing looking attacks. Like, I just enjoy the concept of leveling up what you're currently using. If that makes sense. Of course, such a slow progression thing is not conducive to keeping the short attention span people they are trying to captured nowadays, which is why it was removed, probably. Like, the thing about weapon leveling, at least in World of Warcraft, it was a bit annoying, but at the same time, to me, there was a certain sense of, like, progression in there, just kind of in its own encapsulated setting, too. If only it didn't take 3.2 hours to charge it up to level 11. Or to level 8. I mean, it does take a while, it's true. In the randomizer, if you use the speed up buff from the latest spell school, it does actually allow you to charge your weapons up faster too. And it does notably make them a lot more viable for like efficient and quick combat. Hello, welcome to GF. Hope you're doing well. Insert F11 here with weapon and magic skill. It was a tedious thing to have to level and could be a bit frustrating. We got a nice weapon upgrade, but it was something you hadn't leveled yet and couldn't realistically use until they grinded it. But it was great for RPG fantasy, and Miss Modern, well, has distilled a lot of that fantasy out of the game. Yeah. Like, I think, I don't actually remember which essayist I watched on YouTube for that, but they mentioned basically the concept of friction. Like, friction is what makes gameplay memorable. Dark Souls is very memorable because there's a lot of friction where the bosses are going to just annihilate you initially until you start learning the rules and the ropes of the game. The more you learn, the more you know, the more you'll be able to adapt and overcome the challenges that it presents. And it makes it memorable because of these friction points, because it is not easy. Like, it has not necessarily even all that much to do with difficulty, although that is just, I would argue, the easiest way to generate friction. But it basically just makes it memorable. Oh, wait, I can spawn that guy too? How? How did I do that? Did I change my movement? I'm not complaining, I'm just surprised. I would like to always spawn that guy. I think it's one of those features that's fun for newer players, but tends to work poorly for the long-term health of an MMO. When you need to level up everything, where it basically just becomes a tedious grind after you've done it 3 times. Or the equivalent of it, I guess. I would even say that it was really satisfying to get the weapon level increase from time to time in World of Warcraft. Yeah, at least initially, early on as well, in my opinion. Like, when I leveled my Warlock, I would just stab my dagger into the enemy just to level up that number. It was also saved me technically a bit of mana, if, you know, I just needed a little bit extra damage. One in 16. You know, at least on this LA Funk here, we don't have to worry whether the chest can or cannot spawn, because it might be inside the wall, because, well, it should always be able to spawn. If you get good enough players, they will optimize the fun out of it to get raids or whatever. That's kind of like the popular idea of it, isn't it? That players will optimize the fun out of it. And there is certain truth in that. But it's not always necessarily the case for everybody, because there are certain people whose entire enjoyment is that kind of optimization. Also, we're out of MP. Like, I'm probably one of them. I just enjoy optimizing. And it's kind of fascinating and fun for me to just try to get to the level where I can optimize to certain degrees and levels. But that's not great for everybody, of course. And when you feel like... It's actually, in a weird way, when I played Crystal Project, I kind of alluded to that already there. where if you find an overpowered strategy in an RPG, you might kind of feel pigeonholed into actually using that always because it's the strongest thing you found. It is, you know, there's probably nothing stronger out there. So you don't necessarily go out experimenting with other things anymore. Or even if you do, it might just still feel like, oh, that is not nearly as strong, so you just default back to your other overpowered strategy that you found, right? Which, games that allow you to be overpowered are fun for me personally, because I just don't use that strategy anymore when I don't feel like it. But that's not what everybody can do. Some people just feel like, well, this is a really strong strategy and I'm struggling sufficiently with the game as is, so if I don't use it, I just make it unnecessarily difficult for myself. And they might not enjoy that kind of difficulty. Which you can't really blame the people for not enjoying that kind of difficulty, I would argue. Like, sure, I find it fun, but I'm weird. Finding an overpowered strategy is fun, using it gets old quickly. Yeah, I think that's a fair way of framing it. It does not even need to get old quickly. But it can really just feel like you're doing the wrong thing if you're not using it at the point. How did you keep getting hit up there, Sprite? Well, it's howlers, that's how. They're just vicious like that. They just attack very frequently, to the point where they can potentially just stunlock you. They're not quite as bad as goblins. They don't usually stunlock you as individuals, where goblins can do that. But it's definitely not far, especially with their like high movement speed and wide-ranging jump attacks. Could you stop that? That's why when you play Elden Ring, you always choose different weapon or playstyle you haven't used before. Yeah, that makes sense. But you're also the kind of person that plays these games multiple times. In that case, right? Because you think it's enjoyable in some capacity. There's optimized because you enjoy it, and then there's something you don't enjoy because something else would be less optimal. Yes, I think that's a good way of phrasing that too, John Ozer. Like, if one strategy is just marginally less optimal than another, but you might enjoy that activity more, it's probably not a big deal to deviate. But if there, let's say, there's an absolute meta on how you're supposed to use it and play it, and if you do it differently, people will just yell at you for doing wrong, then I think that's where it becomes a problem, I guess. To you, it depends on the game. You don't want to take skill completely out of it, but you find something powerful that you came up with on your own, and you're happy to use it. Which is also great, I will agree. Like, when you're just happy to use these strategies, I don't see why you shouldn't use it. Similarly, if people just enjoy, like, using infinite life cheats and stuff like that, I feel like they should have the option to do that. Like, especially when I was younger, I was using cheats all over the place, because otherwise I would not get far in a lot of these games. And once I got better at the game, I would just try to do without the cheats. And then use cheats anyways, because it was still too difficult. It was not until way later when I started actually enjoying the concept of improving to the point where I didn't feel like using those kinds of cheats and trainers anymore. But that was not until way later. I also kind of actually really appreciate based on that alone, that Celeste, I don't know if Celeste was the first game to use the term assist options, or whether they just popularized it. But basically, I love the framing of assist options nowadays rather than cheat options, because it is there to assist you in having more fun with the game, whatever that might entail. Even if, you know, some people might consider stuff cheating, which I guess. But you're only really cheating if you're breaking some form of rules or social contract. But you're not really cheating when you're just playing the game the way you enjoy. At least not in my book. Do you know a game that has infinite lives? Boshi. Yes. That is accurate. Remnant 2 is a game you played for like 700 hours and you looked up some of the secrets because a lot of them are really obtuse. But you never looked up a build guide until after you had done literally everything the game had to offer. That sounds like a game you were really invested in. 700 hours is a lot. Makes sense. I mean, I'm also the kind of kid that just enjoyed reading through walkthroughs of games. Like, it didn't even matter if I played the game or not. Baldur's Gate 2 being a prominent example. I printed out like a 200-page thing from the internet I found of a walkthrough, just because I enjoyed reading it, and the author also made some nice illustration. My parents were not too happy about how much I printed, but it's okay now. You define cheating as gaining advantage using something that is not accounted for by the rules of the game. That's a fair definition, honestly. Like, that is a fair definition. Not everybody is going to share it. But that's kind of the thing too, isn't it? How we define cheating is very much up to everyone's debate. Like, using glitches in order to get through a game as quick as possible, a lot of people would just call that cheating. But as somebody who has done a lot of speedruns in the past, I will tell you that the only way I would be cheating is if I were to, like, hack my game in order to gain unfair advantages over the other runners that are playing by the same rules. That's kind of the entire thing. As long as you play by the same rules as the others, and you agree on a common definition of what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do, then that's kind of an easy way to outline as to what would be constituting as cheating, right? It's a Souls-like with randomization and a million secrets to find. It's one of your favorite games ever. What was the game called again? Speedruns use a different set of rules compared to casual playthrough? Yeah, very much so. But that's also why I say it's just like, it depends on your definition of cheating, right? Because I'm not above using glitches in my casual playthroughs if I find the techniques and strategies myself. I just have enough self-restraint to say, okay, that was fun, and then just go back to normal. But I wouldn't generally mention that abusing game mechanics is against the rules. Because the rules is what you set up yourself. And if you agree to a set of rules to play by, like speedrun rules, then that kind of has an external factor too. Roll a d20. Let's roll a d20. Alright. Ooh. 1 GF. It is the lowest roll of today, but you do have 1 luck point, so you get 1 free reroll if you'd like to. But technically speaking, 1 is also the high score for today, so make of that what you will. Nat 1, baby. Yep. I mean, to be fair, Nat 1s can tell fun stories by themselves. And especially if you're a divination wizard, natural 1s can be fun as well. Alright, God's Black Arm, roll a d20. 3! I'm not rolling well today. And as usual, you do have a reroll. Noble Houndoom, roll a 1d20. 1! Are you serious? 3 is the highest score for today still. Okay, reroll the 3 for God's Black Arm. 6. Well, I guess it's better. Alrighty, then Italian, roll it 1d20. 18! You could still re-roll that one if you'd like to. It's up to you. But, well, 18 is the high score of today now. Oh, there's a chest! Just needed to roll high enough, apparently, in order to finally get what we are looking for. Alrighty, lady. Stop holding your face and please analyze the chest. That took a while. So the common drop is the fairy walnut, which is what we usually would like to have from these guys. There it is. Fairy walnut acquired. And with this, we are going to go into the Den of Evil. Wrong game. Into the Ice Palace. There we go. I don't know why my brain struggled so much with finding the area name. Right, that doesn't work. I knew that. Like, it's one of those things. At some point you get to know a game so well that you do something, and then you recognize immediately as you're pressing the button, wait, I know that's not gonna work. Hitting the shell blast to the left never works. It always uses that spinny attack towards the right side, and is invulnerable during it. So again, I know it doesn't work, but still press the buttons the way I did, I guess. Reroll for Chaldean. Oh boy. Alright. From your 18, you get a 3. Okay. I mean, you're just taking God's Black Arms 3 at that point. You understand we collect both drops on each enemy? No, we're just collecting 1 chest from an enemy. We actually don't even worry about getting any of the drops. We're just collecting 1 chest. That's all I'm looking for. Low rolls are tasty. Yeah, this is why it's called 1 chest. We are looking for 1 chest per enemy. In the end game, in order to satisfy my 100% rule requirement, by the way, I'd like to emphasize that's my rules. I don't think... Well, I guess technically the remake has established 100% rules. I just don't like them. But these are mine. These I've established. It's actually not entirely true. It just feels kind of weird for the remake to require you to get stuff for 100% that is missable. But then again, I get stuff that is missable too. So maybe it's not that weird. Maybe I'm thinking about it too much. Wildlife, roll a d20. 17. That's pretty good, actually. You could still reroll it if you'd like to. Currently, I think 6 is now the high score, technically. Well, it would be 17 now. Welcome to the Ice Palace. Ow. Let me through. Spies is gonna take a while to get... Oh, I should probably heal the lady. Right, I need you guys to be not aggressive around here. I can't change that right now because you're a snowman. Because these blue drops are... Well, if you get too close to them, you will become a snowman. That's just the natural conclusion of it. So I need you guys to not go anywhere near them, please. I'm gonna set them back to being super scared of everything, which is what their default behavior normally is. They're also weak to fire for what it's worth. So let's see if we can get... Oh, also they have like way too much HP. Sure, they're weak to fire, but their HP is tremendous. Chest? Oh, we actually got the chest right away. That's lucky, considering how much HP they have. Then again, farming them would have been relatively easy, comparatively, but from the blue drops we can get a golden tiara as a rare drop, or a chocolate as a common drop. Chocolate is... Also, there's LA Funks in here too, huh? I forgot about that part. Maybe there would have been a better room for farming LA Funks. Or is that the only room that has one? I actually forgot that one existed. Oh, here we go. There's a bunch of dudes that we need. So, these are specters. I believe they don't have any particular elemental weakness. So, we're just gonna use our cheapest strong spell. Or strongest cheap spell. Anyways, this is a glove orb. Oh wow, just right off the bat. The pendulum swings the other way. Well, Fairy Walnut as a common drop and a Cup of Wishes as a rare drop. It's just galore. I'm not complaining, considering that ghosts are some of the most annoying enemies to kill for their item drops. That is fantastic. The bad luck went into those dice rolls. Neat. Did you do a second dice roll, Quadlight? Because I might have missed it. Or is that still the same one? Feel free to poke me if I miss a thing. You decided to keep the 17 for now. That's fair. Oh, this room has 3 of these guys. Huh. I was gonna farm the other room. Anyways, we have these ones. Wait. Do they? I don't think they appear on my list. Oh no, they're all the way down here. Weepy eyes. Why are they so low? Oh, because they spawn from the wizard eye thing. I was wondering why this guy was so low. I don't think he had betters either. I might be wrong. Just a singular weepy eye. We also need the books to drop as an item. Let's see, books are mystic books. Yeah. This room also has ghosts, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Lucid Barrier? How inconvenient. Lucid Barrier prevents a lot of physical damage. Either a certain amount of hits or a certain amount of damage depending on what gets depleted first. So I guess we just go for the books here. I don't... maybe the next room is better for books. Could you stop that, please? Kind of inconvenient. Also, this is where I wish I had a strong spear weapon. I guess the axe will have to do. Don't think... Well, I actually don't know if these guys can be petrified. I can try. Let's see, I think we spawn right on top of a book in this room. Yeah, we do. But we also can't reset it right now until we clear the mini-boss. But these are 3 books. I think that's better. We could do the Weepy Eye later. Tell you what, we go back for 16 Weepy Eye kills total. 15 more now to hit the drop rate. And then we knock them down later down in Gold Tower, I believe. Is where we would be able to knock them out. Also, that's Lucid Barrier level 4 too. That is that's a pretty strong Lucid Barrier. Let me check. Not just. Let me get into position here, and then I check the thingy. In just a moment. Thank you, whoever that was, whatever, however much that was. Appreciate it. So basically, I want to deal 300 damage to these guys. Please. Sometime. In order for them to transform, and then we sit in the bottom left corner. No. By the way, when you're close enough to an enemy, the attack animation is like a 50-50. Good thing bosses don't drop chests. That would be a thing. There's a 50-50 chance for you to do the stab animation or the swing animation of most melee weapons. And we're gonna just try to get everybody here into the corner. Very nice. And now I can just swing at them. Alright, now I can go and check. Let's see. Prof Ness. Thank you. Thank you kindly, Prof Ness. You've been crazy generous. I really appreciate that. Prof Ness donated $37.58. And this, we're indeed at 5,000. That's a crazy amount, dude. Thank you so much. And Profness says, gonna be traveling for the rest of the day, more or less, so making sure the last few solo cactus happen. Yes, alright. We're gonna do that at the end of the set then. Let me actually put that into the schedule then. Thank you so much, Profness. Yes, I did promise I would finally finish the Final Fantasy V solo character challenge run at 5,000. And that has been reached. Alrighty. But yeah, overall, by the way, this encounter here is curious because at this point, these enemies don't deal damage to you. Like literally, even if you get hit by them, your armor is too high for them to deal any damage at all. So it's a really weird encounter. There is the idea floating around that technically enemies are equipped with different weapons. And maybe they were supposed to have like an updated weapon equipped in order for them to actually deal damage here. Because similarly, the Boreal Face has like a little vine creeping at you, but it's the exact same vine that you have from Tropicallo, so it will never actually realistically deal any damage to you either. So that's kind of where that idea stems from too. It's just like, was it supposed to get it an updated weapon or something? But yeah, thank you so much, Profness. And with 5,000, we did indeed reach that threshold. And I also think, like, the support over the course of December has been absolutely crazy. Because 5,000 is pretty insane. It's way more than I've ever, like, even thought of, let's put it this way. And as such, as I mentioned before, in case people have not caught on to that, We're gonna be basically finishing the throwback marathon, at the very least. That's the one thing I can promise. Afterwards, well, it would be the presumably responsible thing to just look for a regular job. But I would like to pay you back for that. In the only way I can, I guess. Uh-oh. Lady's out of MP, the sprite is out of MP. How much damage do we do to these things? Actually have these guys. I think books you can damage while they're on the ground too. So setting them to actually attack might be fine here. I wonder if you can knock a book unconscious. Oh, and there's the problem with not using spells. They certainly like using spells against us. Oh boy. Also, by the way, as you can see, the boy only took damage from one of the spells. My goodness! These things are dangerous! What the heck? I didn't realize that. Probably should have. Oh, there's a VPI! Really? I didn't realize there was a VPI in this room. Alright, we're just gonna knock out 15 of them. That's my plan. Imagine getting bullied by books. I'm a tiny Mugle. Koopa. The Mugle status will eventually wear off. Probably. Any moment now. Hello? Koopa? 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 Really? Did we learn about... Did he just figure out an infinite Mugle glitch? Mugle does not last forever in this game. We just figured out an infinite Mugle glitch, guys. It shouldn't, at least. It does now. Alright, listen, if it wasn't so annoying to defeat these enemies... 3. I would probably just leave the sprite like this for fun. Glitch, reset. I wonder if it has something to do with me just pygmying the sprite at the same time. Alright, Taka. No more Koopa. Next year, Secret of Mana, 100% mini Mugle run. Unfortunately, Muggles deal absolutely no damage in this game, can't cast any spells, so they're not like Final Fantasy V frogs, where they technically can do combat to beat the game with. Maybe the sprite was a Mugle all along. I like that theory. Right, number 4. Alright, maybe a bit of explanation why that just found to be so funny. AI-controlled characters are only engaged in combat with enemies that are up to a certain distance away from them. The enemy is slightly elevated above the ground, so the game just offsets it vertically for it to give the illusion of it is hovering higher up than it actually is. But the AI-controlled characters take the distance between them and the actual enemy where the hitbox is, where you need to hit it in order to be still engaged in combat. So these two clowns just backed off so far from the I Spy, because they were trying to approach it from below, that they got out of combat for themselves and no longer attacked it. So that's what I just found to be funny. Basically, I had to have them walk back into range in order for them to attack the I Spy again. So yes, you can knock books unconscious in this game. You have to go through the game with one character mini Mugle at all times. I bet we could mini Mugle escort quest 2 characters throughout the entire game. That would be a challenge run. Keep 2 Mugles alive throughout the entire game. 2 mini Mugles. That would be a real challenge, honestly. What happens if you barrel a mini Mugle? Do they appear under the barrel? That is an interesting question. I don't think the barrel and Mugle status effects are compatible. I think the game only allows one or the other, but I'm really not sure about that. We should test that. Oh, he had no more HP. You know what? This is a roundabout way to full heal, I guess. I think Mugle and Barrel is incompatible, but now that you mention it, I am not sure. Later on we're gonna get the Mugle belt so we can test it then, but that might not be until a while if these enemies are not cooperating with giving me chests. Infinite move? Thank you, Almaty. I'm even saving enough mana to just push this guy. You know, if I didn't know any better, I would say that was really smart of the lady to approach the enemy there from the side to not get hit by the beam. But that was just coincidence. Please save the game before trying. Yes, I think that is a wise suggestion. All praise the eternal Mugle. As it should be. You know, realistically, all Muggles should be eternal. I think that would be the correct way the world should work. I guess Trials of Mana has eternal Muggles, because that status effect does not wear off. Also, I completely lost track of how many of these I knocked out by now. Like 8 probably. Half of what I'm aiming for. It goes both ways. Now we're once again a little bit dry on chests. You know what, I have to go outside in order to restock MP anyways. So let's just use MP for one more. Right, we don't have any MP remaining? Yeah, okay, we get out of here after this book goes down. Probably want to unmoogle the sprites so they don't immediately die. Right. You can't use magic rope here. Are you sure? I guess that room makes sense. You can't use magic rope here? Really? I have to walk? Let me actually check the thing real quick. I heard a thing earlier. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Eternal Mugle donated $73. That's really kind of you. Thank you, Eternal Mugle. I really appreciate it. 73. That's really kind of you. And Zudomonas, thank you so much for the Prime thing. Welcome to you, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. By the way, feel free to correct me how to pronounce your name if you'd like to. I swear you can use the magic rope. Really? I can't? Huh. Anyways, let's actually get the sprite to whip. Ooh, chest. We got the chest from this guy. Alrighty, let me scroll all the way down. We got the chest from... Where is it? Lol. I'm blind. There it is, Weepy Eye. Can drop as a chest guard as a rare drop, theoretically. Medical Herb is the more common one. We got a Medical Herb, alright. That's the expected outcome. Alrighty, now we just need the Mystic Book from in here, and we have everything actually. Just the Mystic Book remains. Ah yeah, Magic Rope doesn't work, my goodness. I am so surprised about that. But at the same time, it's just like, I guess I never tried it. This means the easiest way for us to reset back outside is by literally resetting. But then we kind of lose the levels and the experience. I have a carrot as a nose. It does smell kind of funny. Time for Prime Game and Prime Streamer. I see, thank you kindly. I appreciate that. Maybe that might be worth noting. If you have an Amazon thingy, you can subscribe to one streamer for free. It doesn't have to be here, but just make sure to use it somewhere. Because you get one for free. Support the streamer you like. Again, doesn't have to be here. You always waited until you got Luna to do any grinding, since Let's Sprite refill their MP. Yes, that is really nice. I will absolutely agree. Like, Luna for grinding is not just for the sprite to regain MP, but it's also because you get Luna's lunar energy for guaranteed critical hits, which also speeds up grinding tremendously for, like, just straight up one-shotting enemies in conjunction with maybe Stone Saber. We'll be using that later. But it's so good to have Luna. Like, Luna is basically the biggest difference between how I played this game as a child and how I'm playing it nowadays. As a kid, I'd never really used Luna for much. Like, I occasionally used Moon Saber because I wanted to heal a little bit, I guess. But that's about it. But nowadays, the guaranteed critical hit, as well as just the MP refill for the sprite, is so good. Wait, scrolled the wrong way. That's why it didn't work. You're in the Ice Palace. Don't you reset if you die? Well, it puts me out to front, yes. That would be technically the fastest way to go out front if we all die at the same time. But I would need to set that up for enemies to knock me out before casting 50 spells. Have we gotten any rare drop from chests yet? Actually, no, we have not. Not a single one of these guys was rare drop so far. I don't think there's any side rooms, aside from the claw chest in this dungeon, is there? Oh. Lunar energy makes you always crit, not just increase the chance? Yes, indeed. It's not just an increase in chance, it's a guaranteed crit. To be specific, lunar energy gives you its lunar level +1 amounts of crits guaranteed. So at level 5 you get 6 guaranteed critical hits, at level 0 is 1 guaranteed critical hit. Lunar boost can be useful, I guess, for the 25% increased attack power for your characters, but I argue unless you hit a certain threshold where that 25% ends up like mattering, which, well, may be the case, I guess. It's not really all that useful, because enemies... You know how I mentioned at the beginning of the game that if you have something equipped in every single item slot, or equipment slot, the enemies basically have a very tiny chance left over for them to crit a high roll attack you. If you use Lunar Boost, enemies will be able to guaranteed high roll hit you, aka you take way more damage from enemies if you use Lunar Boost. Which again, it's a risk-reward thing, like you take more damage, but at the same time, enemies will also deal more damage. Alrighty. Back in this room, we just need one chest from these books. It's actually kinda nice to get the Whimper chest first, because that was just a singular enemy, whereas these are 3 at a time. Very easy 3 too. Unless this is another room where we can't get chest drops, that would be really awkward. I say another, but at least this room would have a theoretical reason as to why it potentially might not work, since this is the trap room. Like, it is theoretically plausible that... It's not, but it would have been theoretically possible. It's like the second or third time the game does that. It would have been theoretically possible that this room might not contain chests. But apparently it's not the case. Alrighty, we get from the Mystic Book a chocolate or a fairy walnut. We got a chocolate. Once again, the common drop, but I'm not complaining because we got the chest. Wow. Okay. We managed to get past these guys without getting frozen. That's impressive. Oh yeah, there's 3 Whimpers in that room. Then again, it's not necessarily a good thing. Be gone! Well, no. Oh, shoot. Press the wrong button. Obey me. Go back. Be gone! Well, no. Quite conceited for a child. Time for your punishment. Come! Santa's confirmed a pirate. You know. Because a pirate would probably say you are a punishment. Like, arr. Maybe it's just weird. Hasn't stopped me before, I guess. No ice sabers for us. Look. We defeated the first boss in this segment. That was 2 hours. That's actually the second boss, because we defeated Boreal Phase 2. Now we're going into the desert to defeat the Frost Gigas. My splits are out of order because I asked which place I should go first. That's okay. Sent us from Argentina. Maybe. As a kid, you mostly exclusively used Earthslide because you really liked the idea of just dropping a giant rock on every enemy and boss. Fantastic reasoning. Alright, there's no more enemies in the Ice Palace now. So we are done with the Ice Palace. Ow. Let's leave. We have everything from here, guys. We don't need to defeat them anymore. Is Santa gonna make me walk the plank? Arguably. Alrighty. Okay, if we try to go to Kikara from here, this guy says, sorry, not enough gunpowder, Matanga's my limit. Let me check. I'm actually curious. Okay, here. If that probably does not work, bro. I wanted to show on a map that Matango is further away than the desert, but I don't have a good way of doing that right now with my current setup. Like, it would be really messy, so I'm just not going to do that. But at least unless you consider flying it the other way around the world, Kikara is closer. Why'd he offer? This is quite simply, as in, the reason why he doesn't have enough gunpowder here is quite simply because the event where you get lost in the desert can only begin when you shoot the cannon travel directly from Matango instead. So in order to ensure that you do get the event where you get lost in the desert first, before you enter the desert proper, you have to go to the desert specifically for Matango first. Oh wow. Sudamona, thank you. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs, that's mighty kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, this is also the reason, if you ever watch the speedrun of Secret of Mana, this is the reason why we enter the desert first, get lost in the desert, defeat the mech rider, shoot over to the ice country, and then shoot back over to the desert afterwards. Purely because it is just more efficient that way around. Alrighty, we could upgrade a bunch of things. So upgrade the Great Bow. Upgrade the Rising Sun. Well, to the Rising Sun. Again, I'm pretty sure we can upgrade this to rank 5. This is rank 2 right now. Rank 3. And... oh, right, I never picked up the chest. That actually makes a difference now. That's fine. Mugle Claws. Alright. Sure, why not? We get the Chakra Hand. So fun fact about the Chakra Hand increases your wisdom and intelligence by 1. That is effectively 1 level up of extra magic power for the sprite and the lady when they equip it. How much is 1 level? It's like, I don't know, 5 damage per spell or something like that. I genuinely actually don't know what the number is, but it's genuinely mostly negligible unless you want to hyper-optimize for some reason. But yeah, just a little fun fact. Chakra Hand gives +1 magic power to the sprite and the lady. Actually, I'm just curious, is there a better weapon than the Stout Axe now in terms of attack power? The Chakra Hand has more attack power, so does the Rising Sun, and the bow, huh. You know what? I'm gonna do it this way around then. AI control characters tend to be actually pretty decent with the bow, surprisingly. Like, for me as a regular player, I think the bow is one of the more difficult weapons to effectively use. But due to how the AI tends to, like, move around and behave, the bow is actually one of the better weapons they can use in my personal opinion. Right, let's go to Kakara. Now, importantly in Kakara here, we're actually gonna be bound to getting a chest from the yellow scorpions before we leave the desert. Or before we get rescued by the sand ship. That is because you can actually not encounter yellow scorpions anymore, to my knowledge. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure there's no way to get back to yellow scorpion outside of using glitches, that is. You can actually land back in the section where you get lost in the desert and go back to yellow scorpions, but you need to use like a glitch in order to achieve that, because normally what happens is if you try to land in this area again, the game just attempts to teleport you back to the normal desert where you can actually get over to Kakara. Can we petrify them, or are they wind or earth element? I don't know. There's Peddlers here. Okay, we can petrify them. Peddlers we cannot petrify. I don't know which screen is the best for grinding these guys. Oh, also, technically we could grind these guys here. Spider legs. They're very awkward to take down without spells. But we're gonna grind on these quite a bit in the future. So I'm not too worried about getting their drop right now. But then again, somebody earlier mentioned it's actually kind of nice if I just am around in the area for a bit longer instead of coming back to grind out the drops later down the road. Which I feel like is a fair sentiment to have. Maybe I should just try to get it from like the first set of enemies we encounter. This looks like a good screen. 2 scorpions. Oh, 3, 4 already. It's pretty nice. Sand stingers they are called, by the way. Don't go to the right here, otherwise we're gonna get rescued. I wonder if we can knock down the pumpkin there. Knocking down pumpkins is a bit awkward because they can self-explode, and then you don't get any drops from them. They do in fact have a chest drop. Oh wow, that was not enough to knock them down. Up and down is, by the way, the same screen here. Sounds a bit weird, but it's because the entire desert is like a 2x3 grid that loops on itself. Oh, there we got the chest. We got the Sun Stinger chest. It has a candy or a medical herb. And we get the candy. Alrighty. Now, Maybe, let me actually go and check if we can knock out a pumpkin. I don't know if there's any good places to farm pumpkins. But this one seems like right there, so maybe this is where I should try to farm the pumpkins. So let's actually knock out 16 of them. We can encounter them later down the road still. They can also be spawned by the duck enemies. Gigas going to cause the extinction of an entire species soon. Grinding on too far. Well, I mean, we're not gonna see any more yellow scorpions after I left here, so maybe that's accurate. Also, apparently you can stack damage on these guys. There's more. Actually, we're fine to go to the right here, are we not? Maybe. Oh, we got the chest from the pumpkins. So, we either get a 24 GP or a medical herb. Basically, nothing of particular note. And we get the medical herb. Hey, this is the first time we got a rare drop. I'm gonna just color the cell in, I don't know, pink. This looks horrible. I'm not gonna do that. Green. This is the first time we got this one. That's the same green I already used. Maybe this one? Maybe not. That's the wrong way around. Maybe we go with blue. Oh, that's the border? No. Doesn't color it. Okay, it doesn't color it because of the conditional formatting. This is a bit awkward. Anyways, moving on. Here you automatically walk into the middle of the area. If you're controlling the sprite, both the lady and the boy will just walk into the edge of the camera border for a bit, and everybody is going to be stacked on themselves. Can you actually go the other way? And reset or get this cutscene again? You can! Look at this. I didn't actually know you could trigger the cutscene again. Can do the same thing from this side, probably. Alrighty, moving on. Welcome to the sunset. Get to work. How do we work in here? Well, we just walk around. Apparently this is the machine room. In order to generate heat for the desert sand ship to stay afloat, everybody has to walk sufficiently enough around to cause frictions in order to heat up the room. But the problem is if you run around for too much, it can cause a fire. Or something like that. At least that's my headcanon as to how this machine room works. Anyways. Fire! Fire! And then the guards are trying to do their sacred ritual of walking around randomly in an effort to quell the fire by fighting fire with fire, of course. Good luck, guys. I did just start walking around randomly instead of, you know, doing anything. Also, I just realized, For my local recording, I am not currently recording the game sound separately, because it's a different capture device, so it has a different audio input, so I don't actually put that onto a separate layer. I'm a dingus. Oops. By the way, this is the place where I learned what a logbook is as a kid, because I had no idea what the heck that guy was talking about, until my mother explained it to me. Rats? Yeah, rats ate all the food. Sprite is a rat. Confirmed. 7 rats in a trench coat makes a Sprite. Which, if you subscribe to the Planescape Torment version of the hive mind rats, the more rats there are together, the more intelligent they become, the stronger they are as spellcasters. It actually makes perfect sense. Can I actually run away from these guys? Oh. I've never actually explored here. Well, these guys are busy. Can you go anywhere useful? Can you go back and save right now? Ah, we could go and eat the rest of the food. It's an odd music choice for this scene. Now that you mention it. The logbook guy's gone, you can't save anymore. But we can ransack the captain's cabin. Right, back to business. There's nothing here. Napshot, thank you! Thank you kindly for 56 months of support. That's a crazy long time already. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Alrighty, welcome to Gishtar, who is gonna turn into the Mecha Rider #1. So long, chumps. Now, here's the catch for him. Unfortunately, I have done some unreasonable amounts of grinding before coming here, and he only has 980 HP or something. So, unfortunately for him, I might be dealing a little bit more damage to him than he would be able to survive. Just a little bit. Can't even see the damage number, but it was 999. Split. Hey Thickbird, thank you, and welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, now, in this section, we're looking for Spiderlegs, Mad Mallard, Robin Foot once we get into Fire Temple, Redstrops, Dark Funks, and Dinofish. So I think Spiderlegs only appear outside the temple. Oh no, where did the guy go? Did you? Okay. Normally I immediately go to talk to him, but I didn't pay attention where he went, so he was... I had no idea where he was going. Alright, Spiderlegs. We can target them with spells before they appear anywhere. And they are a bit of a pain to take down. If you're trying to use like melee attacks on them. So we're just using spells, because that is the easy way out. Plus, nobody told me I couldn't use spells. Ow. Wait, that guy didn't go down. Really? That's actually kind of impressive. Survived the taco freeze. Fun fact, these guys are actually weak to wind. Oh wait, he did go down. Oh. Alrighty. I think it makes more sense for me to control the sprite and just run down here. And welcome to having proper desert music. It's kind of curious. I guess the entrance we used earlier didn't have like any music associated with it. That guy didn't go down. Pew. If I were to clear the fire temple first, oh, we already got the chest, never mind. It would have been actually a bit more convenient, because the sprite would be able to level spells towards level 4 already, instead of being stuck at level 3. Alrighty. From the spider legs we got a chocolate or a candy. Chocolate. And I'm still gonna color this over here. I don't know, like this, I guess, because we got the rare drop. Thank you for the 10 bits, I appreciate those. Alrighty. So I need to take a quick break, everybody, because, well, my coffee has run out, and I would like to get up and stretch and walk around, so I would suggest a 5-minute break. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and we'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. And yes, the candy is the rare drop as opposed to the rare drop being the chocolate, which in a sense kind of makes sense because the chocolate here, you can't buy candy, but you can buy chocolate in the desert. So the candy is in fact more rare. I mean, you can always kind of explain it away. Alright, yeah, I just heard a thing, give me a second. Oh wow. Sorian, thank you kindly. Thank you so much for the generous $50 donation. I really appreciate that. Updating that. And Sorian says, I finished watching your running my bots yesterday. Just in time for your yearly tradition of watching so you got money 100%. Thanks for doing this every year. You're always very kind to other people. Please don't forget to be kind to yourself as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And, well, being kind to yourself is a challenge for people like me. I appreciate the reminder. And I will try. That's ironic since chocolate should melt in the desert. Well, I suppose. Maybe they have good freezers around here. To be fair, I highly doubt that candy would fare much better. I'm one tile too low. Wait. I saw some duckies and then ignored them. Really, so let's give the boy Stone Saber. Wait, there's yellow scorpions here? I was wrong already, good job. They will disappear after you clear the temple. But I'm already wrong on the count of them not appearing anywhere else. Wow. Me trying to explain the game. Turns out, yeah, I got wrong. Whoops. Oh well. Anyways, Robin Foot. They are going to be one of our targets in here. I'm learning a lot today. Ha. I was really going to forget a lot today. And then we have these guys here. So the sprite needs to use, not that you're not the sprite, needs to use Exploder on this thing in order to open up the gate. You blew the fire out. We fight fire with fire. And these guys also need to drop us a chest too, please. Alrighty, and I think that might be the best room for a chest. I'm actually not sure. We can just explore the rooms for once. This definitely is not a room. It does not exist. Ah. Boy, you couldn't move there. You were entirely frozen. So these guys are a lot like the blue drops. They have a lot of HP. So good luck in knocking them out. Could you guys stop glitching out the graphics? This is a glitchless run. There was a path over here, right? Ah yes, this is the BJW room. 1000 gold. And the magic percent beginning. There's nothing in here. Robin Foot's confused. I feel like that guy's a bit more than just confused. Oh, we already got the chest. Robin Foot is one of the best grinding enemies in this section of the game. Actually, basically the best grinding enemy, so we would have easily gotten the chest sooner rather than later, but we just get one along the way. Much more convenient. So, from the Robin Foot, we get a chocolate and one fit. Grinding, where are you? Hello, Robin Foot. There you are. Okay, now we just need the red drops. It's gonna have to spray probably cast 3 spells. Actually, the boy did enough damage there that I think that this might be enough. Yeah, it is. Whip level 2. Thank you for the 10 bits, appreciate those. So, there's also a freeze in order to activate this orb. These Robin Foot have relatively low HP and no, it isn't. It's Fireball. These Robin Foot have relatively low HP for while having no defense. So if you can bunch them up and knock them down, it's pretty effective. And this is basically the room to do that in. Now you might only ever see 2 Robin Foot in here. That is because there is a permanently spawned 1000 gold chest in here. Until I pick that one up, this room will only ever spawn 2 enemies. Now that I picked up this one, there will be up to 3 enemies. And if you're ever looking for a grinding spot to get a bit of money or experience in the game, this is it. So basically you go down the stairs, and there's 3 of them right here. You can punch all 3 of them at the same time, and you're good to go. This is super efficient. Alrighty, freeze. I highly doubt this is effective as the other ones in the basement. This is, I believe, a chest that we have to pick up. Also the earliest, if I'm not mistaken. Did I put that in my splits? I did not. Maybe it's not. Huh. Maybe it's a chest I can pick up. This is an axe orb. I thought this one was mandatory, so we don't have to grind out an additional axe orb later, but it's not in my splits, so I'm not sure whether that's true or not. Level 30. That's a crazy high level here. Yeah, we need one of these dark funks and the red drop, and I think then we're done with these enemies here. As soon as we get the chests. Oh, well, the ducks as well, I guess. Can't forget about the duckies. They don't honk, but they just throw grenades at you instead. Which, you know, to be fair, some ducks or goose would probably do that if they had the option. Also, is it just me or these guys just crawling around look really weird? Oh! You know how soldiers do sometimes training where they like crawl under fence wire in the mud? I think that's the idea this guy is trying to invoke. He's just like trying to sneak up to us or something. Always looked really weird when they were just walking around so weird. But I suppose it makes sense in that idea. I wonder if this is a good grinding spot for red blobs here. Oh well. We could lure this guy further down or up. Now he's confused. Where is he? So, the blobs need to be close enough to us in order to duplicate. I don't know if this is gonna be close enough here. I doubt it. I give the whip over to the boy, he does more physical damage. Maybe give the sprite the boomerang. Come back! It is a confusion though, I thought it was the whip for some reason. Oh, we got the chest already. Nice. So, the red drops can give us a chocolate or a silver band. Level 3 analyzer is still enough. Chocolate won't fit. Okay. Alright, we got the red drop. Now we just need the dark funk and then we're good to go. And as I've mentioned before, I don't think there is a better place than basically the literal entrance of the entire area to get dark funk in, so I'm just gonna go back there. So, my dear sprite, I need you to just finish these guys off. Post haste. Why does one say post haste? Is it like the equivalent of saying you need to do this faster than fast or something like that? Because, you know, post is beyond-ish. Or after. So you need to be after fast. Faster than fast? I don't know. Maybe we need to scroll a bit further down for that to be on stream. Post haste is basically as fast as possible. Post in this case comes from the mail service, post with haste, as in deliver it quickly. Oh, okay, interesting. I mean, your mind thinks after being hasted by a spell, but... I mean, this is fair. Just make sure you're done within a minute, otherwise you get stunned at an inopportune time. Hey, Blind Umpire, thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. You think the Swedish postal service, PostNord, missed that memo with post haste? You would say they go more at a glacial speed, because it's kind of cold up there, you know? Yeah, that was a bit of a stretch. I just realized I could probably just run straight down. I don't have to go down left, because the horizontal screen position is probably fine. The reason why that matters is because I can just run as soon as I enter the screen. And the AI is not gonna block me from going down anymore if I run or dash. Plus, AI control cactus are much more likely to fall in line with where you're going if you dash in a cardinal direction. If you dash diagonally, then their pathfinding tends to struggle a lot more trying to keep up, and there's our chest. Nice. Alrighty, with this we have the Dark Phone's chest. The common drop is a candy, the rare drop is a fairy walnut. And it's a candy for us. Alrighty. And that's everything except for the duckies. So, this means we're gonna go and ask the duckies for a present. Might not be the smartest thing to do, considering those ducks are throwing grenades at us, but... well, I never claimed to be particularly smart. The duck is petrified. Again. By the way, that guy's dead. He just doesn't know it yet. Is this how whatever that anime meme originates from? You're already dead, you just don't realize it yet. I'm pretty sure I know a place where we can ask the duckies for gift donations. Something along the lines of Moarida or Shindeiri. I'm probably butchering that. Alrighty. Let's optimize this slightly, don't we? As if we are not strong enough, +1 intelligence for the sprite, equipping the chakra hand, which means they will deal extra damage. And this poor guy here is weak to thunder. Now, here's the thing. Thunderbolt is the strongest individual spell we can throw at him. However, it deals 387 damage or something. Basically, it is not dealing double damage compared to the Silk Blades. It's dealing more damage, but considering they cost twice as much compared to Air Blast, I call Silk Blades Air Blast, or the other way around, you get the idea. It's not really worth using Thunderbolt. Stop napping. Oh, maybe you can continue napping, it's fine. I can read some of these characters style font. Like I can read Mo, I can read... That's actually it. I forgot the remaining characters. Alrighty, we finally have our 4th mana seed. Only... oh, I forgot to split. Oops. Only... a few hours into the run. Now we can level up our spells to level 4. Also, in case you didn't know, all of the mana seeds also grant you a slight passive boost to all of your stats, basically. Not visibly, but functionally. Like, they make you just ever so slightly more durable, ever so slightly stronger. It's especially noticeable if you, let's say, have a level 1 sprite, casting a level 0 Undine spell at the end of the game with 8 mana seeds, you deal way more damage. Anyways, now we're looking for the duckies. I have a good idea where we go. Oh, there's a ducky. Mad Mallard. Petrified. He was afraid I would... We're gonna go to a place that I actually really enjoyed grinding in as a kid. This one. I always loved these little stars. I don't know why, but they looked really comfy. And... oh wait, it's not here yet. Is it the one up? I think it might be one up from here. Where is it? To the right? Come on. I always loved the little stars in these areas. There we go. I think it's this ruin. Yeah, it's this one. I always loved just kind of grinding in here. Not for any particular reason or because I was too weak, just because I like being in this area. Because there's these little stars and there's this unreachable spot up there. But of course, we think, oh, I got a chest already. Oh, come on, game. I wanted to explore more. Oh well. I'll explore anyways, at least a little. So, there's this impossible ledge over there. Candy won't fit. We got the common drop. And we actually relatively quickly figured out that we can use like the level 1 charge attack in order to jump across here. Like this is kind of quicksand that pushes you down. But we figured out we can do this here. And so we snuck into this area way before we were supposed to. We felt really clever about that at the time. Just like, oh, what is this place? There's like darkness around here. There's this boat here. Current ferry, out for lunch. Like, it was so mysterious being able to go here without having any clue what this is about. Just pretend the chest drop never happened. Nah, that would be a bad idea. Because who knows how long the next one is gonna take. Anyways, I just wanted to briefly show that one off. So this is basically the place I just grinded in a bunch because I thought the area was cool. And again, I didn't actually have much of a concept of grinding. I just like walking around playing the game, I guess. That was the Snowy Forest for you, but mainly because you like the music so much. It's a great choice, I would say. Alrighty, and with this, we have now officially left the early game and we're entering the mid game. Well, I say officially. That's what I'm calling it. 6 hours to be here. Maybe the one chest challenge is a bit longer than I anticipated it would be. Ay. You can blow Karen up later, it's funny. Oh yeah, I actually forgot about that. Alrighty, welcome to the Empire. So, in glitchless speedruns, we don't tend to skip cutscenes, even though you could by literally just walking around certain cutscene triggers. Like, you don't need to use a glitch, nothing fancy. If you just have the correct alignment with certain areas, like I do right now, you can actually just walk past cutscenes. In other speedruns, if you have like that kind of freedom, you probably would just skip the cutscene anyways, because you're not doing anything glitchy. But I guess in Secret of Mana speedruns, we just tend to try and play the way it was probably intended, so we actually don't even skip those like optional cutscenes. 634, yes indeed. By the way, heads up, if you ever play this game co-op with a friend, don't go in... If you move into the range of certain NPC triggers at the exact same frame as your friends, you might crash the game. So be careful about that. Or don't. Maybe you enjoyed that part. Who knows? Anyways, I believe this is the first time we can now go ahead and buy some equipment pieces that are actually part of our 100% definition. So, in case you don't know, the way I personally define 100% for Secret of Mana is we have a grand total of 11 possible inventory slots for equipment pieces. So I just went from highest defense, and I need to get one equipment piece of each one, just one step down, basically the next lowest, the next lowest, next lowest defense. And our journey begins with the headgear item for Quilted Hood. Now notably, these also give +5 dexterity, which technically, or agility, which very slightly increases our chance to hit on the sprite and the lady too, so it's not even that bad. Then, the Ruby Vest is also the very first armor we are supposed to get for this as well. And the Golem Ring isn't, so just gonna ignore that one. But effectively, now we have our first set of equipment pieces that we want to have for our final inventory. First we had the Quilted Hood. I just bought 2 because that made sense. I can sell these things later, it's fine. Then we now have a Ruby Vest for the lady specifically, if I'm not mistaken. And I never bothered to upgrade from the power wrist because, again, it allows us to deal more damage. Alrighty, and walking into the cutscene trigger properly now. This guy walks up to cover the entrance to the sewers, and he just asks us for 3 numbers. 6, 3, 4. Exclamation mark. Enter. Oh my. Punch you from front before meaning you. Kind of pronounce blah here. Oh. Moshinderu instead of the... I say, thank you for the breakdown, Falfo. That's kinda neat. Anyways, there gonna be more goldfishy later that we're gonna dismantle. Right, take them over here. So here's a little funny thing. Normally I don't have a higher level balloon, but we have a higher level balloon now. I think it's still the basic balloon vision. I think they don't change like graphics drastically until level 4 of a spell, if I'm not mistaken. That's another thing I appreciated about the game. Alright, fishy. These fishy have no item drops, so I basically just decided if an enemy doesn't have an item drop, we just kill one, and that's good enough. Oh look, that keys. But at the same time, if you have ever done or tried to do speedruns of this game, this room is such a nuisance that I'm happy to just knock these guys out. Oh, the consequences of my action have manifested on the left side. More blue slimes. Let's leave. I can't believe you guys didn't get hit by the blue slime dash. It's crazy. Anyways, we're gonna mark the goldfishy off here, and we are through for now. Don't worry about the sprite being visited by the Grim Reaper. It's the cutest Grim Reaper you're ever gonna see. Alrighty, in this next section we have Grave Bats, Wizard Eyes, Armored Mans. That's it. Technically Armored Man is for later, but we could already farm them if we really wanted to. So, and I believe these guys also have a different shop as well for different armor pieces. So, I actually forgot to green my acquisitions in my spreadsheet. me just catch up on that real quick. Alrighty, welcome to this place. We can buy a tiger cap. This is our second headgear piece that is required in my 100% definition. The tiger suit is a second armor. And the tiger bikini, which is the third armor. Oh, I cannot carry any armors. Okay, I guess we're gonna clear out now. That's fine. Too many armors. Also, I thought the diamond vest was exclusively for the lady, but apparently a mistake. Because the sprite and the boy can also... Ruby vest. The sprite and the boy can also equip those. I think I'm thinking of the flower vest, was it? You might be wondering, hey Yaka, why are you selling things? You have so much money anyways. And to that I respond, yeah, you're right, I probably shouldn't bother with it. But too late now. You lost a girl in there, in that room, to the snowman in your first time playing. Your first time? Oh my god. Yeah, that can happen. It's very specific, the circumstances in which that needs to occur, but that's kind of notorious at this point for, well, allowing that to happen, I guess. I'm actually buy 2 frosty rings, just to upgrade our defenses slightly in the meantime. And a second tiger suit for the boy as well. And 2 more tiger cups. But yeah, the way you lose a character is by having them become a snowman. And then... Oh, right, it's not technically in order because of... Sorry, I'm just thinking of something else. The way you lose a character is by having the character getting snowman, or snowwoman, I guess, sometimes. Or snow person, who cares? Anyways. And then the snowman graphic needs to stay around, like use a medical herb at a specific timing, in order for the snowman graphic to still be around, and then your character pushes an enemy into a very specific direction. Because the snowman does not have a pushing animation, the game just starts executing garbage data and can potentially delete your character from the team. That is what happens there. Did I not buy a tiger bikini? Evidently not. Why is the tiger bikini more expensive? Why does it give more defense than the tiger armor? Who knows? RPG logic, of course. Alrighty. That is all the equipment pieces we can get there. Accessories we don't actually get until a bit later in terms of upgrades. The earliest will be in Tasnica. Well, actually, as technically, the earliest will be in Gold City. Do we go to Tasnica first? Maybe. Anyways, sleep time, recover MP, and then we head into our next dungeon. We need to defeat grave bats, wizard eyes, and armored men. Wait, actually, no, hold on. That doesn't seem right. I know grave bats are in there. And there's a wizard's eye too. Where's the imp on my list? Imp is lower. Alrighty. I also believe I need... Well, I don't need to pick up the bow orb right now. Technically, it would be more efficient to do this afterwards, but we can do this right now. While I'm going to grind for the items anyway, I guess. So, Wizard Eye is right here. And I guess we don't really care. Well, I guess... Hold up. Maybe not sword. Light Trident. Petrify, please. Did that guy just take 17 damage from freeze? Are they water element? Oh, they are water element. Huh. Learn something. I actually have absolutely no idea where the spawns are for these guys. Oh, there goes my Stone Saber. That is so rude. That is so rude, dude. Oh, and there's 2 imps in here too. Okay. Now the problem is this guy has Dispel Magic, so my sabers are likely not going to stick around for long enough to make use of them. And from the imps we also would like to have a chest. Pretty sure they can drop a chest. That is the same guy, is it not? Spectre, yeah. We did not need to farm them in the ice area technically. Oh, and ghouls are here too. Those are ghouls, yeah. Yeah. We can farm the ghouls here too. They would be way easier to farm a bit later down the road. But I think it's fine if we just grind them along the way. Alright, Sprite. I need you to not run into enemies anymore, please. So I need to give you a ranged weapon or something. Maybe a boomerang. Can't do that while you're Mugle though. Koopa. Right, let's give you... No, a javelin is fine. You're doing just fine with a javelin. We get a bow orb. So this one we have to pick up. Otherwise we will have to farm 1 extra bow orb in the Mana Fortress. That is basically, if you miss this bow orb, you have to farm 2 bow orbs in the Mana Fortress. Because otherwise, you're not at the correct count. Arrow reaches level 3. These ghouls are not that frequent in here, are they? I believe they would be weak to light damage, but it's not like we have Lumina yet. I do wonder how frequently these guys would actually Dispel Magic me. So maybe I should try. I should try once again. Explosions! Oh, right. Did you know that being engulfed in fire also cancels your weapon element? Because technically, the way the game works by engulfing in fire is it equips a fire weapon onto you in order to facilitate that. It's very annoying. Because then you're no longer having your weapon element. Can you petrify these guys? You can petrify them. Oh, just... Nice. Alrighty. So from these guys, we can get a bunch of things. I'm pretty sure they're way later in the list. There they are, ghouls. Common drop is a candy, medical herb is the rare drop. Let's see what we get. Oh. We got the rare drop from them. That is the second one. Nice. Let me go and mark them accordingly. We got the second medical herb drop that is rare. And there goes Dispel Magic. I'm pretty sure he dispelled me still. Yep, there goes my weapon enchantment. That is so rude. Like, they seem to specifically target you when you have a weapon enchantment like that. This is not a friendly place for this. Imp's confused. Fun fact, confusion is also simultaneously silenced in this game, so they shouldn't be able to cast spells anymore. Oh. Thank you so much for the 10 bits of food for the rabbit. Very kind of you. Remedy. Oh, that is something you don't usually see. But I guess it makes sense, because the lady inflicts confusion with her bow. Okay, the sprite is out of MP, so I need to give them... Very well that. At this point, the sprite's level is getting to the point where we actually have a decent amount... Oh, there we go. Nice, that was quick. Where we have a decent amount of maximum MP to work with, which is very handy to have. Alrighty, imps. They have a common drop of a candy, and a cup of wishes is a rare drop. And we get a candy. Alrighty. Nice. So that's the imp, that's the... Alright, it's just a wizard eye and the grave button here now. There's a wizard eye right here, so I think we can just have the sprite cast spells rather quickly. Put a more ring. Because if we just go between these two rooms, I think we're gonna do pretty well here with efficiency. And until we get to level 4 Salamander, we're still also functionally leveling up our magics to a point where we need them anyways. Oh wow. Funny Gunny, thank you. Thank you kindly for the 1000 bits. Really appreciate those. And thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that too. Alrighty. Alrighty. So under level 4. Now, I don't actually know how much HP these wizard eyes have, but let's see if Air Blast knocks them out. I have the slight suspicion it's not going to, but I guess we'll see. No, it's not even close, huh? How about the second one? Because we will level up our magic a bit more here in the future anyways. We probably just should just stick to fire for expedience purposes. Alternatively, well, Sylph is a bad idea, let's put it this way, because of the long animation time. But casting 2 gnome spells is relatively fast, I suppose. But maybe inside that room that's not particularly conducive to survival, because the imps are closing in on us and, well, they just removed half of my HP. I do wonder whether there might be a better room. There's actually a decent chance there's a better room for grinding these. I'm just picking the first one that I find, I guess. Mostly because once I am further in the dungeon, I would prefer to just go through and clear it out afterwards, I guess. Oh, there's our chest. Very nice. That was reasonably fast as well. Treasure chest. What's in there? So chocolate is the common drop, fairy walnut is the rare drop. You're not gonna have to lady open this one for once. And we get a chocolate. Well, to be fair, I would have picked chocolate as well. Chocolate is way tastier than a walnut. Then again, maybe fairy walnuts are different. Maybe they have a different, like, flavor texture. I like walnut in small quantities. Thank you, Zoidamon. Appreciate that. Alrighty, we could go outside and restock, I guess. That's probably the safe thing to do. I was thinking we probably have more than enough firepower to get through here. Even without restocking, because we are such a high level compared to where I'm normally at. But might as well just take the little detour. Make sure we're safe, just in case of, I don't know, a power outage or something. And move on. Also, Happy New Year to everybody that is already the new year. It's gonna be still a bit like 4.5 hours for me here. But there reasonably could be people watching where it's already New Year's for them. I probably should have my timer on my screen at all times now I think about it. The problem is it's kind of difficult to do actually. I made it too wide. How inconvenient. Alrighty, so... Oh, right, we still need the grave bats inside here. Okay, so we're gonna go and ask the grave bats from a random gift. Nope. Oh, there's a room with 3 grave bats. Might as well just take it. So let's see. Pretty sure they're dark element. But we don't really have a good way to take advantage of any elemental advantages. We can probably petrify them too. Okay, that is not enough with 2 spell casts. In this case, it's probably just better to single target them if I use spells. No! Really? These guys also have dispel magic. That is so mean. That is so rude, dude. Alright, let's see if... Alright, press the wrong button. But that's not even remotely enough. Do they have that much magic defense? I hit the wrong guy. Oh well. That is 6 enemies defeated. Okay, freeze is enough. Are they resistant to earth or something? maybe? Did I get a low damage roll with no? Oh, I think I just got a low damage roll. Ow. Oh, and there's our chest already. That was pretty fast. From the grief bats, we can get a candy or a chocolate. Let's see what it is. Candy won't fit. That was the expected result. And from here we have no more new enemies. There's already pre-established enemies that we have gotten one chest from so far. Yeah. There is a sword orb chest I could pick up here. But I can't level up my sword beyond level 5 anyway, so... not sure how useful that is. Also blub blub. Actually just blub. Thank you for the 10 bits of food. Appreciate those. The rabbit does too. No. Frogs are friends, not food. Please don't put them in the fruit box. Kim's confused. Me too. This room has 2 wizard's eye in it. If you know how to spawn the one in the bottom left corner somehow. It's very weird that there even is one in the bottom left corner there. Alrighty, next up we have Muggles. That is not what I meant to say. Anyways, Mugle is gonna tank for us. And in the meantime, the sprite is going to defeat this guy by simply blasting it out of the way. So, in this scenario, we wanna put the sprite close enough to hit the center repeatedly, so the spellcast goes through as quick as possible, but we also want to have the boy be in the front there, for the express purpose, or actually the lady as well, for the express purpose of them, like, taking the attacks, because the way most bosses target is they will always target the closest character first. So that's why I'm standing in front of the sprite with the lady, but the sprite needs to be reasonably close in order to hit these air blast wind blades without it like taking a ton of animation time. Now we could use other spells. This thing is not weak to any element in particular. You can just cast freeze as it. But I'm specifically using air blast because this boss doesn't move, so it's a relatively easy way to just practice or train self a little bit along the way here. Bring. Also, by the way, flashing lights warning in the upcoming cutscene. When you hear the boss music starts, it is safe to look again for people that are affected by that. Because this is just kind of... this is probably the most nasty visual effect. Usually I play on the SNES Mini, ouch, But today I'm playing on Super Nintendo because all my SNS minis have the save files full of 100% save files. Oh, right, the boss music already plays. I'm so sorry. That wasn't safe yet. In fact, there's gonna be, like, I think more flashing lights here through this door. I didn't realize the boss music starts playing this early. Yeah, more flashing lights here. And there should be, like, one more here. Alright, we should be fine now. Vampire Dictator. So Vampire is a funny little guy, big guy, funny dude. This guy is really difficult to hit with anything that is not spells, aka, you know, physical attacks. You can only hit him while he's jumping around like this on his feet. Alrighty, also Stealth is level 4, which is the current maximum level, so we're gonna continue with... oh, we already did Salamander. Right, normally we don't. Normally is. This guy also does not have any particular elemental weakness. So I'm basically just training my spells against him. This guy also has like 2400 HP or something crazy like that. For reference, the previous boss had more than 1000 less HP than this guy does. It's actually a pretty substantial difference. But if you have no issues with just spamming spells against him, he doesn't stand much of a chance, realistically. Hey! With that said, however, frohes neues Jahr! Thank you so much for 70 months of support. Welcome back for a long time. And I'm glad you enjoyed your stay. I hope you're doing well. That's a crazy long time, dude. And Happy New Year's to you as well. Oh, we win. And Vampire takes a nap. Alrighty, I already picked up the bow orb, so I'm just gonna skip this segment here. After Metal Mantis, we have to pick up the whip orb. I thought this was an axe orb. Oh, maybe not. Maybe there's also an axe orb? Then again, we get the last axe orb chest in the Gold City Tower, unless we decide to pick up the inaccessible chest in the Undercity. But it's a glitch-free run, so we don't do that. Well, glitch-free. Maybe not glitch-free as much as trying to play glitchless. So the reason why it's more efficient to pick up the chests now, by the way, the top left chest is still there, there's still a spear chest, is because there's no more enemies, so you can run through a little bit more efficiently. That's why the splits are ordered that way. So, kind of trying to think, would it be more efficient for me to grind out the armored man right now or afterwards? There's a room with 3 of them. I think afterwards is fine. It's actually the same room where we get the whip orb. Oh, I need to actually real quick wish a Happy New Year to my friend in Japan. That was 3.5 hours ago. I'm so sorry. Happy New Year. I'm terrible at keeping track of this stuff. That's why I put all my notes into splits too. When I was speedrunning, just so I wouldn't forget stuff all the time. You're awful at the time thing too? Yeah. Oh. That's why calendars exist, people tell me. Yeah. I've gotten better at using calendars at least. You're going to be confused this evening when you start hearing bangs. It will take you a while to realize someone is doing fireworks or something. Understandable. I can't really get a dead character anymore, but I've never tried to get past... Oh, you can't. The camera's too high up. Can't get past that guy. To my knowledge. Anyways. I'm not supposed to anyways. This is glitchless. Or supposed to be. Huh? Where is everybody? Well, everybody decided to go to the bathroom. At the same time. In unison, chanting a phrase, "Let me out of prison, let me out of prison." I have no idea where I was going with this, but... Welcome to Metal Mantis. This guy also does not have a particular weakness to any particular one element, so kind of like the previous ones. We're just gonna train our spells against him, and that's gonna be that. We actually could also even start leveling up the latest spells too, I guess. Because at this point we might as well. That's not what I meant to do. Then again, I will probably want to have enough MP to cast Stone Saber, so maybe I shouldn't do that. Alrighty, Metal Mantis down. With this, we get into the section for the Armored Man. Actually, let me just try and align your visuals vertically. If I can somehow do that. My scroll bars are so imprecise. I don't think I can do that effectively. Like, I wish I could scroll like exactly how many cells I need to go. What if I do this? I guess that kind of works. It's a bit of a roundabout way of recentering this, I guess. Ah, look! Empty room. There's nothing in here. I don't know why I felt like they quoted that out, but I love these little high steppers. It just gets us across the gap, very friendly. The right eye is also slightly wider than the left eye for some reason. That's just how they look. 1000 gold. Alrighty, then, you know, bow is fine here, but I'm actually gonna exchange you guys' weapons, so you get a bit more weapon experience along the way, I suppose. So, these guys here, they are very weak to Undine. I believe level 3 is not quite enough to guaranteed knock them out, so we're just gonna cast 2 free spells. And these enemies here, notably, are the first enemy that individually gives us more than 500 GP, which is the price of 1 fairy walnut, and their common drop is also a fairy walnut. Anyways, we basically got it from the first set of enemies. We get a fairy walnut that won't fit because, well, I guess it makes sense. Next, we want Armored Men in here, and Dark Ninjas? Wait, I thought Dark Ninjas were in here already. Oh, by the way, we can let the rebels out by opening up this gate. But they're fine either way, they figure out a way out regardless. So you don't need to press that button if you don't feel like it. Anyways, let's see. I'd like to have a better weapon for this, personally. So... Boomerang is fine. I would like to have petrification weapon, please. Now, we're looking for a chest from these armored men. This is not the best place to farm them right here, but it is definitely a place. They might be immune to petrification. They look very immune to petrification to me, because the boy hasn't propped a single time. In this case, what I could also do, and I should have probably leveled this up before, we could salamander weapon to engulf enemies in fire. This is less for the damage and more for the crowd control aspect of it. Are they immune to fire too? Sure looks like it. Chest? No chest. So there's 3 in this room, which is nice. And there's gonna be 3 in the next room too, which by the way, this is a return door. Well, I say there's 3 in this room, but you need to pick up the chest in order to make all 3 spawns at the same time. If you just knock out one, the next one is just going to awkwardly spawn in the middle of the room. Right there. Because they're all supposed to be spawned in, but because the chests are functionally spawn blocking them, they don't spawn in initially. Axe orb. And the whip orb. So this whip orb is very important, because if you don't pick it up, you're gonna be missing 1 whip orb in the mana fortress, or more even potentially if you didn't pick up certain other whip orbs earlier either. Which would be rather inconvenient for the purposes of expedient finishing of 100%. You heard armored lemon. A weird image burned in your head. Armored lemon. To be fair, when I think of armored lemon, I think of certain Dark Souls challenge runner. Fantastic YouTube channel, by the way. But that's an entirely different kind of lemon too. I don't know why it's called lemon. Is that a name? Do you call people just lemon in the US or something? Like, genuine question, I actually don't know. Oh, by the way, I'm using a very neat little strategy here. Did you know that certain weapons can hit enemies twice? Now, basically, if you think of the big grand charge attack with the spear, like the spear swirling around, despite how grand and amazing it looks, it still hits enemies only once. Ever, even though it looks like it should really hit them like 20 times or something like that. But, because of the nature of boomerangs, they have 2 hitboxes. Initially, it has a physical attack hitbox, where the boy swings his boomerang in front of him. And then it has the projectile hitbox, which is a separate attack in itself, so you can double hit enemies with specifically boomerang charge levels 1, 3, 5, 6, 8. I might be making up those numbers, but it basically is a bunch of boomerang levels that can hit twice. One of them is like hitting behind you, making it rather awkward to hit twice with, but it's entirely possible still. The only other weapon that can do something similar is, I think, the javelin level 5 specifically, 5 or 6, where you just twirl it over your head for a second before releasing the attack. That also has a double hitbox, or double attack property. So boomerang, arguably the strongest weapon in the game. Because nothing beats dealing damage twice, realistically. Like, it's probably stronger than the mana sword at the very end of the game. Because of it. Wonder... My goodness, my brain just immediately goes back to here. I wonder if these enemies can't drop chests because there used to be chests in here, and that might just kind of be spawn blocking potential chests. Wouldn't that be lovely if the game just decided to prove me wrong again? But 1 in 16, you know, it's not terribly unlikely to happen, but it's also still not gonna be that fast either. I guess this is a decent grinding spot, all things considered, especially if you use a boomerang level 1 charge attack. You missed a chest, just one. Oh, right, I forgot to split there too. Chest? No chest. Worst case scenario, the guys on the bottom almost certainly can drop chests. Also, by the way, these guys spawn next to the entrance because of this being a return door, kind of like the same principle we discussed earlier in the stream, where effectively this room here just brings you back to whichever place you entered this room from. It doesn't actually care which room you're from, it just brings you back to the previous room, with all the enemies and placements still intact, including their current positions. Oh, there we go. Chest. Which is why that the enemies in the previous room, they keep moving. However, the enemies in this room always spawn in the center, because the previous room specifically brings you to this room. Candy! Nice. However, the enemies in the previous room well, they move their positions because you return to the previous room from that room in specific. Thank you for the 10 bits of food, really appreciate those. And let's see if these guys can be petrified, because I would like to fight these guys. Alright, they can be petrified, how convenient. Dark ninjas. They have decently high HP, and apparently evasion. Is there a dark ninja maybe in the room on the right side? I actually don't know. Ow. You know what, give yourself petrification weapon too. Give your... oh. Give the sprite petrification weapons too afterwards. And let's see, is there another ninja in here? There is one right here. Petrification weapon for the sprite. Is there anyone in here? No. So there's just a singular dark ninja spawn in that room. Can you nuke him, sprite? Let's see. Continue. No. Not even close. They are more efficient to be taken down later in the Palace of Darkness. Let's see if we can find maybe a better room with these guys inside. Or just get them along the way. That would be convenient. Worst case scenario, we just returned back to that room earlier. Let's see. There are two actually in here. They are afraid, they are petrified. Wait, is that a mystic book? I didn't remember a book in here. It is, huh. Same old enemy from the Ice Palace. Let's see if we can reset this room. Oh, there's another one. A bit awkward. Because the book is kind of in the way. So maybe approaching them from the front is the way to go. But then again, we can just hit this guy. Or try to hit him twice. One of the more awkward things about the boomerang is that you don't start recharging your attack until the boomerang returns back to your hand. Meaning that there's a ever so slightly longer delay compared to other weapons until you get to charge up your next attack. There's just knights in here? There's one ninja here. And here, actually. Maybe this room is the way to go, because spawning two at the same time doesn't really benefit as much. Wait, if I knock this guy out, I can't get the item, can I? Then again, I only just need to get one chest. That's the requirement. We can disable the teleporters, and now we can walk backwards through here. There's just two enemies in here. If we go one room further, that immediately initiates the boss fight. So I guess this is basically as good as it gets here. Just gonna call that guy over. With our powers combined, we can petrify the ninjas into oblivion. Alrighty, I think this is a pretty decent room. Flame Saber. If I hit him towards the tail end of his animation for the Flame Saber, he should get hit still by my attack. Both enemies as well as players tend to be invulnerable while casting a spell, but for Saber spells in particular, you tend to be vulnerable towards the tail end of the attack while the sparks are flying out. Don't know why, but that's just how it is. Stone Cold. Yep. By the way, fun fact, petrification weapons are not just for crowd control, they're also helping us because they reduce the enemy's current HP by half before the damage is applied. So this guy just lost half of his HP and then took 75 damage afterwards. Which means you need to functionally deal significantly less damage to the enemies in order to defeat them, because of that mechanic. Alright, let's sprite this out of petrification. Wow. Like, that's the ideal scenario there. Petrified immediately and whacked, just one-shot them effectively. To 12. I feel like I'm missing a reference there. Nobody else hit this time. I guess that can happen. I don't know Stone Cold lore, Yeah, no. Sorry. Maybe I should play more Stone Crawl Dungeon Soup. Wait, no, the other way around. Stone Soup Dungeon Crawl. It's probably not in there, to be fair, but I should definitely play more of that game sometime. They can cast Exploder? What's it called? Not Exploder. This is Riot Spell. Oh, there we go, we have the chest. Alrighty. And with this, we either get a chocolate or a candy. Once again, if the chest is blinking red, obviously this means it is safe to open now, because we have to disable the trap with Analyzer. Doesn't make much sense, but that's just how it works in this game. It's a professional wrestling reference, I see. It didn't pull you in like Caves of Cut did, for example, but maybe you just need to come back to it. That's actually an interesting point. Now that I have effectively beaten Caves of Cut, maybe I would appreciate Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup a bit more as well. Anyways, welcome to Mech Rider number 2. This poor sot does not have any real defenses against us just throwing spells at him. He also doesn't have a particular weakness to it. But he's kind of weak to, you know, dying, as are most enemies in this game. So we just make sure we facilitate that scenario. So we did pick up the whip orb, I just forgot the split. And with this, we can fly around. Hooray. Boing. Get a Javelin's orb too. Und weiter geht's. Alrighty, welcome to Navigation with Flamy. So, did you know that there's a world map if you press Y? Start? Start. And if you press R on this world map, you actually get a full world map of the world. Now, let's see, the canon travel guy told us when we were over here, technically more like over here, that he could not shoot us over to Matango, and not over to the desert, because he's out of gunpowder. Now, the thing is, the desert is right here. Matango is all the way here. Actually, I guess Matango is arguably slightly closer. No, it is closer. Not much. Actually, I guess a fair bit technically in world travel distance, but I wonder if going around the world would be fast. No, probably not. Oh well, anyways. I was wrong. The reason why I was wrong, by the way, is I thought Matango was much further south on that continent, but then I realized, wait, Matango's right there. Anyways, welcome to being able to fly around with Flamy. It's our friendly flying companion friend. And from here we go... Where do we go? We go here because my splits say that I should get the Mugle belt. So let's get the Mugle belt. Must have been headwind for Kakara. Possibly. Alright, we get a sea hare's tail. I'll keep it in my pocket. What do you do with a sea hare's tail? Well, first of all, you leave the island that you then suddenly realize was a turtle all along. Complete with head, tails, and, you know, friendliness. The island doesn't move, so the turtle is probably sleeping. Anyways, we bring the sea hare's tail over here into Kakara, and they use it to somehow magically make the water flow again and bring us back one of the best music pieces in the game. And one of the best item acquisition jingles too. We have acquired the Mugle belt. Nice. Alrighty. Let me actually see real quick where my armor stuff is. Mandala. How's Neko next? Okay. Anyways, we can upgrade our axe just one more time. 2 more times. And there's a stronger axe then. It's the golden axe now. Good game. Haven't played it much though. And we can upgrade our whip a bunch. Which is now the Morning Star. This is one of your strongest weapons at this point in the game. All things considered, it's pretty good. Red Cleaver, Light Trident. I need level 5? Javelin? Hold up. Let me actually make sure I don't mess this up right now. Because one of these javelins inflicts stop status, aka balloon. I just need to make sure I don't mess this up. Alright, we need to get up to the Imp's Fork. Well, actually, I think the next upgrade also. Yeah, the low javelin also inflicts balloon for what it's worth. But Imp's Fork after the Fork of Hope is going to inflict also balloon. Alright. X. Why not? Next up, my next destination is normally to just do Palace of Darkness. We can defeat the Trap Flowers and Bombies and Egatris along the way, I suppose. Might as well. And also upgrade our equipment. So, in order to upgrade our equipment, we're gonna go to Mandala. Because Mandala has actually a very peculiar upgrade that, again, the game doesn't really tell you about these things. Because it gives you a rather substantial stat increase for the sprite. For one particular headgear piece. So let's see where it is. Close enough. Alrighty. I'd like to have petrification weapon here again. And welcome to the Bombies. It's not a re-Bombie, it's just a Bombie. Oh. And these trap flowers love to inflict you with sleep, which is quite inconvenient. But in here we have the counter for that. So, what we're gonna buy here is, first of all, The next piece of equipment that I'm going to mark off in my spreadsheet that we're gonna get, because the next piece of armor is the magical armor here. The magical armor allows us to just have more defense. That's kind of all there is to this. Then we are gonna buy 2 circlets, one specifically for the sprite, who is going to wear this thing for quite a while. One for the boy, because why not? And then we buy 3 ivy amulets. Ivy amulet is not on the list yet, but circlet is on the equipment pieces we're gonna buy for the future. So the circlet gives +5 intelligence, which is the sprite's offensive spellcasting stat, which means they will deal a good chunk of extra damage with their spells now. It's pretty good, honestly. Let me just get rid of the old equipment pieces. Keep that one, because that's part of our position. And then I'm going to finally move away from the power wrist. The 16 defense difference is rather substantial at this point, but more importantly, the Ivy Amulet protects us from poison, which, you know, cute, but nothing noteworthy. I guess more important, if you will, it's going to protect us from being put to sleep, which is very handy. Alrighty, and that's everything here. So I guess we head into the Palace of Darkness. Knock out some bombies along the way. And as you could see, the Ivy Amulet comes immediately handy. Which you would expect, and it also does prevent being poisoned. But it also prevents being put to sleep. Which is also very convenient. Come on, chests? No chests. Alrighty, in here we go. Welcome to these guys. This is where I wish I had balloons still. Or at all. Because I'm pretty sure they can't be petrified. Oh, no, I'm wrong. They can be petrified. So, these Dark Knights here are actually particularly noteworthy because their item drop can be an incredible power boost to our party in terms of raw defenses, basically. If you ever do a solo cactus challenge run with a sprite where you're not allowed to use magic, it almost feels mandatory to grind out a gauntlet from these guys. Why am I going over here? I have no idea, dude. Oh, that's 2 fiend heads. That's pretty good, actually, for grinding, I guess. I'm just exploring the side rooms because I need chests for these guys anyways. Oh, that's a return door too. So it just transported one of the Embermen from the left side of the room to this location, which is why there's 3 right there. Oh, chest already from the Embermen. Let's see. Do we have a high enough analyzer level for them? We do, okay. Embermen can drop us. Wait, I already have the Embermen. Oh. I forgot. Very well, but that's a common item. Alrighty, we're gonna go over here. Hit this button. This would have been the other place for the Dark Ninjas that you can still farm them in. I don't think you can petrify the Dark Knights, but you definitely can balloon them. So we've seen one good room for these guys here in particular. Lady, what are you doing? Come over here. There's also a maximum of 2 enemies in this room until we pick up this chest here in the middle, which, I mean, might be technically useful. If we don't want more enemies to spawn. Anyways, this is 1000 gold in there. Not exactly all that important, but what is important to note, very important in fact, is There's a guy over here in the wall. Like he just spawns in there. Don't know why. But it's kind of funny. At least I think it's kind of fun. Anyways, this is usually the room where I grind these knights in. Because the way you do this is by going in here. This is like an empty room that doesn't do anything. Then you go back outside. And suddenly there's 2 knights over there. Why? I have absolutely no idea. But kind of like previous doors, these are return doors, which means the game does not reset the enemy's positions. So wherever I push them towards, that is going to be where they're gonna be standing. So that means I can push them closer and closer over to the door here. Until we get a chest. No, I wanted to get the chest later. Actually, we might not be able to analyze this chest. We do, okay, never mind. Alrighty, so where are they? Dark Knights. They have magical armor as a common drop and a gauntlet as a rare drop. Let's see what we get. 1764 for the rare drop. We did not get it. This is the one rare drop I really would like to have. That's actually not true. There's another one I would like to have even more. But magical armor. Might as well equip the second one. Because we can. Actually, can you equip this? You can. And again, it makes more sense for the sprite to get that. Alrighty, and then we just move on. We already got the Dark Knight item. I always like to just, in like my challenge runs, farm these guys at least for a little bit. If I need a bit more experience or levels. They are not the most efficient enemies to grind on, but the potential for getting Gauntlet is amazing. And in case you're not familiar with why the Gauntlet is so good, that's because accessories don't show you their defensive stats. Well, not all of them. You see the physical defense. The Gauntlet has 90 physical defense, which admittedly is a lot, like especially for an accessory. But more importantly, a Gauntlet also gives you like 245 magic defense, which is absolutely absurd, because no enemy anytime soon will be able to deal any reasonable amount of magic damage to you anymore at that point. Oh, this is another one of these rooms. Okay. We can just grind these in here, I guess. Don't these guys also spawn like the red bats? So I could have grinded them in here too. They do. Thank you for the 10 bits of food. Alright, give yourself petrification weapon too. And give the sprite one as well. Oh, we're already done with these guys. Okay. Fine. I'm not complaining though. Not intentionally. That is... Fiendet. Where are you? There you are. Fiendet. Done. And I think that concludes the entire Palace of Darkness already, honestly. Anyways, they can drop us a fairy walnut or a unicorn helm. Which, to be fair, a unicorn helm is a better defensive item than what we currently have. So it is pretty good on that side. But you can also just buy it in Gold City. So don't forget to open up this chest here. This one is important. Oh, there's 2 more of these. Okay. Because in here we get the Glove Orb. And this is the last Glove Orb you're gonna get in this game. In a chest, that is specifically. And the reason why that's important is because now, if we didn't pick this one up, we would need to grind out an additional Glove Orb in the Mana Fortress. Which Glove Orb alongside Axe Orb are 2 of the most annoying ones to farm in the Mana Fortress. Like, you can still catch up, it's not entirely lost, but you already need to farm 2 Glove Orbs and 2 Axe Orbs in the Mana Fortress as is. Which, again, are the most annoying ones to farm, unfortunately. But if you forget this chest, you might have to farm a 3rd Axe Orb too. No, there's not really a reason for me to fight these guys, aside from hoping for another chest. 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 No chest. Alright. And that's everything here. Welcome to the Big Jelly. I, Shade, will test you. Shade does not like fire. Well, if you have Shade at high, or fire at high enough level that is, then it doesn't like fire. If it's too low of a level, Shade doesn't really care that much. Which, little fun story for me here. Basically, when I was a kid, we had the strategy guide that told us accurately what enemies are weak to in general. So, it told me that fire is super effective against this guy. I casted a grenade at this guy. He took 1 damage. So I concluded, you're wrong, and just attacked him and defeated him with physical attacks, which to be fair is reasonably and easily doable. Again, I didn't have much of a concept of grinding at all, so I didn't realize that my level 0 Salamander was basically the reason as to why he wasn't dealing a whole lot of damage. But yeah, it is indeed weak to Salamander, but it is also a significant jump up in terms of magic defense compared to previous enemies. So unless you have enough power, so to speak, to punch through its defenses, it can be, you know, not a whole lot of damage. And there we go, Lime Slide down. I picked that up. Defeated that guy. Thank you, Mikachu. Alrighty, then we get to Gold City Tower. Well, first we need to pick up the key. And also, let's just... we could do like the casual thing and go up to Sage Jock every time he asks us to go somewhere. That's technically an option. Hi Shade, welcome to the team. And we get the Mana Seed's power. Now our spells can maximally level to level 5. All enemies are gone in the Palace of Darkness, so you can't grind them anymore. And I would like to have more of these. The lady can't cast during that animation, but it's faster to just try and confirm the spell instead of trying to cancel out of the menu. Bombies. Let's see. Can we get some chests along the way? I guess that's not really... Oh, yes we can. 1 chest already. I guess that's not really a good way to get these chests, aside from just going up and down the mountain, now think about it. So maybe I should just do that anyways. And... Zudamonas, thank you for the 100 bits. Food, appreciate those. We need more power. More power will be acquired, as we speak. Alrighty, so... This was a Bombi, so we have a Medical Herb as a common drop and a Royal Jam as a rare drop. Medical Herb. You know, the expected result. Most of the time it happens. Although rare drops are not that rare, they are rare enough to be, well, worthy the label of rare. And it's not the kind of rare you find in Fear and Hunger, thankfully. That would be terrible. Yeah, obscure references. So we don't need to defeat the bombies anymore. Oh, and actually, we can farm the little chicken guys up top. They're not a big deal to farm separately. The flowers, I guess we can farm outside of Mandala. So I guess none of these are particularly bad to farm. I just forgot about the chicken ones. Anyways, might as well talk to Sage Shock while we're here anyways. This is not a do absolutely... Oh. Wow, okay. Luck is catching back up. That's very nice, thank you. Trap flowers, medical herb or a candy. And we get the medical herb. The expected result. Welcome to Harlequincy, hope you're doing well. So there's 2 of these Egatrice spawns up here. Also I will... Yeah, come on. There's this guy and just one on the bottom left, but I think they're immune to petrification. I wonder if they're immune to fire. Hello. Go away, the sage is out. Where is Jock? Sage Jock left for the Gold Isle. It's northeast of here. Like this way, it just keeps giving you directions on where you wanna go. But yeah. I think this is gonna be fine for grinding. A bit awkward because you have to wait until they get out of their eggs. But nothing too bad. Let's actually briefly check whether we can engulf them in flames. Well, I still don't know because the others just knocked it out before I could confirm or deny. Alright, good enough. We're gonna come back here and just knock them out along the way as we go. Let's head over to the North Isle. Northeast of here, it says. Yeah, it's more like north-northeast. Close enough. Wait. No, actually I do need to land here first. Another one. Thank you very much. By the way, I'm just kind of soft doing the acquire all armor pieces in the correct order anyways. Because I'm thinking about it. But I'm not going to delete any lucky drops, let's put it this way. In case I get specifically something from the Darkstalkers. Alright, we need to talk to this guy about the key that was lost to the Gold City Tower. And that key can be found in Southtown. With a spy. Well... the wife of what once used to be a spy or partner. I don't know which one, doesn't matter. Hello, Happy New Year to you as well, Green Alder, and welcome. Hope you're doing well. You did not like this story trigger as a kid, you were lost for like a week. Where you needed to talk to the man on top of the wall. Yeah, I can imagine that being rather obscure. We had like a full strategy guide for this game, so... without that, I bet we would have gotten lost. Let me tell you, the sewers of all places, I distinctly remember us not finding the exit to the sewers because we didn't realize one of those like knobbies at the bottom was supposed to be an exit in one of the rooms. So it took us forever to get through the sewers on a repeated playthrough when we actually didn't have the manual for some reason. Anyways, let's see. In this town, we buy... Ah, the Lazura ring is after Tasnica. Oh no. Oh well, that's fine. We buy the tortoise mail. Wait, no, that's Tasnica. We don't buy anything. Oh well, not a big deal. We buy a unicorn helm. We could have gotten this as a drop earlier, but we're just buying it now. This is our 4th headgear item. Then we have a dragon helm. This is our 5th. And duck helm as well. Duck's return in full force as our 6th headgear item. And the other two, these armor pieces will be relevant too sometime. So will the Lazuri ring and the shield ring. But we need to go and get a gold bracelet first. Well, we don't need to, but I'm kind of still doing the secondary challenge of acquiring all armor pieces in the order of defense. Although I already missed the part where I don't have them properly ordered in my inventory because I didn't account for item slots previously. Anyways, this chest here. This contains a spear orb, and it contains another spear orb, and another one. Depending on how many spear orb chests you picked up until this point, this can have up to 4 spear orbs, catching you up to the current level of 7? I think it's 7. It's actually quite a lot of spear orbs that you're supposed to have at this stage. And it's effectively your strongest weapon. Unfortunately, I'm not upgrading it until way late into the game for secondary weapon leveling purposes. So we're not going to do that, but that's okay. So, in the Gold City Tower, I believe we need to go and defeat a bunch of enemies before we clear the entire thing. Well, I guess we don't need to. Actually, it's just a beast zombie. The doggies. Can you petrify them? I actually don't know. Wait, don't cast spells in towns. You only get half the weapon experience, or magic experience. You can cast spells whenever your weapons are out. Like when you can swing the weapons. Then you get full weapon experience. Alrighty. Let's see. Yep, petrification works against them. Excellent. There's a second floor where we have the exact same setup for these guys. We just need to make sure we don't clear the dungeon in its entirety before we get the item. That's not entirely true, we could just get them later. They can still be spawned from heckhounds later down the road. Oh, I didn't equip my armor. 200 damage? Really? Did that... They can crit, right? It's one of those weird enemies that can critically hit. Wait, no, the sprite keeps the thing you actually equipped. That was a lot of damage. Lady, you can get a new helmet. Much more defense. No, actually, I think they just deal that much damage. Actually, that still looked like a crit anyways. Anyways, welcome to Blue Spike. We're gonna run over here. He always lands in the middle. And then we're just gonna ask the sprite to kindly remove this big, gigantic, enormous kitty cat from our combat. By the way, if you're going here, make sure you buy the Lazuri ring first, because it gives you an additional +5 intelligence, kind of like the circlet does. Because this big kitty cat does not have any particular elemental weakness. And if you try to knock it down with spells, it might take you a while. Just as a heads up. And it zips around. So this is what we could have prevented Spiky Tiger from doing if we just feed a character into the big kitty cat's mouth. aka just stand right in front of it and wait until it decides to take an action. Unless that action is just jumping on the tower and there's nothing you can do about that. Anyways, it looks like our additional levels are absolutely just demolishing this poor big kitty cat. Again, it doesn't have any particular elemental weakness, but at the same time, Freeze is just such a efficient spell that it hardly matters. Also, level 5 Undini, which is our current maximum, so if we need to cast more spells, we're gonna switch over to gnome. But we didn't have to. Also, by the way, we skipped the fake death animation because we just went straight past its threshold of HP, which is probably 25%. I actually have no idea what the threshold is for the fake death. But hey, importantly, we picked up the spear orbs, we defeated Blue Spike, now we need to pick up the axe orbs. Let's do that right below. 1 axe orb. Kind of like before, you would potentially get like multiple axe orbs here if you didn't pick up the previous ones. And I thought there were like 2 dogs here, but apparently I'm mistaken. So what are we gonna do? So we're gonna actually go back down to the previous floor. All the way down here. And we're just gonna farm the red doggies right here. The bee zombie. I feel like they missed an opportunity to just call them zombies. Actually, that might have been Dragon Quest Monster at that point already. At least in German, there was a creature called Zombies. Dragon Quest Monsters. Dragon Quest Monsters is the only Dragon Quest I've ever really played. So it was kind of bizarre to later in life kind of discover that, wait, that's not how Dragon Quest normally works? Oh, Codex Builder, thank you. Thank you very much for the Prime thing. Welcome to you, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Oh, there's our chest. Very nice. And this bee zombie has boring drops of just chocolate and medical herb. And that's all there is to this. And we get the common drop chocolate. Also, upcoming is going to be the 8-hour mark. At the 8-hour mark, I'm just going to go ahead and take another slightly extended break, 15 to 20 minutes. Just as a heads up if anybody else needs to take a break, but does not necessarily want to press the pause button. And again, it probably is gonna be removed. Oh no! So this guy stays grey after you hit him before he transforms from his statue form. That is arguably a glitch. I forgot about it, so I just backed and I went up and hit him. Anyways, he's supposed to be blue. But he's not like he's particularly dangerous, and it changes nothing about the battle. Aside from him just not having the blue color that he normally does. Also, I have no idea why I use thunder. I guess, no, actually I know why. Those wind blades are just really awkward to hit, and we are such a high level that I figured, I guess, it was enough damage. So much for glitchless yet again. Yeah. You know, you could just call it an Easter egg. He could just move while being a statue, he just didn't know about it until we hit him in his big toe or something. You get it with a VOD, but on a live stream, is that something many do? Well, I don't usually press the pause button. Unless I watch a Pokemon VGC stream, then I just jump to the matches anyways. But then I guess it's not really about the live stream then. More of a VOD thing for me. Anyways, we get Lumina and our 6th mana seed, which means we can now level up our spells up to level 6. But yeah, actually, I guess I wouldn't usually press the pause button, but you can. Like, I appreciate it's an option. Okay, we have Luna. With Luna, wait, no, wait, we don't have Luna. We have Lumina. That's a different one. So, quick question. What are the odds for a 1 in 16 and then a 7 in 64 happening at the same time? I guess you just multiply 16 by 64. 7 in what? 256? Two seats left. Thank you for the bits of food. Appreciate that, Zudamonas. Also, by the way, did you know that this is actually technically just a regular enemy? You can cast that on him if you want to. It's a bit rude, but it's absolutely a possibility. I mean, he just brought us over there. But the sprite didn't like the trip. Anyways, I think this might be my best place to... Oh. Wait, you target the lady? Really? I thought they almost always target the boy. Is it because I was bleeding with her? Probably. Anyways, I think this is gonna be my best place to grind out the blue squids. The Marma blues. I do also believe... they stay even after we clear the dungeon. Oh, you don't have MP remaining. Here you go. Hello, welcome Dragon Mama. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Alrighty. Feel like I missed a bunch of the 10 bits. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Alrighty. And Lumina cost 8 MP. For reference, this is the same spell power as the freeze from the sprite, costing literally 4 times as much MP. So, there's a bunch of bosses and enemies weak to laser beams, but it's not worth 4 times the MP cost usually. Unless you just really want to murder Thanatos. With the Dark Lich, I guess. Anyways, we now have the... Wait, did I say 6 before? This is number 6. 7? This is number 7. Huh. Oh, by the way, if we use a magic rope right here, it brings us back to the entrance. But the entrance we entered in was the dark area that technically no longer exists. So, arguably a glitch? Anyways, 1 to go. Thank you so much for your generous bits donation. I really appreciate those. And bits of food for the rabbi too. Alright, I think we're just gonna sit here for a bit and beat the Kraken. Wait, no, we don't feed them. Also, for some reason you enter like 1 tile offset to the right. Don't know why, you just do. That is number 6. Oh, and we already got them. It's actually more than 6, isn't it? And with this, we have the Marma Blue chest. Their common drop is a fairy walnut. Their rare drop is a cup of wishes. And we get the fairy walnut, as commonly acquired. Leaving so soon? Yes, indeed. We're going to make a pit stop. Did I get the... No, I didn't. We are going to make a pit stop over at the Wind Shrine. Actually, no, let's go Tasnica first. That just makes more sense right now. Tasnica first is going to be correct. In Tasnica, we can get our very first shot at one of the rare items that we have to grind out at the very end of the game. So this is why I was asking for the... I went the wrong way. This is why I was asking for the 1 in 16 times 7 in 64 chance, because we need to get a 1 in 16 chest and then a 7 in 64 drop rate. By the way, if you play multiplayer, make sure you don't have both players or all 3 players hold up into this room, because otherwise you're gonna crash the game. Anyways, we can actually just walk around Gemma's cutscene here if we want to, but again, in Glitchless we don't do that, just because, wow, it's probably not intended. Another one. Thank you. Yeah, you don't spawn the cutscene trigger, you just walk into it normally. But you could just hold left and right in order to get out of it. Anyways, this Dark Stalker has a 1 in 16 drop rate for a chest. Let's see if we get it. He's basically just a regular enemy later down the road. And he does not really pose much of a battle, despite being ostensibly a boss according to the music. He didn't drop one. Sadness. And we get a sword orb from here. And that's everything we need. Just that one door. Wait. Which door? And here we are in Tasnica. We can now finally continue buying our equipment pieces. So, our equipment now increases from... First of all, the gold bracelet. This thing is not particularly good, but it is the very first accessory in line for our completion percentage. So this is 1 out of 11. And... wait... the shield ring is only in Gold Isle. We have to go back to Old Isle for the next one. It's okay. Don't worry about it too much. Then we're going to get the Tortoise Mail. This is armor number 5 out of 11. And the battle suit is after we get the flower. We need to go to city again. My goodness. Right, anyways, this was kind of a necessary pit stop. Also, we can buy Royal Jam. Fun fact, Royal Jam always heals you back to full HP. But it's also kind of unique in that, because it's not just full HP. Because it also can revive a character effectively from 0 HP as long as you use the item not too far after they have taken basically lethal damage. Like, it's not an actual revive, it's more as a... if you're quick enough with opening the menu after somebody drops to 0 HP, if you try to use a candy or a chocolate on them, it will not heal them. However, if you use a Royal Jam on them, it will heal them. Alrighty, and that was Tasnica. Next up, we would go to the doppelgangers, but before I do that, I'm gonna take a pit stop to actually buy my armor set. He says, not having any idea where to go. There we go. So now I'm allowed to buy the good armor here. Normally this armor is way too expensive, but because we're actually fighting stuff along the way, for once, I can just afford it even in Glitchless. So next up, Shield Ring, 5100, and importantly the Lazur Ring. These were accessories number 2 and 3 out of 11. And the Lazur Ring gives +5 intelligence to the sprite. That is a exceptionally substantial increase, let's put it this way, compared to what we had before. Then next up, we're gonna buy a battle suit. Wait, no, flower armor first. The flower suit for 115 defense is our 7th armor, and the battle suit is our 8th armor. Actually, is it? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is 11. Wait, I'm miscounting. Okay, the battlesuit was our 7th armor. There we go. Now it makes more sense. It's also very expensive, but also really good for what it is. Can Cure Water prevent death if timed right, or just Royal Jump? Cure Water as well, yes. If you... Cure Water works the same way. That does work the way. Alrighty, now... We don't need a circle circled anymore, we can just... that away. Then... I guess Ivy Amulets is still gonna be helpful for now. I'm gonna just give the sprite the Bazooka Ring for the +5 intelligence. And then... let's see, the lady gets the flower mail. We're gonna give the sprite the battle suit. The boy can have the tortoise mail. Can delete 1 magical armor, we don't need both of them. And then we go get the lady, the flower suit. Don't need both of these anymore. And there we go, armor upgrade across the board. Not usually how I would optimize equipment for defense purposes, but it's fine. Have true frog friend. Thank you, Happy. Alrighty. No. Now we go to Sage Dock. He says with confidence, with no idea. Oh, I actually found where I need to go. Alrighty. Now we're going to grind, I guess, a little egg guys along the way. I would like to have a... wait, I just realized something. I realized something very handy. 2 things, actually, in fact. 1, it is past 8 hours, so I should take my mandatory longer break. Because this is gonna be a much longer stream than 8 hours for me. At least that's the plan. So, Happy New Year's, everybody! Thank you so much for watching, for listening, and for lurking. And hope you enjoy your stay. Exclamation mark 10 years in case you have time to read that. Aside from that, hope you're having a lovely day, and I will be back in, let's say, 8 hours and 20 minutes on the timer. I have no idea when flying, just randomly flying. Break time, everybody.